Did you poison this?
Poison a nascent soul?
You flatter me. Stop stalling! Drink! Nothing?
It burns a little.
Just wasting divine nectar on a rat.
Scared to take the rest?
Watch and learn, boy. My core! It's melting! Why are you alive?
If I screamed, would you have taken the bait? The nether poison tastes good, doesn't it?
And we die together! Burn in hell!
Hell! I just crawled out of it!
It still emanated a terrifying power that struck trepidation into the soul. Several skeletal remains of the demon race lay scattered around the seal. It was evident they had attempted to infiltrate the Grand Hall, only to perish under the seal's counter-attack. Centered around the Grand Hall, 24 minor halls were scattered like stars surrounding the moon. Some minor halls remained isolated by formations, others had their formations destroyed, signifying they had already been breached. Fang Chen gazed at the silver tome of alchemy in his hand, marked with the 9th volume, his eyes burning with fervor as he leaped before the 9th hall. Consort Yunxia also showed a look of anticipation. The 24 silver tomes of alchemy corresponded to the 24 halls, each housing the most vital treasures of the Tiger Demon Emperor. Back then, the chieftain of the savage elephant tribe had been fortunate enough to open a hall containing the serendipity to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. He wondered if the 9th hall before them held a similar path to such serendipity. Observing the 9th hall with its formation still intact, Fang Chen quickly placed the silver tome of alchemy into the formation's groove. Sensing the item, the formation instantly pulsed with flickering radiance before shattering with a sudden burst. However, this counterfeit silver tome of alchemy dissolved into silver sands of memory. Fang Chen stored it within his heavenly thunderstone and peered into the hall with mounting excitement. The collection of a late, stage-nascent soul realm expert should surely be staggering, would it not? Yet, upon looking inside, Fang Chen froze in shock, and Consort Yunxia was equally stunned. There was nothing had someone beaten them to it. Consort Yunxia spoke instinctively, but then shook her head. No, that cannot be. The formation would not have remained intact. Unwilling to accept this, the two entered to search, wondering if there were hidden mechanisms or secret compartments. But after a meticulous search, the hall was truly empty. Is it my poor luck, and this hall was empty to begin with, or has the supreme treasure within vanished for some other reason? Fang Chen grimaced. This was truly wretched luck. Having engaged in a battle of wits and courage against a demon emperor to enter, only to find nothing, he was loath to accept it. Arriving at the adjacent 10th hall, its formation was also intact. Fang Chen leaned toward the barrier and peered inside. To his astonishment, this hall was also vacant. Damnation, empty again. Consort Yunxia, when your demon race explored the inner sanctum previously, did you ever encounter such a situation? Consort Yunxia replied with certainty. Absolutely not. Anyone bearing a silver tome of alchemy is guaranteed a significant harvest. Never had it been heard that a hall opened was empty. Yet how could 2 consecutive halls before them be void of anything? Fang Chen mused. Let us search separately to see if all the halls with intact formations are empty. The two parted ways immediately. Fang Chen reached the 14th hall and peered through the seal. As expected, the hall was once again empty. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed something on the ground and looked closer. They were withered and rotted spiritual fruits. One had a bite taken out of it before being tossed aside. They were scattered in a chaotic mess everywhere. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? Fang Chen looked down into his own robes, and an unbelievable thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that this Little Qilin fellow has already paid a visit? Recalling the Little Qilin's ability to phase through seals, Fang Chen froze in place. Could it be that the Tiger Demon Emperor's inner sanctum, guarded so heavily and coveted by so many demons, had been entirely cleaned out by the Little Qilin? He hurriedly patted the Little Qilin's head. The creature opened its eyes dizzily and murmured, "What is it, master?" Fang Chen rolled his eyes. "You've slept so much you can barely speak. Come out and identify this. Is this the scene of your crime?" He pointed irritably at the pile of half-eaten dried fruits within the seal. The Little Qilin poked out its fluffy, brownish head, its sleepy eyes scanning the interior. With that single glance, its eyes went wide and round as it cried out, "Ah! Master, why have you brought me here? Let's go, quickly. There is a ferocious monster here. I barely escaped last time I came." Fang Chen was no small measure of shocked. For one, this place truly had been visited by the Little Qilin. Even more startling was that the Little Qilin, proficient in spatial talents, had nearly failed to escape. What manner of thing could the monster it spoke of be? A chill rose from the soles of his feet, surging upward. This was no place to linger. He had to take what he could and flee immediately. "I ask you, did you take everything within these halls?" The Little Qilin looked around warily and shook its head. "No, I only picked the things that were good to eat and drink." As expected of the Little Qilin, it missed not a single drop of food or drink, yet touched not a single piece of treasure. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he asked, "How many holes remain where the contents are still untouched?" The Little Qilin recalled there shouldn't be many left. There were so many things to eat and drink inside. I have been feasting quite happily. "You may be happy, but you have consumed the dreams of countless members of the demon race." Fang Chen hurriedly inquired, "Then, have you ever seen a mirror?" "A mirror?" The Little Qilin shook its head. "No." Fang Chen was profoundly disappointed. His primary objective for this journey was the Mirror of Celestial Oversight. Had the Tiger Demon Emperor failed to take the Mirror of Celestial Oversight from the body of the Exalted One Liu, allowing a later arrival to claim the prize? What a pity! A divine object capable of surveying all creation, gone just like that. The Little Qilin's ears twitched. Surveying all creation. It rested its chin on its paws, appearing lost in thought. It asked, "Can it also reflect the attacks of others?" Fang Chen's eyebrows arched in pleasant surprise. "You have seen it." The Little Qilin suddenly bared its teeth fiercely. "Of course, I've seen it. That wretched thing is absolutely loathsome. It kept following me and hitting me. The more it hit me, the harder it struck. My rear was beaten until it turned red." "That is the reflection of attacks. It truly is the Mirror of Celestial Oversight. In which hall is it? Lead me there at once," Fang Chen exclaimed with excitement. The Little Qilin said resentfully, "It isn't in a hall. I threw it into a ditch." It looked around, recollecting for a moment before leaping from Fang Chen's embrace and haltingly leading the way to the side of a great hall. There lay a small drainage ditch, filled with water a foot deep. Fixing his gaze, he saw a bronze-colored object shaped like a human eye lying quietly at the bottom. On its back, two faintly blurred characters were engraved, "Heaven Surveying." Overjoyed, Fang Chen leapt down and swiftly fished it out. By the heavens, a spirit artifact was cast into a ditch like common refuse. If the Exalted One Liu knew of this. To have one's cherished treasure desecrated in such a manner would surely cause one's heart to shatter. Fang Chen infused a trace of spiritual power into it, and the eye-shaped object immediately radiated a bronze light, emitting the spiritual pressure of a spirit artifact. It was truly a spirit artifact. Turning it over to inspect the front, he found that it actually contained a flexibly moving eyeball. At first glance, it truly resembled a palm-sized human eye, bearing no resemblance to a mirror at all. No wonder the Little Qilin had not recognized it as a mirror. Wiping away the water, Fang Chen tucked it into his sleeve as if it were the ultimate treasure. His greatest objective was now in his grasp. The journey had already paid for itself. From here on, even if he only found a pile of scrap metal, it would all be pure profit. "By the way, have you seen any opportunities for breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm?" Fang Chen asked. The Little Qilin looked bewildered. "What do you mean by opportunity? Is it a spirit fluid?" "There is indeed a bottle of spirit fluid, but it's very dangerous. I didn't dare go inside to take it." If even the Little Qilin deemed it dangerous, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Lead me to it." The Little Qilin's saliva immediately began to flow. "Follow me." Soon, Fang Chen stood before the 20th hall. Peering through the seal, a delicate jade bottle came into view. Within the bottle lay a liquid of 3 distinct colors. Why does this look familiar? Fang Chen pondered for a long time, his pupils suddenly constricting. It was the Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow used by nascent soul experts to break through their realms. It was fortunate that no nascent soul expert knew this item was within the Tiger Demon Emperor's dwelling. Otherwise, their threshold would have been trampled long ago. The Little Qilin tilted its head. "Aren't there only 3 colors? Why call it Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow?" With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Fang Chen explained, Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow is divided into grades. The highest possesses 9 colors, while the lowest has but 1. The more colors it possesses, the more potent the effect. Legend has it that true Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow can yield instantaneous results, allowing a nascent soul expert to ascend a whole level. Though these 3 colors cannot grant an immediate breakthrough, the increase in cultivation base it provides is equivalent to 20 years of bitter cultivation. Even for those in the nascent soul realm, a long life spans only 150 years. To save 20 years of bitter cultivation, which nascent soul expert could remain unmoved. The Little Qilin licked its lips. So it is such a wondrous treasure, yet it seems quite difficult to obtain. Fang Chen focused his gaze and finally realized why the Little Qilin refused to touch the object. For the grand hall was filled with a tri-colored mist emanating from the jade flask of Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow. His expression grew slightly solemn. Not good. The medicinal potency of this spiritual liquid is evaporating. If it is not consumed immediately, it will be squandered. In its liquid state, the Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow was indeed a precious medicine that nascent soul experts would covet desperately. However, once it evaporated, those colored vapors became a lethal poison, even to those in the nascent soul realm. Upon absorption, it would inflict grievous harm upon one's nascent soul, potentially leading to death itself. Fang Chen fell into deep thought, should he take it. With his resistance to toxins, if he were swift enough, retrieving it would pose no issue. The problem lay in the fact that the substance was constantly evaporating, incessantly birthing toxic mists. Furthermore, being only in the golden core realm, he could not yet use it. Was he to carry it with him, sowing poison wherever he went? After much deliberation, he could only choose to abandon it for the time being. From afar, Fang Chen heard the slightly agitated voice of Consort Yunxia. Fang Chen immediately concealed the Little Qilin and rushed toward the sound. He found Consort Yunxia standing before Seal, her usually indifferent countenance brimming with excitement. "Look, what is that?" Fang Chen approached the formation and peered inside. There, he discovered a pair of bull horns. The horns were filled with a blood-red liquid. It appeared to be blood, yet it also resembled a spiritual fluid infused with immense power. Even through the formation, Fang Chen felt his very bloodline begin to boil. If he, a human, felt such an effect, the impact on a member of the demon race would be far greater. Consort Yunxia's excitement was irrepressible as she spoke. "The supreme treasure my demon race dreams of the heavenly demon's remnant do. It was formed from the heavens' weeping blood when a demon of the great sage realm perished. Previously, what the barbarian elephant tribe had found was but a single jade box of heavenly demon's remnant do. Now, there were actually 2 portions, enough for 2 demons at the peak of the 9th level of the golden core realm to attempt a breakthrough to the demon emperor realm." Fang Chen's pupils constricted, something born from the fall of a great sage realm expert. This was truly extraordinary. However, after a moment of excitement, Consort Yunxia looked at the indentations for the cinnabar scripts and silver scrolls and let out a bitter smile. "Alas, I can only gaze upon it." She had attempted to attack the formation earlier, but the resulting power nearly reduced her to ashes. This opportunity to become a demon emperor could only be seen, not touched. "Fang Chen, is it possible that I am fated never to reach the demon emperor realm in this lifetime?" Consort Yunxia's Dao heart was slightly unsettled. Had she not found the heavenly demon's remnant due, she would merely be disappointed. Yet, with the treasure right before her eyes, she was utterly powerless. This overwhelming sense of helplessness was exceptionally agonizing. Fang Chen chuckled softly and said, "Not necessarily." He secretly transmitted his voice to the Little Qilin. "This substance called the heavenly demon's remnant dew. Why didn't you drink it?" The Little Qilin curled its lip. "That is blood. Why would I drink blood?" It turned out that the so-called Heaven's Weeping Blood was actually the essence of a great sage realm demon's blood. It had simply been diluted 1,000, 10,000 times over. The Little Qilin was only interested in the treasures of heaven and earth. It truly had no desire for such primal consumption. "Then after we depart later, return here in secret and take both bull horns. I have a great use for them." Though Consort Yunxia was trustworthy, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. It was best that the Little Qilin's existence remained unknown to anyone. "Worry not, master. I guarantee I will help you win the beauty's heart." As a competent spirit pet, one must always know how to discern the master's intentions. Fang Chen's lips twitched as he gave its forehead a sharp, annoyed flick. From whom did you learn such wickedness? The little Qilin let out a pained huff and muttered, You only know how to bully the honest. That woman named Xiakeoj calls you a gentleman of the flowery groves. Why don't I see you hitting her on the head? Fang Chen's lips twitched slightly. A great man does not lower himself to contend with a mere beast. He consoled Consort Yunxia, saying, That which is destined to be yours shall naturally come to pass. If it is not meant to be, no amount of force will avail. Let us search elsewhere and see if any other treasures remain. Consort Yunxia rubbed her temples. She realized her state of mind had faltered, and it was best to put those ox horns out of her sight. With a nod, she prepared to follow Fang Chen to explore other areas. Suddenly, her gaze shot like a bolt toward the shadows in the corner of a nearby grand hall. Come out. As a member of the demon race and the foremost expert beneath the nascent soul realm, her senses were terrifyingly acute. Only then did Fang Chen realize something was amiss. He stared at the shadows, which shifted as two figures emerged. One was clad in a fiery red gown, her snow-white chin slightly tilted, and her eyes looking down with an air of flamboyant arrogance. Who else could it be but Yuan Chen, the female disciple of perfected King He? Beside her stood the mysterious figure in a bamboo hat, who had previously held the silver scroll of alchemy. Fang Chen was greatly shocked. You actually managed to enter as well. He had entered because the memory silver sand had replicated a silver scroll of alchemy. It was impossible that they possessed one as well. Yuan Chen sneered, It is we who should be shocked. You are truly full of surprises. To think you could still enter, even after the Demon Emperor confiscated your silver scroll of alchemy. If the Demon Emperor were to find out, he would surely tear you into 10,000 pieces. She wore a look of mockery. She had witnessed firsthand how that Demon Emperor treated Fang Chen. The Emperor would never tolerate both Fang Chen and his consort entering the inner mansion. Once discovered, Consort Yunxia might survive, but Fang Chen would undoubtedly be slain on the spot. Fang Chen's expression turned grim as he spoke. You are playing with fire. He had warned Yuan Chen not to provoke him, yet she dared to use the Demon Emperor as a threat. This woman had not learned a single ounce of perfected King He's caution. She had clearly never suffered a true setback. Yuan Chen gave a cold huff. How amusing. A barbarian from a desolate wasteland dares to glare at a disciple of the Myriad Tribulation Holy Hall. You truly overrate yourself. Fang Chen's gaze made her feel provoked. A cold light flashed in her phoenix eyes as she activated the shadow within clouds. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, she instantly crossed 100 jang and descended from the sky, her feet stomping ruthlessly toward the crown of Fang Chen's head. Kneel before me when you speak, Yuan Chen barked imperiously. None could remain composed before the shadow within clouds, and Fang Chen was expected to be no different. Just as the blow was about to land, Fang Chen abruptly extended a hand wreathed in lightning, grabbing her foot with incomparable precision. A frigid voice reached her ears. Your skills are mediocre, yet your temper is vaster than the heavens. As the words fell, Fang Chen slammed her down with brutal force. Boom, caught off guard, Yuan Chen was whipped against the ground like a broken staff. Piwa, the heavy impact shattered the earth into a dense web of cracks. Yuan Chen's internal organs suffered a massive jolt, and her bones felt as if they were falling apart with agonizing pain. A mouthful of blood sprayed uncontrollably from her lips. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. How could you predict my shadow within clouds? It is impossible unless you have also mastered it. Fang Chen gripped her foot tightly and said coldly, Your master taught you how to conduct yourself in the world, yet you did not listen to a single word. With that, he hoisted her up once more and slammed her back into the earth. Yuan Chen shrieked in panic. Her feet suddenly unleashed a burst of lightning toward Fang Chen's face, exploding violently a mere foot away. Fang Chen released Yuan Chen just in time, shifting his form to evade the blast. Gaining her freedom, Yuan Chen scrambled up in a frenzy, transforming into a streak of lightning as she fled toward the Hatted Man for protection. But while she was mid-flight, an even more powerful bolt of lightning thundered after her. It was Fang Chen executing the shadow within clouds. He overtook her with superior speed and stomped heavily onto her shoulder blade. Ah! Yuan Chen's shoulder blade shattered instantly. The heart-wrenching pain caused her to scream as she plummeted from the air. Before she could hit the ground, a violet spectral light flashed through the air, aimed directly for her heart. Yuan Chen was struck with absolute terror, finally realizing that the youth before her was an existence she could not afford to provoke. To kill her would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. At the precipice of death, she screamed in horror, Senior, save me. The hatted figure, who had remained silent throughout, finally uttered a sound of surprise, intriguing. A boy from a barbarian continent is more proficient in the shadow within clouds than an elite of the myriad tribulation, Holy Hall. Had perfected king he not tried to kill you, I would have suspected you were a fellow disciple of our hall. He slowly removed his bamboo hat. With a mere sweep of his gaze, Fang Chen's entire body trembled violently. While in the midst of his lightning evasion, the lightning surrounding him was shattered, and he fell to the ground. He steadied himself and looked up. When he recognized the man's face, his expression changed drastically. Of the peerless pavilion of mountains and rivers, Yandeon. Fang Chen gasped, a cold dread seizing his very soul. This individual, none other than the very nascent Soul Realm expert who once ambushed and slew Venerable Azure Crane. He recalled the admonition of Venerable Six Paths before his departure. The denizens of the Grand Panorama Pavilion were naught but shrewd merchants, never engaging in transactions that yielded them no gain. The losses they incurred at the hands of Venerable Azure Crane were bound to be reclaimed elsewhere, and the grotto, heaven of the Tiger Demonic Emperor, was, without doubt, an ideal sanctuary for seeking such recompense. As a colossal mercantile organization, they possessed far greater ease in acquiring the silver scrolls of ancient lore than any other. With his cunning methods, concealing a silver scroll of ancient lore from the perception of the Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor was hardly an arduous task. Even Consort Cloudmist's fair face paled, her heart trembling with trepidation. As if sensing her fear, Yandeon's eyes, glinting with a cryptic half-smile, turned towards Consort Cloudmist. My beauty, it seems you are destined never to escape my grasp. We meet again. Consort Cloudmist, suppressing her terror, spoke with forced composure. Senior, my husband, the demonic emperor, is without. Should you seize me, it shall surely invite unforeseen calamity. Having personally clashed with a nascent soul expert, Consort Cloudmist profoundly understood their terrifying might. Even Venerable Azure Crane, grievously wounded and at the precipice of death, had nearly dragged them all to their graves as companions. How much more formidable, then, was a nascent Soul Realm expert in their full, undiminished power? Save for the formidable deterrent of the Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor, all other stratagems were utterly futile against such a being. Yandeon offered a slight smile. My beauty, you gravely underestimate our Grand Panorama Pavilion. If we cannot even transport a living soul, how then could we ever succeed in our great ventures? Rest assured. This Vice Pavilion Lord shall lead you with audacious impunity past the very presence of the Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor, and he shall not possess the slightest inkling. Her heart hammered, pounding fiercely within her chest. Consort Cloudmist harbored no doubts regarding Yandeon's words. The Grand Panorama Pavilion had assuredly performed such clandestine deeds countless times before, and this would not be their last. They possessed ample stratagems and extensive experience in spiriting individuals away from beneath the very gaze of a nascent Soul Realm expert. Fang Chen's heart, too, plummeted to the abyss of despair. This predicament was far more despair-inducing than even their encounter with Venerable Azure Crane. In those days, he still possessed the blood robe as his ultimate trump card, and the scales in high May's grasp as a deadly ace in the hole. Now naught remained. Yuan Chen scrambled to his feet, clutching his excruciatingly aching shoulder, and hastened back to Yandeon's side, gazing with venomous malice at Fang Chen. Senior, slay him swiftly. Fang Chen's heart seized with a chilling resolve. He secretly gripped the nether venom concealed within his sleeve. If it came to it, he would unleash this poison upon them all. If he were to suffer, then none present would escape unscathed. Naturally, this would also encompass Consort Cloudmist. Yet, compared to being seized and sold into defilement as a slave, surely death in this very place would be a far more merciful fate. However, Yandeon waved a dismissive hand. There is no haste. Yuan Chen, startled, spoke with lingering resentment. Senior, this man is execrable. Why then? Before he could complete his plea, he suddenly emitted a stifled groan and once more spurted a mouthful of blood, for Yandeon had merely cast a fleeting, indifferent glance upon him. Does this Vice Pavilion Lord require a mere junior, such as yourself, to instruct him on his affairs? Were it not for the advantage of your identity to infiltrate the Tiger Demonic Emperor's grotto, heaven, you would have perished long ago. Yuan Chen hastily lowered his head. His heart quailed, and he dared not utter another word. Yandeon redirected his gaze to Fang Chen. Young one, you have inspected the grand halls. What is the state of affairs? Fang Chen's gaze flickered. This individual seemed in no haste to slay him. After a moment of contemplation, he truthfully recounted, "At present, only 2 grand halls have revealed their contents, the 20th hall and this one before our eyes." Yandeon nodded subtly. "You are deemed honest enough. Of the 12 grand halls still guarded by formations in this domain, the others are all eerily vacant. Only these 2 yet contain anything of note." Fang Chen's heart chilled. Yandeon had evidently surveyed the halls long before. If he had dared to lie just now, it was impossible to say what fate the man would have wrought upon him. Perhaps indifference, perhaps a decisive strike with a single palm. "Do you desire to live?" Yandeon inquired. "Aid me in a single task, and I shall spare your life." Such words were for naught but idle hearing, since Fang Chen had become privy to the matter of Consort Cloudmist's abduction. Yandeon would assuredly never permit him to depart the Tiger, demonic emperor's grotto, heaven alive. Yet he feigned ignorance, speaking with deferential reverence. "Senior, please command. This junior shall assuredly lend my meager strength." Yandeon nodded. "Follow me." He then strode away into the distance. Fang Chen followed. Consort Cloudmist hesitated, remaining still, until Fang Chen's silent telepathic message of the closed mouth Zen resonated within her mind. "Follow for now. We shall proceed cautiously, one step at a time, until the very last moment, abandon not hope." Consort Cloudmist was instantly heartened. Indeed, when they faced venerable Azure Crane, had they not also faced a dead end? Yet they had miraculously endured. Gazing upon Fang Chen's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of security washed over her. Though Fang Chen was younger and weaker in cultivation than herself, he somehow instilled in her a sensation of reliance. "My young man," a delicate smile graced her lips as she muttered softly within her heart. Fang Chen turned back with a peculiar gaze, and Consort Cloudmist's heart fluttered. Only then did she realize that through their telepathic link of the closed mouth Zen, her innermost thoughts were audible to him. A flush of embarrassment crept to her earlobes. Not long after, Yandeon halted before the 20th hall, his gaze piercing through the protective formations. As he beheld the Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow within, an uncontainable yearning gleamed within his eyes. Fang Chen, however, was not overly surprised. In this entire domain, only the Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow, with its miraculous efficacy for those in the nascent soul realm, could so powerfully draw Yandeon's attention. His gaze flickered as he spoke. "Senior, do you perchance intend to forcefully breach these formations?" Yandeon scoffed. These were arrayed by a human grandmaster of the late-stage nascent soul realm, commissioned by the Tiger demonic emperor himself. How could mere cultivators, such as ourselves, forcefully shatter them? Should one dare to truly breach these formations, the destruction of the treasures within by the reverberating shockwaves would be but a minor concern. Even I could perish beneath the formation's backlash. Fang Chen understood in his heart. If these formations were truly so easily breached, the Azure Firmament demonic emperor would long ago have opened them all, plundered the supreme treasures, and eliminated future troubles forever. How could he possibly allow them to remain undisturbed and intact to this day? Under Fang Chen's astonished gaze, Yandeon produced a silver scroll of alchemical scriptures, upon which the etched characters of the demon race clearly denoted the 20th volume, corresponding precisely to this grand hall. Fang Chen pondered in secret. This was no mere coincidence. How could it be that just as a supreme treasure for human breakthrough appeared in the 20th hall, Yandeon happened to possess the 20th silver scroll of alchemical scriptures? There was but one answer. Yandeon held several silver scrolls of alchemical scriptures in his possession, and that which the demon emperor had seized was but one of many. Just how vast was the commercial empire of the Zhongshan Supreme Pavilion that they could amass such a staggering number of silver scrolls? Yandeon flung the silver scroll toward Fang Chen and commanded, "I require you to enter and retrieve that vial of spiritual liquid for me." Fang Chen took the scroll, clarity dawning within his mind. No wonder Yandeon was in no haste to slay him. He intended for Fang Chen to brave the hall's lethal toxic mists to retrieve the treasure. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He could indeed withstand the toxic mists for a brief duration, and could even retrieve the primal Chaos Nine-Colored Marrow. Yet the moment he produced it would surely be the moment of his demise. "Senior, this iridescent mist, it is poisonous, is it not?" Fang Chen asked, a trace of reluctance surfacing upon his face. Yandeon's eyes narrowed as he spoke with chilling candor. "It is poisonous, and it is lethal, but do you truly have a choice? Bring it forth, and I may grant you your life. Refuse." He glanced toward concubine Yunxia, a thin smile curling upon his lips. Though it would be a pity, if there is truly no other way, I shall have to send this beauty to take your place instead. To think he would use concubine Yunxia as a threat. A look of inner turmoil crossed Fang Chen's features before he finally gritted his teeth in resignation. Fine, I shall go. I beg of you, do not harm concubine Yunxia. Yandeon's expression softened as he laughed, then enter with all haste. Yet Fang Chen hesitated, saying, Senior, my strength is meager, being only at the 5th level of the Golden Core Realm. Even you, Senior, dare not touch these toxic mists. I fear I may perish within before I can even reach the Jade Vial. My death is of little consequence, but to delay your grand designs, Senior, even 10,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for such a failure. Might I ask Senior to bestow a few magical artifacts or perhaps some medicinal pills for protection? Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen was moved to a state of indignant amusement. This wretched creature was actually seizing the opportunity to extort benefits. She immediately balked in your dreams. Once you enter, retrieve the Jade Vial and cast it out immediately. Do not even think of using this moment to demand rewards. She could not fathom it. Fang Chen was already a dead man walking. What use was there in demanding benefits? Did he truly believe that Yandeon would grant him a path to survival? Utterly delusional. Fang Chen frowned and said, If Senior believes success is certain, then I shall risk my life and go. With those words, he began to walk toward the formation. Yandeon raised an eyebrow, hesitating for a fleeting moment before saying, Very well. I shall grant you a boon, so that you may endure a little longer. Under normal circumstances, Fang Chen should be able to hurl the Jade Vial out in time. But he feared the unforeseen. What if Fang Chen's hand slipped, and he failed to throw it out in time? What if the Jade Vial shattered as a result? For the sake of absolute certainty, it was better to grant him something for protection. With a thought, the spatial storage ring upon his palm shimmered, and a suit of armor woven from fine, pitch-black chains appeared in his hand. This is the life-saving armor I used during my time in the Soul Vessel Realm. It can withstand attacks from those at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. It protects not only against physical strikes, but also against poison and soul-based assaults. If it merely blocked the peak of the Golden Core Realm, it would not be considered particularly miraculous. But to be capable of shielding against soul attacks, such a treasure was rare indeed. As expected, this act of extortion had been the correct path. He accepted it with feigned gratitude, and donned it on the spot under Yuan Chen's envious gaze. Yandeon then produced a jade casket. Within lay a soft, irregular, fungal mass. It was submerged in water, with tiny filaments reaching out from the mass, tentatively feeling the walls of the jade casket. It was a living entity. This is a Tai Sui fungus. Consuming it will allow you to achieve an immediate breakthrough to the 6th level of the Golden Core Realm. Should you successfully retrieve the Jade Vial, I, the Vice Pavilion Master, shall bestow this Tai Sui upon you as a reward. To further incentivize Fang Chen, he had gone so far as to bring out the Tai Sui he had long kept in his private collection. Yuan Chen's envy deepened. Even she had never been granted the opportunity to consume such a thing. However, at the thought that Fang Chen was doomed to die, and that Yandeon was merely deceiving him to ensure his diligence, her mood brightened considerably. She looked upon Fang Chen as if he were already a corpse. Fang Chen feigned great joy and declared, Excellent, I shall not fail in this mission. Without another word, he stepped before the formation's groove. Concubine Yunxia was consumed by profound worry. With her peerless intellect, how could she not perceive that this poisonous mist was a lethal toxin even Yandeon feared? For Fang Chen to enter, it was a harrowing journey with 9 chances of death and but a single chance of survival. Even if he returned alive, Yandeon would never spare his life. Amidst her apprehension, Fang Chen's voice suddenly echoed within her mind. Act according to the situation later. Whether we survive or not depends entirely on what happens next. Concubine Yunxia was faintly startled. Just what was Fang Chen planning to do? Could it be that he actually possessed a method to counter a nascent Soul Realm expert? Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Fang Chen approached the formation array and carefully placed the silver tome of alchemy into the groove. Yandeon's expression tightened. With a decisive sweep of his sleeves, he swept Yuan Chen and concubine Yunxia far into the distance, shielding them from the impending shockwave of the poisonous mist. Formation, array trembled and then violently collapsed, shattering into mere dust alongside the silver tome of alchemy. The kaleidoscopic poisonous mist, sealed away for an eternity, immediately poured forth like a torrential flood. Fang Chen was violently pushed back, staggering wildly and nearly plummeting to the ground. Waiting until the brunt of the poisonous mist's impact weakened, he unhesitatingly charged right into its depths. The heart that had leaped to Yandeon's throat slowly settled back into his chest. This brat truly possessed some skill. In the perilous instant the poisonous mist surged out, he had assumed Fang Chen would instantly succumb to the lethal toxin and perish on the spot. To think that he was actually resilient enough to withstand it.
It must have been the miraculous effect of that chainmail treasure armor.
He felt a trace of relief that he had not been stingy earlier.
Otherwise, if Fang Chen had died, he would have been forced to send concubine Yunxia in his stead.
He locked his piercing gaze upon the interior of the Grand Hall. Because of the swirling, chaotic toxic mist, his line of sight was profoundly blurred, obscuring the exact situation within. He could only vaguely make out Fang Chen's staggering silhouette as he approached the jade bottle. His face revealed a look of fervent excitement. "Hold on, the moment you grasp the jade bottle, throw it out to me." In truth, Fang Chen felt completely at ease. Formidable as the poisonous mist was, his own body had been tempered by a soul formation realm poison, granting him peerless tox in resistance. Coupled with his poison-warding chain armor, he only feigned this immense struggle to lower Yandeon's guard. Approaching the primal Chaos Nine-Colored Marrow, he used his back to block any prying eyes from behind. Without a flicker of emotion, he retrieved the nether poison he had prepared long ago and poured it entirely into the primal Chaos Nine-Colored Marrow. "Drink it, let us see if you can withstand a nether poison potent enough to slaughter a nascent soul realm expert." Having finished the deed, he stowed away the empty vial of nether poison and meticulously wiped away any stray toxic powder outside the jade bottle, leaving not a single flaw in his deception. Only then did he grasp the jade bottle, turning around with painstaking effort to stagger back outside. Overjoyed, Yandeon hastily beckoned him. "Quickly, come out quickly." Fang Chen stumbled outwards, but just as he was about to cross the threshold of the Grand Hall, his strength finally gave way, and he collapsed heavily at the entrance. The jade bottle slipped from his grasp, plummeting toward the unforgiving ground. Startled out of his wits, Yandeon moved in a flash, snatching the jade bottle into his hands just in the nick of time. "Ha ha ha, the primal Chaos Nine-Colored Marrow is finally mine. A treasure that even the Tower Lord sought in vain now belongs to me, Yandeon." Throwing his head back, Yandeon roared with laughter, his face contorted in absolute ecstasy. The primal Chaos Nine-Colored Marrow was an ancient relic, long extinct within the taking great state. Even a single drop was impossibly rare to obtain. The Tower Lord of the First Grade River and Mountain Pavilion had once mobilized all his forces in a desperate search, yet even after many years, he never procured a single bottle. To think that such overwhelming, heaven-defying fortune had miraculously fallen into his hands. How could he not be thrilled to his very core? Sensing wisps of poisonous mist dissipating outward, Yandeon finally reined in his laughter and frowned. "It is a pity that this elixir has existed for so long and is already evaporating. Otherwise, I could have taken it back to slowly decipher its pill formula. Now I must consume it immediately, lest its medicinal efficacy be squandered." Uncorking the bottle with fervent anticipation gleaming in his eyes, he prepared to swallow its contents. Yet as the vial reached his lips, he suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing to slits as he stared at the extremely feeble Fang Chen on the ground. "Brat, when your back was turned to us just now, you didn't try anything foolish, did you?" Although he could not discern the precise situation within the hall, Fang Chen had unmistakably paused before the jade bottle for a lingering moment, forcing a seed of suspicion into his mind. Fang Chen's heart fiercely skipped a beat. None of these old eccentrics in the nascent soul realm were ever lacking in caution. He weakly propped himself up and let out a bitter chuckle. "Is Senior trying to say that this junior poisoned it while inside, and with a toxin potent enough to slaughter you? I must thank Senior for thinking so highly of this lowly junior." Yandeon's gaze betrayed deep contemplation. Fang Chen's words were not without reason. Ordinary poisons could never slay him, but would only enrage him utterly. Fang Chen, unless a complete fool, would not embark upon such a path of certain death. As for a potent venom capable of ending his life, such a substance was a rarity even within the vast taking great state. The very Jiangshan Supreme Pavilion possessed but a scant few. How could a mere human warrior from this remote continent possibly wield such a perilous item? Nevertheless, as a merchant, the mastery of risk control was an indispensable lesson.
He narrowed his eyes, proclaiming, "To ascertain if a poison has been introduced is a simple matter." With a flick of his finger, 1/10 of the Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow within the vial was ejected, hovering before Fang Chen. "Consume it," he commanded. "If you remain unscathed, then, and only then, shall I believe it to be free of venom." Consort Yunxia's heart lodged in her throat. She had vaguely surmised that Fang Chen's stratagem involved poisoning this very vial of Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow, yet she had not anticipated Yandeon's extreme caution, forcing Fang Chen to drink first. The venom Fang Chen had introduced was assuredly a deadly poison capable of slaying a nascent soul cultivator. Should Fang Chen consume it, death would be his undeniable fate. As she was about to speak, Fang Chen's hushed warning echoed within her mind, "Do not act rashly. If he perceives anything amiss, the entire plan shall be utterly ruined." Consort Yunxia halted her abnormal movement just in time, her anxious inquiry resounding within her thoughts. "If you drink it, are you certain you will not perish?" Fang Chen's voice was low and grave. "I know not. He merely possessed a formidable resistance to poisons. It did not guarantee immunity from all deadly venoms. Since the nether venom was reputed to be capable of slaying a nascent soul, its potency must be exceedingly fierce. He might not be able to withstand it." Consort Yunxia's spirit trembled. "Then what if you die?" Fang Chen sighed softly. "It is surely better than both of us suffering a wretched fate, is it not? If my life can spare you from being sold, then my demise shall not be in vain." In truth, even if Fang Chen did not attempt to consume the deadly poison, he would still face death, for Yandeon would assuredly not spare his life. Since death awaited him regardless, why not risk an attempt? Should he perchance endure the venom and deceive Yandeon into drinking the nether venom, then a sliver of hope for their survival would emerge. "I forbid this." Consort Yunxia's voice quivered. Never had she imagined that a man would one day sacrifice his life for her without hesitation. Her heart had never before been so profoundly stirred. Fang Chen spoke earnestly. "Do not let emotion cloud your judgment. This is the optimal choice." He paused, his voice softening. "Last time, you shielded me with your life. This time, it is my turn?" Consort Yunxia's voice trembled even more. "No, do not speak thus. That was merely my duty." Fang Chen fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a hint of apology. "In the past, we were adversaries, and I regrettably caused you many offenses. I now offer you my sincerest apologies, hoping this heartfelt regret does not arrive too late." Consort Yunxia could no longer restrain her emotions. Her voice choked with sorrow. "No, I do not blame you, not in the slightest." All the past memories of humiliation and embarrassment now traversed her heart once more, inexplicably transforming into shyness, sweetness, and a faint trace of nostalgia. Yet the thought of Fang Chen's impending demise twisted into an even deeper sorrow. "Fang Chen, I do not wish for your death." Consort Yunxia's heart wept, her voice pleading tearfully to hold him back. Fang Chen sighed gently. "It is for fate to decide. If I live, it is for the best. If I perish and you somehow manage to escape this calamity, I implore you to journey to the human race and convey a message to my betrothed, Liu Ruxu. Tell her I apologize. I shall be late." With these words, under Yandeon's increasingly piercing gaze, Fang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the globule of Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow in a single gulp. Consort Yunxia cried out, tears streaming from her heart like rain, a wrenching pain stealing her breath. Regret consumed her. Regret for having been gentle with everyone save Fang Chen. Regret for every fit of pique, every harsh word she had directed at him. Regret for only now realizing that Fang Chen could die for her, yet alas, it was too late. As the spirit liquid entered Fang Chen's body, the hidden nether venom immediately erupted with terrifying virulence. His inner poison core instantly fissured with venomous cracks, and his meridians, organs, bones, and flesh began to corrupt in a flash. The excruciating pain surged through his spiritual world like colossal waves, leaving him no time even to utter a single scream before his vision darkened, and his consciousness plunged into instant oblivion. The intensity of the nether venom was far more ferocious than he had imagined, yet he could not succumb to unconsciousness. He absolutely could not allow Yandeon to discern any flaw, lest all prior efforts be rendered utterly futile. Clinging to the last vestiges of his awareness, he roused his poison core, fiercely absorbing the nether venom that had infiltrated his entire being. As the poison core circulated, at last, the first wisp of nether venom was absorbed, followed by the second, and then the third. Though the agony remained unbearable, violently assailing his spiritual world, he managed to awaken from his stupor, retaining just enough consciousness. Not only that, but he also strained to control his expression, allowing no trace of pain to surface. Should Yandeon detect even the slightest irregularity, with his caution, he would absolutely refuse to drink. Success or failure hinged upon this single moment. Thus, no matter how excruciating the torment within his body, like being flayed 1,000 times, he maintained an appearance of utter nonchalance. Yandeon scrutinized Fang Chen intently, fixing his gaze upon his eyes, assessing his eyebrows and jawline. Any glimmer of agony in his eyes, any tremor of his brows, any clenching of his teeth, would serve as proof that the spirit liquid contained a deadly venom. "Are you unharmed?" Yandeon inquired. Fang Chen shook his head. At this moment, his throat was already corroded, and each breath brought a searing pain akin to being sliced by blades. Yet he forced a semblance of composure and stated, "It merely has a slight burning sensation in the throat." Yandeon subtly exhaled. A burning sensation in the throat was entirely normal. The ingredients of the Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow were all high, grade heavenly treasures. How could a golden core realm cultivator withstand it? It would be peculiar if it did not burn. Observing Fang Chen, who showed no anomaly, Yandeon finally cast aside all worries. If the liquid truly contained a potent venom capable of slaying a nascent soul, Fang Chen would have long since succumbed to its effects. And it would be utterly impossible for him to exhibit no pain. It seemed he had been overly cautious. To have squandered 1/10 of this precious elixir was akin to feeding fine grain to a wild boar. It had been utterly wasted upon this mere youth. A pang of regret traversed his heart as he once more gazed at the Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow, which continued to emanate its medicinal potency before him. Yandeon hesitated no longer. He opened his mouth and drank it down in one draught. A single draught, and 18 years of cultivation could be bypassed. Having consumed the Primordial Nine-Colored Marrow, Yandeon narrowed his eyes and gazed at Fang Chen, awaiting the elixir's effects. "Youngster, you have labored greatly. Without your aid, this matter would not have proceeded with such seamless ease." He paused, a cruel curve gracing the corner of his lips. "To express my gratitude, this deputy pavilion master has decided to personally send you on your way, ensuring your demise is utterly devoid of suffering." What had been said? Yandeon's words were merely for show. The moment the treasure was in his grasp, he wasted no time in revealing his true, treacherous nature. Fang Chen's voice was exceedingly hoarse, rasping like a broken bellows. "Did you not vow to spare my life? Does the Zhongshan Supreme Pavilion conduct its affairs with such blatant disregard for its word?" Yandeon offered a faint smile. "Merchants indeed adhere to integrity, but have you never heard the maxim, no villainy, no commerce?" Fang Chen nodded, his voice now even more ragged. "Then I am greatly relieved. In slaying you, I shall bear not the slightest trace of remorse." Yandeon's gaze suddenly narrowed. "What ails your voice? And furthermore..." Abruptly, Yandeon's body swayed. He clutched his abdomen, then moved his hands to his chest and neck, his face quickly contorting in agony. His voice, too, became hoarse. "You..." A nascent soul's physical form is worlds apart from that of a golden core cultivator. It is so profoundly powerful that the Mo poison had to ravage his body for some time before its corruption could breach his defenses and inflict pain. But now that the destruction had begun, it was undeniable proof that the Mo poison was working. It could indeed slay a nascent soul cultivator. At last, Fang Chen dropped his pretense. A visage of agony contorted his features, yet mingled with it was the unmistakable glint of triumphant joy from a successful gambit. He couldn't help but laugh. "Vice Tower Lord Yan, how does the Mo poison feel? Does it not feel as though your very organs are aflame, your bones melting into marrow?" Black blood streamed from Yandeon's 7 orifices. The boundless agony caused the veins across his body to bulge and throb violently. They writhed with the aberrant flow of his blood, pulsing like a mass of twisting, azure serpents beneath his skin. His face was a mask of protruding veins, his features contorted into a hideous, demonic grimace. He roared in torment, "Why are you unharmed?" Cough, cough. Fang Chen struggled to his feet, hacking up a great mouthful of black blood that splattered across his robes. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he spoke with a crazed glint in his eyes. "If I had shown any sign of being afflicted, how could I have possibly lured you into my trap?" Yandeon erupted in fury, finally comprehending the terrible truth. Fang Chen had used himself as the bait, luring him into consuming a poison of catastrophic potency. He threw a punch brimming with murderous rage toward Fang Chen, roaring, "I'll kill you." Utterly fearless, Fang Chen's eyes blazed as he bellowed back, "Then let us descend into death together. Who fears whom?" "You tried to kill me and capture my friends. Now, you will pay for it with your own life. He produced the blood banner, and with a great, violent shake, hurled it toward his foe. But his body was in a calamitous state. That single motion seemed to drain the very last of his strength, and he staggered, collapsing. Yandeon had ingested 9 times the amount of Mo poison. How could his condition possibly be any better than Fang Chen's? What should have been a whirl-shattering strike from a nascent soul cultivator emerged as a weightless, feeble blow, utterly devoid of power. Instead, the blood banner enveloped his arm. Instantly, the banner began to frantically devour his flesh and blood. A new, piercing agony, more torturous than any before, tore through his already pain-racked body. He hastily ripped the blood banner away, but in that fleeting moment, both of his arms had withered into desiccated husks like dry branches. "You little beast!" Yandeon's roar was thunderous enough to shake the heavens. Jets of black blood erupted from his eyes, and from every pore upon his skin, thin rivulets of the same dark fluid began to stream. Unlike Fang Chen, who possessed a poison pill to absorb the toxin and halt its devastation, Yandeon had no such recourse. The Mo poison within him continued its relentless, frenzied destruction. Before long, his very form would dissolve into a pool of corrupted sludge. His heart overflowing with murderous intent, he summoned his final reserves of strength and staggered, lurching, toward Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was falling backward, his strength utterly spent, he did not crash upon the ground. Instead, he was caught in a warm and gentle embrace. A pair of jade-like arms encircled his waist from behind, holding him in a tight, secure grasp. Crystalline tears fell one after another, landing upon his face. Fang Chen tilted his head back and saw consort Yunxia, her face a cascade of tears. Her ethereal, immortal visage, usually a mask of tranquil detachment devoid of sorrow or joy, was now streaked with tears of profound relief. "You're alive." By nature, she possessed a placid disposition, averse to conflict. Even as the most gifted prodigy of the demonic races, she merely pursued her cultivation in solitude, a stranger to both sorrow and joy. Even when the firmament demon emperor had forcibly shattered her breakthrough to the demon emperor realm, she had felt but a fleeting flicker of anger, not true grief. Later, when he took her as a concu, bound by force, her indifference to the world's myriad affairs deepened into absolute apathy. Her days passed in a tranquil void, untouched by delight or despair. But ever since meeting Fang Chen, her placid heart had been stirred time and again. She had transformed from the gentle and serene consort Yunxia into a woman whose eyes smoldered with resentment. And now, witnessing him resolutely drink a fatal poison for her sake, she felt, for the first time in her long life, true sorrow. For the first time, she was terrified of losing someone. The heavens had shown mercy, Fang Chen had survived. The feeling of having him snatched back from the jaws of death filled her heart with an ecstatic joy she had never known. Even the joy of one day breaking through to the demon emperor realm would pale in comparison to the elation of this very moment. In a mere instant, she had weathered a storm of unprecedented sorrow and joy. She knew then that her heart had been moved for a member of the human race. Fang Chen reached up to wipe away her tears. "My life is a stubborn one," he said. "I won't be dying just yet." "But we are not safe. Kill him now." Consort Yunxia nodded, tears still glistening in her eyes. As she raised her gaze to Yandeon, a glacial, killing intent radiated from her very soul. She had rarely, if ever, felt the desire to kill. Yandeon would be the first. Behind her, 9 foxtails unfurled like a magnificent fan, releasing waves of a powerful nascent soul aura that flooded the surroundings. A white shadow blurred into motion, like a streak of brilliant light eclipsing a falling star. She tore across the sky to confront Yandeon. Yandeon roared, spraying black blood, but even his voice was beginning to fail. His body was moments away from collapsing into a pile of corrupted flesh. Yet the venomous hatred in his heart did not diminish. It only intensified. He could not accept the ignominy of perishing at the hands of a mere golden core cultivator. Even in death, he vowed to take Fang Chen with him. With a dual-fisted assault, the dwindling remnants of his nascent soul power erupted with unparalleled might, locking him in a ferocious battle with consort Yunxia. Yet his body was in a state of catastrophic decay. After a mere 2 exchanges, a single foxtail pierced clean through his chest. Grief and fury warring within him, Yandeon roared, "Fang Chen, how could I, Yandeon, possibly die by your hand? I am unreconciled." With a gruesome tear, his abdomen ruptured, his 5 viscera, having dissolved into a black, viscous fluid, spilled out and pooled upon the earth. His end had come. His fate was sealed, beyond even the power of the heavens to reverse. Yet, upon his rapidly putrefying face, the venomous hatred only intensified. "Let us perish together." He thrust a hand into his robes, and when it re-emerged, a now ignited jade talisman lay in his palm, pulsing with the tyrannical and absolute power of a nascent soul strike. "Perish, you wretched beast." In the last moment before his arm rotted to nothing, he viciously flung the nascent soul jade talisman forward. Consort Yunxia's pupils shrank to pinpricks, the color drained from Fang Chen's face, and even Yuan Chen cried out in a shriek of pure terror. None could have possibly foreseen that Yandeon had concealed a nascent soul attack talisman upon his person. Within the confines of this inner palace, there was no escape from the cataclysmic strike of a nascent soul. Yandeon's putrid corpse would be blasted to dust, and Yuan Chen would suffer grave injuries from the aftershock. As for the direct targets, Fang Chen and Consort Yunxia, their fate was to be utterly obliterated, scattered to the winds as ash and smoke. A single strike from a nascent soul expert, a might impossible for a golden core cultivator to withstand. "Perish!" A venomous, triumphant smile twisted Yandeon's decaying lips. At that very moment, the nascent soul jade talisman unleashed a boundless world, shaking heavenly might. A phantasmal great axe, so immense it consumed half the inner palace, descended with merciless force. Consort Yunxia let out a faint sigh. For a moment, she believed they could truly slay a nascent soul expert, yet in the end, death's embrace remained inescapable. She felt no grief, however, only a profound sense of regret. In a single, fluid motion, she soared to Fang Chen's side. She reached out with her alabaster arms, encircling Fang Chen's neck. In the face of imminent demise, all bashfulness was cast aside. Her supple, graceful form fell into his embrace. Her kaleidoscopic eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, gazed with infinite tenderness upon the face before her. She whispered softly, "In our next life, remember to recognize me sooner, and I will certainly become your bride." Without a sound, she unfurled her foxtails. Just as she had done before, she chose to face the peril alone, hoping to secure for Fang Chen the faintest glimmer of life. Fang Chen was overcome with emotion. What virtue or merit did he possess to have a woman willing to face death for his sake twice over? Meeting that gaze filled with profound regret, he felt a knot form in his throat. A mouthful of azure spiritual liquid slid down his throat as he spoke. "Why must we wait for the next life?" He wrapped his arm around Consort Yunxia's waist, and, in the very instant the great axe descended, swung her protectively behind him. Fang Chen, Consort Yunxia, exclaimed in alarm. With her as a shield, though his survival was far from certain, there was at least a sliver of hope, infinitely better than him facing the strike head-on. A fate of absolute annihilation. Just as the axe descended, a torrent of azure energy erupted from within him, coalescing into the phantom image of a colossal beast, one that bore the divine likeness of a Qilin. Imposingly majestic and brimming with heroic spirit, its eyes seemed to look down upon the four seas, radiating an aura of utter dominion. As the great axe descended, the spectral beast threw back its head and unleashed a heaven-shaking roar, a sound so powerful it shattered the great axe of the nascent soul strike, causing it to largely disintegrate. Consort Yunxia cried out in astonishment, "The essence of a demon emperor. How could you possibly possess that?" Yandeon was even more incredulous, roaring in utter despair, "No, no, no." That even his final, desperate strike could not take Fang Chen with him, that he could not even drag him down into perdition. His spirit could not accept such a fate. With a deafening roar, the remnants of the great axe and the phantom Qilin clashed in a brief stalemate before the axe, too, finally shattered, unleashing a devastating shockwave that swept across the realm. At such close proximity, Yandeon bore the full brunt of the cataclysm. His body, as if fashioned from mere sand and clay, instantly disintegrated, scattering as a cloud of fine dust upon the winds. Fang Chen and Consort Yunxia were also struck by the violent impact. The spectral beast, already much faded after enduring the axe's might, could not resist the subsequent wave of destruction and was instantly scattered into nothingness. The remaining torrent of power then slammed viciously into Fang Chen. Fortunately, the protective chainmail he wore absorbed the vast majority of the blow. Even so, the force of the impact still sent a great spray of blood, mist from his lips, staining the front of Consort Yunxia's robes crimson. "Fang Chen!" Consort Yunxia hurriedly shielded them with her foxtails from the residual shockwaves when at last the tempest subsided. She gazed at Fang Chen with trepidation, and only when she perceived his survival, albeit with aggravated injuries, did a sigh of relief escape her lips. Instantly, a tender scolding escaped her, art thou mad? The essence of a demonic emperor might not have sufficed to parry that strike. Hast thou no regard for thine own life? As she spoke, tears, unchecked, began their cascade from her eyes, and she collapsed against his shoulder. Weeping, she murmured, "What has become of me, Fang Chen? Why do I weep incessantly? I scarce recognize myself any more." In eras past, she knew neither joy nor sorrow. Whence then these tears? Yet on this day, they flowed ceaselessly. Fang Chen offered a soft chuckle, silently patting her slender back, and spoke. "To weep is surely preferable to wrath, is it not? Shouldst thou strike me again in this moment, I truly would have no recourse but to endure it." A blush bloomed upon concubine Yunxia's countenance, as she recalled past scenes where she had clamored for Fang Chen's demise, gnashing her teeth in bitter hatred. Involuntarily, she uttered, I have already offered my apologies. Why dost thou harbor such ancient grievances?" These words, astonishingly, carried a hint of coquetry. Who would dare believe that this was concubine Yunxia, she who had once seemed untouched by mortal affairs? Fang Chen's laughter faded into a series of irrepressible coughs. "No more jesting, let us hasten to survey the battlefield, for this domain remains perilous." He had not forgotten the Little Qilin's warning that this place harbored exceedingly perilous monsters. They had barely escaped with their lives. This locale was utterly unsuitable for prolonged dwelling. Concubine Yunxia cast her gaze about, perceiving that the recent strike from the nascent soul expert had laid waste to most of the derelict grand halls, simultaneously triggering fluctuations in the ancient arrays of many other edifices, leaving the scene in utter pandemonium. "I shall seek Yandeon's spatial storage artifact. He was, after all, the vice pavilion master of the rivers and mountains' first-rank pavilion. His collection must be astonishing. His remains had been scattered by the shockwave, thus the spatial storage artifact would require meticulous searching." No sooner had she departed than the Little Qilin emerged from a nearby grand hall imbued with an array, 2 ox horns clutched firmly in its mouth. It was far from foolish. The moment the nascent soul strike manifested, it decisively burrowed into the protective embrace of the array's depths. While Fang Chen, even with the demonic emperor's essence, had nearly perished, this creature emerged utterly unscathed, not a single hair diminished. "They are all here," the Little Qilin seemed to convey, dropping the ox horns into his embrace. A faint smile touched Fang Chen's eyes, his mind already formulating a plan for their distribution. 1 portion for the sea enchantress demonic king, and 1 for concubine Yunxia. He recalled vividly the grand vision bestowed upon him by Jiu Yinju, who had enticed him to the inner sanctum with the tantalizing query, "Doth Fang Chen not yearn to possess a female servant of demonic emperor lineage?" Now that very promise was on the verge of being fulfilled. Yet, precisely when Fang Chen's spirit was at its most relaxed, a wisp of frigid aura drew nigh, silent as a phantom. A profound sense of peril surged within Fang Chen's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he transmuted into a bolt of lightning, instantly teleporting from his position. Having been wounded first by the infernal poison, and subsequently by the residual shockwaves of the nascent soul strike, his physical form was utterly overwhelmed. He could only blink forth a mere dozen zhang before plummeting to the ground. A glance over his shoulder revealed an arrow, radiating an icy chill, impaled precisely where he had moments ago been seated. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a maiden clad in crimson, her raiment tattered and barely concealing her form, stamping her foot in vexation. Accursed fate to think he could still escape. She was none other than Yuan Chen, who had inexplicably survived the immense catastrophe. What arcane method she had employed remained a mystery, for despite being merely at the 7th layer of the Golden Core realm, she had endured the ravages of the nascent soul shockwave. At this moment, she gripped a shimmering silver bow, her captivating eyes fixed upon Fang Chen with murderous intent. Her first arrow having failed, she drew the bowstring taut once more, preparing to loose a second shaft. Fang Chen, at this juncture, possessed no capacity to unleash the cloud shadow technique again. He spoke with a grave tone, "Yuan Chen, thou seekest death." Had she not dared to strike, Fang Chen would have utterly forgotten her existence. Having barely salvaged her wretched life, instead of seeking refuge, she dared to lay hands upon him. "Surrender those ox horns, and furthermore, I shall claim that little spirit beast of thine. Otherwise, this semi-magical artifact longbow of mine shall be the harbinger of thy demise." Her eyes betrayed a profound avarice. Originally, she had intended to slip away surreptitiously, then, once outside, to expose Fang Chen and concubine Yunxia. The Azure Firmament demonic emperor would undoubtedly execute Fang Chen. However, upon witnessing Fang Chen's acquisition of an exceptionally potent pair of ox horns, her avarice surged forth, consuming her resolve. Moreover, with concubine Yunxia's departure and Fang Chen appearing gravely wounded, she decisively launched her assault. "Both thou and thy master have committed the same folly," Fang Chen stated calmly, "and that is, to provoke me." Yuan Chen scoffed, "A mere cripple. What harm can such a one inflict upon me?" Recalling the prior scene where Fang Chen had utterly dominated her, nearly bringing her to the brink of death, her heart swelled with humiliation, and malevolent intent flared in her eyes. "Perish?" With this thought, she struck decisively, the arrow's tip transforming into a fleeting afterimage of unparalleled speed, hurtling directly towards Fang Chen. This was a pseudo-spirit artifact, far surpassing ordinary magical tools. Fang Chen had struggled even to manifest the shadow amidst clouds earlier, and now he was utterly powerless to block this arrow. Fang Chen's gaze was solemn. He sensed the lethal peril within the arrow, yet his heart remained unperturbed. With a flip of his palm, he produced a palm-sized bronze eye, the Mirror of Celestial Oversight. Infusing it with a wisp of spiritual energy, the eyeball within the Mirror of Celestial Oversight flickered to life. With a subtle roll, it locked onto the incoming arrowhead. Under the gaze of the eye, the arrowhead behaved like a refracted beam of light, reversing its course to strike back at Yuan Chen. Pachai, how could Yuan Chen have anticipated such a turn? Her shoulder was pierced through on the spot, and she let out a wretched groan. In the distance, consort Yunxia, sensing the disturbance, swept toward them with haste. Yuan Chen gritted her teeth, clutching her wound as she retreated with simmering resentment. She spat with venom. "Fang, you refuse to hand over the treasure. Then go explain to the demon emperor yourself why you have appeared within the inner manor." A sinister sneer flickered across her face before she retreated with lightning speed. Fang Chen's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. "Do you truly believe you will be granted the chance to tattle?" Yuan Chen let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Do you truly think you are worthy of detaining me?" The exit lay directly behind her. Unless Fang Chen was at his absolute peak, it was an impossibility. But when Fang Chen produced a fly whisk, Yuan Chen's pupils constricted violently. She gasped in disbelief, "Master's Serenity Whisk. How can it be in your hands? This is impossible." This whisk was the natal magical artifact of the Honorable King He. It never left his side for even a moment. If a day ever came where it appeared in another's possession, there was only one possibility: he had fallen. Yuan Chen trembled uncontrollably as a colossal dread enveloped her heart. Her gaze toward Fang Chen shifted from resentment to sheer terror. You killed my master?" Fang Chen gripped the whisk and said indifferently, "You and your master should never have provoked me." With those words, he flicked the whisk, and 10,000 serenity lotus threads swept forth like a cascading waterfall. Shrill screams erupted from Yuan Chen as she turned, desperately attempting to flee the inner manor. Yet the exit that seemed but a single step away had become a threshold she would never cross again. Her body was instantly ensnared by the whisk's threads, dragged backward away from the exit. She watched helplessly as her path to survival drifted further away, replaced by the presence of Fang Chen, who stood behind her like a god of death. In this moment, she was consumed by regret. She regretted her greed for the pair of horns and the little spirit beast. Had she departed in silence, it would have been Fang Chen who perished. Terror seized her. Her delicate frame trembled violently as she wailed for mercy. "Fang Chen, I am sorry. I know my wrongs. Please spare me. I shall never dare again." Pachai, her plea was answered by a soaring violet sword that transfixed her heart. A wave of icy coldness washed over her. Strength ebbed from her limbs as her consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Faintly, her fading consciousness caught one last, blurred sound from the world without. "I gave you a chance." With a wave of his hand, the violet sword and the serenity, lotus threads binding her corpse, returned to him simultaneously. Since he intended to eliminate all future troubles, Fang Chen showed not a shred of mercy. Before Yuan Chen could even be dragged back, he had slain her with his sword, granting her no opportunity for escape. Retrieving the serenity whisk, Fang Chen looked upon Yuan Chen's corpse and, without hesitation, sliced open her abdomen with his sword. A lightning core, shimmering with bolts of thunder, came into view. "How fitting! Your master bestowed upon me the complete version of the 6 divisions of heavenly thunder, shadow amidst clouds, and now you have gifted me a lightning core." He unceremoniously extracted the lightning core and tucked it into his robes. When consort Yunxia arrived and beheld Yuan Chen's corpse, she murmured with self-reproach, "I actually forgot about her. Are you unharmed?" Fang Chen produced a rejuvenation pill and swallowed it, shaking his head slightly. "It is of no consequence." "Have you found the spatial storage artifact?" Consort Yunxia frowned. "No,
I know not if it was destroyed. She had searched meticulously, yet there was no trace of the spatial device. With her cultivation realm, a single sweep of her gaze could perceive an entire area with clarity. Yet, after searching the surroundings, the spatial storage artifact remained nowhere to be found. Is that so? Fang Chen caught a faint glimmer of a possibility. Little Qilin, it is time for you to step forth. A small, furry head belonging to the Little Qilin peeked out from behind Fang Chen. It cast a cautious gaze upon Consort Yunxia. Auntie. Consort Yunxia's face was filled with astonishment. Your spirit beast, it was this creature that bit me then, was it not? She had once searched Fang Chen's person, only to be bitten by something. It seemed this small spirit beast was the culprit. But this creature is so minuscule, of what use could it possibly be? The scene that unfolded next left Consort Yunxia struck with awe. The Little Qilin scanned its surroundings before its gaze locked onto the entrance of the central hall, which stood like a moon encircled by stars. It pointed and spoke, Master, it is there. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen decisively unleashed a soul spike. Og! A cry of agony from Yandeon echoed out from the void. A ripple of distortion passed through the fabric of space in that very spot. A palm-sized, translucent figure bearing the likeness of Yandeon appeared, clutching a spatial storage artifact. Shock flickered in his eyes as he glanced at the small spirit beast before fixing a heavy, somber gaze upon Fang Chen. To think that the Honorable Master King truly met his end at your hands. This was a reality Yandeon had never even considered in his wildest dreams. Even if the Honorable Master King had been gravely wounded, he should not have fallen to a mere junior of the Golden Core realm like Fang Chen. Yet, recalling how he himself had fallen into Fang Chen's snare, a sense of grim acceptance washed over him. His expression turned sinister. Even if you have discovered me, so what? I am a soul entity. You have no means to harm me. A mocking smirk curled upon Fang Chen's lips. Your final words are remarkably similar to those of the Honorable Master King. He decisively cast forth the soul, suppressing prayer beads. At the sight of the beads, Yandeon's soul trembled with terror. The soul, suppressing prayer beads of the White Horse Temple. Terrified, he clutched the spatial storage artifact and attempted to flee. However, this inner residence was an independent dimension. Even as a soul entity, he found it impossible to breach the spatial barriers and escape. The soul suppressing prayer beads overtook him with ease. Yandeon let out a panicked roar. Stay your hand, do not slay me. Grant me the chance for possession and rebirth, and I shall surrender this spatial storage artifact along with its incantations. Fang Chen remained expressionless. Once I have captured you, I shall have my own ways to loosen your tongue. With a sharp rustle, the soul, suppressing prayer beads, bound Yandeon amidst his desperate screams, constricting him tightly until he was contorted. Consort Yunxia watched in profound shock. Even the soul of a nascent soul realm expert could not escape Fang Chen's grasp. This man's array of techniques was so vast it felt suffocating. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden and violent change erupted. From within the central hall that stood amidst the stars, a monstrous and malevolent aura suddenly surged forth. It was as though a slumbering primordial beast had been jolted awake. The formations surrounding the hall began to flicker with erratic, violent intensity. They seemed to be straining to prevent something from breaking free. Yet the entity within was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the grand formations could not fully restrain it. A massive arm, several zhang in length, reached through the formation, seizing both the soul, suppressing prayer beads, and the captive soul of Yandeon. Yandeon seemed to recognize the origin of the claw, his voice filled with absolute dread. Ah, a hell-desolate beast. Why is there a hell-desolate beast here? Save me, quickly. Fang Chen was also taken aback. He had not expected such a malevolent creature to be dwelling within the hall. But a moment later, annoyance flared within him. This beast dared to intercept the soul he had just captured. Strike. The violet sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, hacking fiercely into the savage claw. To Fang Chen's astonishment, the violet sword, which could sever anything and had easily sliced through the fingers of the Honorable Master King, merely produced a shower of sparks upon striking the claw. What? Shaken to the core, Fang Chen surged his will, pushing the power of the violet sword to its absolute limit. With a crisp snap, a single finger was finally sundered. Roar, a furious cry of torment echoed through the grand hall. The hand clutching the soul, suppressing Buddhist beads, also slackened its grip.
Seizing this opportune moment, Fang Chen, with a single thought, summoned back the soul, suppressing Buddhist beads. Upon closer inspection, his countenance darkened considerably. In but a fleeting moment, a significant portion of Yandeon's soul form had been torn away. Yandeon shrieked in unbearable agony. And within the hall, the captured soul of Yandeon let out even more ghastly shrieks. No, the agonizing shrieks ceased abruptly. Replacing them were the sickening sounds of gnawing and mastication. It was a sound that curdled one's very essence, evoking a profound chill. A hellish, desolate beast. What abominable creature was that? Fang Chen retrieved his violet sword, his visage etched with profound shock. To his astonishment, there existed a living being that even his violet sword could not sunder with a single stroke. Casting aside all lingering queries, a prickling dread seizing him, he cried, "We must depart at once." A profound chill likewise erupted from the soles of Consort Yunxia's feet, piercing straight to her cranial apex. The aura emanating from this entity felt far more ferocious and malevolent than even that of the Azure Sovereign Demonic Emperor. Without hesitation, she hoisted Fang Chen upon her back and swiftly darted towards the exit, while the hellish, desolate beast within the grand hall was still devouring Yandeon's fragmented soul. They made their decisive escape. Meanwhile, Fang Chen spotted a quays, spiritual artifact longbow not far away and seized it in passing. No sooner had they departed the inner sanctum than Fang Chen sensed the spatial barrier behind them violently shudder, as if struck by some formidable entity. A bead of cold perspiration trickled from his brow. Undoubtedly, it was the hellish, desolate beast that had attempted to intercept them. Fortunate it was that their departure had been decisive. Had they faltered for but a few breaths, they too would have been seized. "Little Qilin," Fang Chen inquired, "was that the abhorrent creature you spoke of?" The Little Qilin, trembling uncontrollably, leaped into Fang Chen's arms and chattered, "It was indeed. Back then, I entered the grand hall, ate a few morsels, drank a little, and then inadvertently swallowed a bead. That thing then manifested out of thin air and nearly seized me." Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The Little Qilin had actually ventured into the main sanctuary. From the architectural layout, it was clear that the 24 minor halls were but mere embellishments to the main sanctuary. The true supreme treasures must surely reside within it. The morsels and drinks the Little Qilin spoke of were undoubtedly rare celestial wonders. "Wait," Fang Chen mused, "you speak of a bead, but where is it now?" He was puzzled, for he had never heard the Little Qilin mention any such object. The Little Qilin pointed to its rotund belly. "It's right inside. I tried, but I cannot spit it out. It feels as if it has become an inherent part of my being." A look of vexation clouded its features. Fang Chen began to ponder deeply. The beast had manifested the moment the bead was swallowed. What manner of artifact could this bead truly be? Consort Yunxia, witnessing this, drew a sharp, chilling breath. Her exquisite eyes fixated upon the Little Qilin as she spoke, her voice laced with profound disbelief. "Fang Chen, from whence did you acquire this small spirit beast?" Fang Chen replied, "It presented itself to me." Consort Yunxia faltered slightly, a wave of dizziness washing over her, presented itself. "If my conjectures are correct, then this is the very beast the Azure Sovereign Demonic Emperor has ceaselessly sought. The reason for the demonic race instigating this great war was also for the human race to surrender it." Fang Chen's eyes bulged. He seized the Little Qilin and lifted it, exclaiming in utter disbelief, "You mean the great war between the human and demonic races was instigated for this?" The Little Qilin blinked its large, innocent eyes and spoke in a soft, childish voice, "What about me? I merely ate a few morsels." Upon hearing this, Consort Yunxia took several deep breaths to compose herself, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her tone. "You and your master are truly cut from the same cloth, always inadvertently driving others to the brink of utter collapse. Do you even comprehend what bead you have swallowed? That is the Merit Divine bead, which the Tiger Demonic Emperor intended to use to break through to the Soul Formation Realm." A treasure for achieving the Soul Formation Realm, Fang Chen was utterly astounded. Consort Yunxia spoke with a pained heart. The venerable abbot of White Horse Temple once journeyed across vast oceans with his multitude of monks, specifically to entreat for this divine bead. After the Tiger Demonic Emperor refused, White Horse Temple sought to transcend him, leading to a great war between the two sides. It concluded with White Horse Temple suffering the loss of several Vajra guardians, and the Tiger Demonic Emperor sustaining grievous injuries. Fang Chen was struck speechless by the revelation. The Tiger Demonic Emperor had been truly formidable and valiant in those days. single-handedly confronting the entire monastic order of White Horse Temple and sending them away in crushing defeat. However, Fang Chen felt a trace of bewilderment. If the Tiger Demonic Emperor was so mighty, why did he meet his demise while exploring the mystic realm of the ancient capital of 9 dynasties? That primeval giant, at a generous estimate, was merely at the mid-nascent soul realm, was it not? Even with a surprise assault, slaying the Tiger Demonic Emperor should not have been so facile. The Tiger Demonic Emperor's demise harbored another, deeper cause, but such details were no longer paramount. His gaze burning intensely as he peered at the Little Qilin's belly, he asked, if we were to extract the Merit Divine Bead now, would it still be of use? Consort Yunxia shook her head. It is too late. After such a prolonged period, the Merit Divine Bead has already begun to meld with its very being. If my conjectures prove true, it should have been exceptionally prone to slumber recently. This is precisely why the Merit Divine Bead is fusing with it. A sharp intake of breath, the mystery was solved. Fang Chen had always wondered why the Little Qilin had grown increasingly prone to slumber, so that was the truth of the matter. Consort Yunxia spoke with a hint of envy. Congratulations, you have acquired a spirit beast of boundless potential. With the Merit Divine Bead within it, its breakthrough to Demonic Emperor status is now a natural progression. And its hopes of advancing to the soul formation realm far surpasses that of ordinary demonic beasts. Verily, a most fortunate little beast. As she spoke, a bitter chuckle escaped her lips. Both being of the demonic lineage, her own aspirations to transcend to the demonic emperor realm were fraught with insurmountable trials. Yet the path before the young Qilin lay serene and unimpeded, utterly devoid of obstacles. Fang Chen wished to gift her one of the bullhorns. The walls behind them began to tremble once more. The infernal desolate beast, refusing to yield, relentlessly assailed the spatial barrier. Let us seek another refuge, he thought, where I may mend these wounds. Consort Yunxia nodded, and carrying Fang Chen upon her back, she journeyed to a secluded valley. After a mere half-hour of restorative repose, his grievous wounds were nigh fully mended. At this juncture, both the Thunder Manifestation Token and the Thunder Elixir simultaneously materialized within his palm. Cloud Shadow's ultimate layer is within grasp, he declared, a spark of fervent exhilaration igniting within his gaze. Upon its mastery, he would be capable of instant teleportation to any vista within his sight. A swiftness so profound that even those in the nascent soul realm would pale in comparison. However, its inherent limitations were starkly apparent, constrained by the thunderous power within his very being. Such prodigious leaps across vast distances would inevitably incur an immense expenditure of lightning force. Even after absorbing Yuan Chen's Thunder Elixir, he would likely be capable of executing this technique a mere 5 times consecutively before being inevitably overtaken by a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Nevertheless, come what may, when confronted by the might of a nascent soul expert, he would no longer be resigned to a fatalistic demise, but possess a glimmering thread of escape and survival. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in silent cultivation. By his side, Consort Yunxia fashioned a humble stove from stones, gently brewing a pot of tea over a slow, tender flame. From time to time, her gaze would drift to Fang Chen, then to the serene, azure heavens, and then her thoughts would wander to the myriad moments shared between them. At last, resting her fair chin upon her hand, she quietly watched Fang Chen. A faint smile, like an unwitting spring breeze caressing a tranquil lake, stirred ripples of ethereal grace. This singular moment was etched into an eternal tableau. When the constellations themselves journeyed through the nocturnal expanse, she would forever recall a time in a secluded valley, devoid of the burdensome mandate of the fox demonic tribe, free from the oppressive shadow of the azure firmament, demonic emperor. Unburdened by the arduous dust of martial pursuit, there she knew only a pot of tea, the presence of her beloved, and her own serenely smiling gaze. Half a day later, as formidable lightning surged within Fang Chen's being, he slowly unsealed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Cloud Shadow chapter of the 6 heavenly thunder arts had reached grand completion. With the mastery of this art, he now possessed a profound trump card, rendering him fearless even before the might of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, a subtle, fragrant breeze stirred. Consort Yunxia, drawing forth a silk handkerchief from her sleeve, tenderly wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow, her gaze soft and brimming with boundless affection. A peculiar sensation stirred within Fang Chen's heart. He was no longer an ignorant youth. He could discern the true sentiments of Consort Yunxia. Just as he prepared to utter words, a series of faint concussive bursts echoed from the vicinity of the valley. It was Ling Shu.
Fang Chen abruptly rose to his feet, declaring, "They have encountered peril. We must hasten to their aid." Consort Yunxia sighed softly, her words a quiet lament. This rare, tranquil solitude, it is now at an end.
Very well, let us depart with haste.
Should any misfortune befall Ling Shu, the Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor will assuredly lay the blame upon your shoulders.
The two departed the valley. Before their final exit, Consort Yunxia turned, casting a silent, lingering gaze upon the valley for a brief moment, then turned and hastened away. Boom, boom, outside the valley, Ling Shu was drenched in fragrant sweat, her pearly white teeth clenched tightly as she strenuously unleashed streaks of emerald spiritual light.
Beside her, Lielai was enveloped in a radiant violet aura, unleashing streaks of astonishing innate divine abilities.
Opposite them stood the Crown Prince of the West Sea and the third Princess of the East Sea. The Crown Prince of the West Sea urged, "Little sister, for the sake of the bond I share with my sworn brother, surrender the Earth Kai Dragon Pearl to me, and I pledge no harm shall befall you." The Crown Prince of the West Sea possessed a cultivation at the 9th layer of the Golden Core Realm, his might vastly surpassing that of Ling Shu,
who had only recently broken through to the 8th layer of the Golden Core Realm.
Yet his attacks remained restrained, holding back his true power, for he harbored a deep reluctance to inflict harm upon Ling Shu and Lielai. Beside him, the East Sea's third princess, a veritable mountain of flesh, fumed with indignation, her nose practically askew. "What hour is this, that you still speak of sentimentality with her?"
"In but a single hour, at most, the immortal grotto residence shall seal itself."
The Crown Prince of the West Sea found himself in a quandary, for he truly wished no harm upon Ling Shu, as such an act would irrevocably sever the bond between himself and Fang Chen.
Towards his savior, he harbored a profound and sincere gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. The Earth Kai Dragon Pearl shall be yours."
The third Princess of the East Sea cast a contemptuous sidelong glance at him. "Then begone, you cumbersome impediment."
From beneath her heavy eyelids, a glint of chilling resolve emerged from her eyes. "You two mere maidens, surrender the Earth Kai Dragon Pearl now, and spare yourselves the agony of flesh."
"I possess no such delicate sentimentality as that poison," handed Crown Prince. Ling Shu and Lielai wore expressions of profound difficulty. Their energies were utterly depleted, leaving them powerless to parry the assaults of the third Princess of the East Sea. Gritting her teeth, Ling Shu thrust the fist-sized spherical artifact from her embrace into Lielai's hands.
"Flee now, seek out brother Fang Chen, and deliver this to him. I shall hold back the third Princess of the East Sea for a time."
Lielai, however, thrust it back into Ling Shu's grasp, scoffing, "You go yourself. You finally have a chance to win your beloved brother's favor. Keep it for yourself.
Do not presume to bestow it upon me."
Though the two maidens bickered and quarreled in the face of external adversaries, their unity proved remarkably steadfast. How could the third Princess of the East Sea possibly grant them such an opportunity? Though appearing as a veritable mountain of flesh, her movements were astonishingly swift.
With a sudden spring, she leaped forth, descending upon the two maidens like a collapsing peak.
Chu, a piercing shriek tore through the air, revealing an arrow that flew with inconceivable velocity towards the third Princess of the East Sea. She let out a dismissive snort as segments of scales, armed with wicked barbs, surged forth from beneath her skin. With a clang, the arrow's tip merely pierced a fraction into a single scale before it could penetrate no further.
"Which contemptible bastard dares to launch a sneak attack upon me?" The third Princess of the East Sea roared in pain.
When her gaze fixed upon the two approaching figures, her rage instantly dissolved into a smile. "Oh, if it isn't my thorned flower."
She plucked the arrow from her shoulder with a single tug, acting as if the pain were non-existent.
"As expected of the man I have chosen, this arrow is truly powerful. It has pierced straight through to my heart."
Having spoken, she cast a flirtatious wink toward Fang Chen.
Fang Chen rolled his eyes, nearly suffering internal injuries from the sheer force of that wink. Fang Chen, brother, Lielai and Ling Shu were overjoyed, rushing to stand before him. "Brother, look, what is this?" Ling Shu offered the mud-covered spherical object to Fang Chen as if seeking praise. "I have seized the Earth Kai Dragon Pearl." Fang Chen took it and examined it within his palm for a moment.
Faint strands of earth Kai emanated continuously from the orb. It certainly did not appear to be a mundane object.
In the distance, the Prince of the West Sea shrugged helplessly. "Well, that settles it. There is no longer any need to fight for it." After a moment's thought, Fang Chen performed a shocking act. He casually tossed the Earth Kai Dragon Pearl to the Prince of the West Sea.
"If you desire it so much, it is yours." "Brother, why are you giving it away?" Ling Shu cried out in astonishment. Leoli gritted her teeth, her fury flaring. "You are far too generous. We risked our lives to seize that treasure, yet you give it away just like that. This is outrageous." Fang Chen raised his fingers and flicked both of their foreheads. Ling Shu covered her brow with her small hands, her gaze filled with grievance. Leoli became even more incensed, raising her fist as if to strike back. Fang Chen said, "I am doing this to clear your heads. The earth, Kai Dragon Pearl, is a divine treasure used to suppress the 9 borders. Could such a sacred object be held so casually by hand? Do you truly believe yourselves to be the 9 ancient saints? That burning heaven clam pearl was merely a treasure for breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Yet what would happen if one touched it? Even a cultivator, at the peak of the 9th level golden core realm, would be incinerated into a pool of water instantly. How much more dangerous, then, is the earth, Kai Dragon Pearl?" Ling Shu understood immediately, covering her small mouth in shock. "Does brother mean to say this is a fake?" Fang Chen replied, "One cannot say it is fake, only that it has absolutely nothing to do with the earth, Kai Dragon Pearl." Leoli froze. "So, we fought for nothing at all." The Prince of the West Sea caught the pearl. Hearing Fang Chen's words, he too stood dazed, turning the spherical object over and over. "It truly does not resemble the earth, Kai Dragon Pearl of legend." The 3rd Princess of the East Sea, however, refused to give up. "If none of you want it, give it to me." The Prince of the West Sea threw it to her without a second thought. Take it, go and enshrine it like a treasure if you wish." A look of joy appeared on the 3rd Princess's face as she prepared to cradle it for a closer look. Suddenly, the clear sound of chanting drifted through the air. "Heaven holds the 9 stars, earth the 9 palaces. I possess the 100 knots, and 10,000 gods follow." A 3-foot hidden cache flowing through the 5 organs. The voice was light, carrying a profound and mystical rhythm that seemed to reach directly into the soul, granting a sensation of weightlessness, as if drifting among the clouds. As Ling Shu and Leoli listened, their eyes drifted shut. With a thud, they collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep slumber. The Prince of the West Sea's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly covered his ears and shouted, "Seal your 5 senses. It is the hypnosis secret technique of the 3 clear mountains." Everyone's hearts leaped. They had only just remembered that a disciple from the 3 clear mountains had also entered the outer manor. King Dia, top-tier expert at the peak of the 9th level golden core realm, only a single step away from the nascent soul realm. Even though they had sealed their 5 senses, that intermittent voice continued to flicker within their souls. The 3 dantians and 4 limbs, breathing in stillness and guarding the center. "Dragon and tiger, the 8 trigrams, await my jade countenance." The Prince of the West Sea and the 3rd Princess felt the world before them distort. A wave of nausea claimed their consciousness, their eyelids closing uncontrollably before they both collapsed to the ground. Consort Yanzia's delicate frame swayed as she forced herself to remain alert, crying out, "Fang Chen, be careful. Ghostly, demons and myriad essences, dare not offend the true sovereign." Consort Yanzia could no longer restrain the urge. Her eyelids struggled for a moment before closing powerlessly, and she fell into Fang Chen's embrace. Fang Chen, however, remained unaffected. His soul was nearing the nascent soul state. This hypnosis secret technique merely brought a wave of drowsiness, far from enough to make him lose consciousness. Hearing the man finish his chant, Fang Chen's eyes darted around, and he mimicked the others by staggering and slumping to the ground. Soon after, a thin figure clad in Taoist robes approached with a horsetail whisk in hand. It was none other than King Du of the 3 clear mountains. He glanced at Fang Chen with slight surprise, to think that the one with the lowest cultivation was best able to resist my hypnosis secret technique. How unexpected. Withdrawing his gaze, he stepped beside the 3rd Princess of the East Sea and picked up the earth, Kai Dragon Pearl, a faint smile appearing on his face. "It is because he does not contend that no one in the world can contend with him. My thanks to you all." He had never joined the fray, simply waiting for the opportune moment. Now that everyone except Wang Chengxiao was present, it was the perfect time to strike. After stowing the Earth Kai Dragon Pearl, his gaze swept over the fallen cultivators, lingering particularly on the Prince and the 3rd Princess. "Forgive my offense." He searched the Prince of the West Sea and recovered several treasures from the depths of the sea. Their value was decent, but far less than he had anticipated. Were the truly important items entrusted to the experts of your clan? What a pity. King Du then turned his gaze toward the 3rd Princess, looking at her mountain-like frame of flesh. Even a Taoist like him could not help but frown. Suppressing his inner disgust, he reached into the folds of fat at her waist and searched until he quickly withdrew a dark red medicinal pill.
This is a creation of our human race, is it not? As King pondered the nature of the object, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted without warning. Stricken with shock, King decisively cast the pill aside, but he was a heartbeat too late. The medicinal pill shattered instantly, transforming into a shroud of crimson mist. With a mere touch, dizziness clouded King's vision. The fragrant corpse pill of the great Yin sect. His expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly retrieved an antidotal elixir. Yet before he could swallow it, several afterimages lunged through the cover of the red mist, striking him simultaneously. Bang! King was sent flying instantly, his antidotal elixirs scattering across the ground. Moments later, the poison took hold. King struggled to utter the name Wang Chengxiao. At that moment, Wang Chengxiao emerged from a hidden nook with a look of pure triumph, clicking his tongue in derision. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a fine virtue of non-contention, so that none can contend with you. Is this not merely the snipe and the clam fighting, while the fisherman reaps the rewards? My apologies, but I play the game of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, a far more sophisticated gambit than yours. He scrutinized King, radiating an air of insufferable smugness. I know the tricks of your Sanking Mountain like the back of my hand. I foresaw you would play this card, so I planted a fragrant corpse pill on that dead pig beforehand. Had you not been greedy and simply left with the earthen dragon pearl, you might have been spared, but since you were covetous, misfortune has found you. It turned out that the moment Wang Chengxi, our new king, would join the fray, he had calculated his every move and prepared a hidden trump card. Everything transpired exactly as he had envisioned. With great satisfaction, he retrieved the earthen dragon pearl from King's robes and narrowed his eyes toward Fang Chen. His smugness deepened. You truly disappoint me, to fall so easily for the schemes of Sanking Mountain. But I suppose I cannot blame you. Born in such a desolate wilderness, how could you have witnessed the vastness of the world as I have? I shall plunder the others first, then deal with you. He approached the Crown Prince of the West Sea, pried open his jaw, and chuckled. I have heard that the Crown Prince of the West Sea was born with an internal spatial rift. His true treasures are hidden within, are they not? Now they are all mine. Just as he was about to seize the treasures, a sudden shadow cast him into darkness. Turning around, he saw a spiked mace, 60 feet in length, whistling through the air as it crashed down upon him. The strike was as unpredictable as a phantom. Caught completely off guard, he took the blow head on. His vision swam instantly, and he began to stagger unsteadily. Through the haze, he recognized the weapon that had struck his skull. The spiked mace of the ancient giant, the very mace that was snatched away by someone playing the oriole behind the mantis. It is you, you son of a bitch, you've come again. The mace he had painstakingly swindled from the disciples of the End of the World Pavilion had been intercepted by this person. Even that could be overlooked, but for the sake of the earthen dragon pearl, he had debased himself beneath the third princess of the East Sea, nearly losing his life to the crushing weight of that mountain of flesh. Did anyone know what he had endured during those days, the suffering he faced, the trials he bore, and the sheer revulsion he had suppressed? Just as his efforts were finally bearing fruit, and it was time to harvest the rewards, this bastard had appeared once more. I will kill you. Bang! Before the words could fully escape his lips, another strike descended, plunging him into total unconsciousness. Retracting the spiked mace, Fang Chen spoke with a sigh. I know your journey has not been easy, and I truly wished to let you profit this once. However, with so many of my friends present, it would be unseemly to let you plunder them. He approached the Crown Prince of the West Sea and remarked, when it comes to plucking treasures, it is best left to a professional like me. Prying open the Crown Prince's mouth, Fang Chen's divine sense swept inward. Indeed, there was a spatial storage artifact within, filled with a dazzling array of resources. Most were rare treasures of the deep sea, holding little value for the human race. As his gaze passed over the hoard, he suddenly discovered a treasure chest. Opening it, he found 10 conch shells nestled within. Within those conchs lay nothing other than the essence of water. This was 10 times the amount the North Sea had gifted to the Sky Demon Emperor. With such a vast quantity of water essence, Crown Prince of the West Sea, you truly do not treat me as a friend. To have so much water essence and not gift me even one, you cannot possibly use it all yourself. Let your brother help you put it to use. He immediately transferred the entire chest of water essence into the heavenly Thunderstone. Such a vast amount of water essence would be more than enough to trade with that trader for a mountain of true spirit blood. Regarding other treasures, many indeed were precious and stirred Fang Chen's heart. Yet, recalling the West Sea Crown Prince's mercy towards Ling Shu and Liu Lai, he knew when to cease his appropriations. He then approached the East Sea Third Princess, his gaze sweeping over her corpulent, oily form. A wave of revulsion washed over him. He could never bring himself to delve his hand into those fleshy folds to search. Suddenly, a coral flower adorning the East Sea Third Princess's head captured Fang Chen's keen attention. Plucking it, he was met with a joyous revelation. This was a naturally formed spatial storage artifact, its contents accessible to him at will. Fang Chen, ever pragmatic, showed no hint of politeness. Without even discerning its inner treasures, he swiftly tucked the coral flower into his robes. Next, he moved to King Da's side, probing within his robes, from which he extracted a Taoist scripture, the mantra of forgotten deities. Fang Chen unfurled the tome, and to his astonishment, he realized this was precisely the hypnotic incantation the man had just employed. A treasure of immense value indeed, even an entity as formidable as concubine Yunxia had been subdued by it. He decisively claimed it for his own. Finally, turning to Wang Chengxiao, Fang Chen rummaged through his person, retrieving a large vial of the very same crimson medicinal pills. Another potent treasure, he seized it without hesitation. Immediately thereafter, from the deepest folds of Wang Chengxiao's sleeve, he unearthed a miniature bronze cauldron no larger than a palm. A faint, ethereal radiance shimmered upon its surface, emanating an overwhelming spiritual pressure. It was impossibly a magical artifact. A magical artifact. Fang Chen was overcome with boundless joy. He had never dreamed that a mere search would yield such an astonishing bounty. For one must know, even after traversing the inner sanctum of the Tiger Demon Emperor, he had only managed to procure a single magical artifact, the sky-gazing mirror. To now directly unearth one from Wang Chengxiao's very person, this acquisition was an unparalleled surprise. "Brother Wang, you are truly a divine blessing upon me," Fang Chen proclaimed, accepting it without the slightest reservation. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chengxiao's standing in Fang Chen's estimation surged dramatically, now comparable even to that of Wu Manyu. A stirring sound emanated from King Da's throat. Fang Chen was mildly startled, awakening so swiftly. He swiftly returned to his original position, resuming his feigned unconsciousness. Soon, King Da awoke fully, a jolt passing through him as he frantically searched his own body. "The Earth Kai Dragon Pearl, my mantra of forgotten deities, is gone too," he cried out in instinctive alarm. One by one, the others were roused from their slumber. First concubine Yunxia, then the West Sea Crown Prince, the East Sea Third Princess, Ling Shu and Liu Lai, and finally, Wang Chengxiao, who had endured 2 blows. "My water source essence is gone. Damnation, who has taken my coral flower?" The West Sea Crown Prince and the East Sea Third Princess immediately sensed foul play. Their gazes, sharp as daggers, locked onto King Da as they roared in unison. "King Da, you despicable wretch, hand over what you've taken." King Da, both shocked and enraged, retorted. It was Wang Chengxiao. He played the trick of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Even my mantra of forgotten deities was stolen by him. Wang Chengxiao, still somewhat dazed, was startled by the accusation. No, it wasn't me. It was some cursed scoundrel who played the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole, and the snake behind the oriole. I am gravely wronged. Even as he spoke, he instinctively reached into his sleeve. His countenance immediately paled, as if the very heavens had crumbled upon him. My treasures were stolen too, my magical artifact, the mountain and river cauldron, which son of a bitch dared. If you have the guts, step forth, show yourself. Wang Chengxiao cursed and ranted, stomping his feet like a madman, truly driven to utter frenzy by the injustice. The previous time his wolf-tooth club was snatched, yet he suffered no true loss. But this time, his ultimate treasure, the mountain and river cauldron, his very foundation, had been plundered. To acquire this mountain and river cauldron, he had faced death countless times, enduring perils no less formidable than encountering that crimson-robed fiend. To have it stolen now, who would not be driven to madness by such a calamity? A vein throbbed faintly on Fang Chen's forehead. This fellow's curses are truly vile, he mused. His gaze fell upon Wang Chengxiao's robes, observing the Earth Kai Dragon Pearl protruding halfway from his embrace. His eyes glinted as he coldly snorted, "Wang Chengxiao, cease your charade. The Earth Kai Dragon Pearl remains within your grasp. If there truly was another thief, why would they steal your mountain and river cauldron, yet leave behind this Earth Kai Dragon Pearl?" The crowd, initially torn between doubt and suspicion, now saw their eyes blaze with fierce conviction, and cries of outrage erupted repeatedly. Precisely are others fools to forsake the earth Kai dragon pearl. Moreover, this mountain and river cauldron you speak of, who knows if it's merely a fabrication of your own mind? Wang Chengxiao, surrender all your possessions for our individual scrutiny. Today, we shall end you. Wang Chengxiao's rage was monumental. It truly was not I. He swept his gaze across the surroundings, roaring, "You cursed scoundrel, to snatch from me once, and then again, lay your hand upon your conscience and ask if it pains you. You exploit others far too cruelly." As he cursed, such profound injustice welled within him that tears nearly spilled from his eyes. King De coldly scoffed, "Enough of your theatrics. Even if it wasn't you, it is you." With a swift hand seal, he once more chanted the mantra of forgotten deities, his words echoing with renewed power. The West Sea Crown Prince and the East Sea Third Princess, their hearts ablaze with unbridled fury, both surged forward to assault Wang Chengxiao. Wang Chengxiao found himself mired in an inescapable predicament. All his protestations were utterly useless. His eyes crimson with desperation, he produced a long-distance teleportation magical artifact, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Pursue, seeing his flight, the crowd became even more convinced of his culpability, erupting in shouts as they gave chase. Concubine Yunxia, Liu Lai, and Ling Shu, too, found their expressions shifting. They hastily began to inspect their own bodies. While the theft of their treasures was one concern, they were, after all, women. The thought of what Wang Chengxiao might have done to them while they lay unconscious, that was a far more chilling dread. Fortunately, they discovered that not a single possession was missing. Their robes remained perfectly neat, showing not the slightest sign of having been searched. Liu Lai let out a long breath of relief. Thank the heavens. If that Wang Chengxiao had dared to search me, I would have definitely severed his filthy claws. However, Imperial concubine Yunxia and Lingshu pondered for a brief moment before stealing a synchronized, knowing glance at Fang Chen. At that moment, the immortal cave began to tremble faintly. Imperial concubine Yunxia's expression shifted. "We must depart, lest we be forever sealed within this domain." Without hesitation, the group soared gracefully toward the exit. Lingshu deliberately fell a few paces behind and called out softly, "Big brother." She beckoned with her hand, signaling for Fang Chen to slow his pace. Fang Chen slowed down, and once they had distanced themselves from the two ahead, Lingshu spoke with profound intent, "Big brother. Lingshu has a matter she wishes to seek your enlightenment on." "Speak," Fang Chen replied. A teasing half-smile played on Lingshu's lips. Why is it that only Imperial concubine Yunxia, young Master Liu Lai, and myself were spared from being searched? Is this merely a twist of fate? Fang Chen's eye twitched. It seemed his ruse had only fooled Liu Lai. Both Lingshu and Imperial concubine Yunxia had already discerned the truth in their hearts. Who can say? Perhaps the thief was a gentleman of virtue, unwilling to defile your person," he replied. Hearing this, Lingshu instantly confirmed the suspicion in her heart. It truly was Fang Chen's doing. She pouted in mock displeasure. What gentleman of virtue? More like a useless fool who does not know how to seize a golden opportunity. With those words, she accelerated to catch up with the others, leaving Fang Chen behind with his lips twitching uncontrollably. To think he had actually been mocked by her. "Very well, if there is a next time, I shall fulfill your wish," he muttered. Shortly after, the party arrived at the grand exit. Imperial concubine Yunxia paused to wait for Fang Chen to approach, her eyes brimming with deep remorse. "It will be far more difficult for you to escape now. Had you not accompanied me to the Tiger Demon Emperor's immortal cave, you would have already returned to the human domain by now." It was easily conceivable that the Azure Vault Demon Emperor would guard Fang Chen even more strictly, his murderous intent deepening by the day. Once the grand wedding concluded, the Emperor would undoubtedly execute him without hesitation. Fang Chen took a deep breath and said softly, "Do not blame yourself. The Demon Emperor's arrival at this realm was an unforeseen tribulation that none could have anticipated. Whether I can escape or not will be left to the will of the heavenly Tao. My sole solace is that this will not bring ruin upon you and Hai Mei." A lingering reason he had yet to flee was the fear that Hai Mei and her kin would suffer a bloody reckoning. If he were to escape now, they would be completely untainted by his actions. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Chen retrieved the key to the dragon, binding lock from his hair, and handed it to Imperial concubine Yunxia. "Take this." After the incident with the Silver Scroll of Alchemy, the Demon Emperor has likely grown suspicious of me. In all probability, he will verify this dragon, binding lock once more. If your forged key fails to open it, you will be dragged into this disaster. Clasping the genuine key in her hand, Imperial concubine Yunxia pressed her ruby lips together. Fang Chen was truly placing his life and death into her hands. If she held onto the true key and refused to unlock it, Fang Chen would be shackled by the dragon, binding lock for the rest of his life. There were words buried deep within her heart that she wished to voice, yet after a moment's thought, she forcefully swallowed them back. Once she stepped out of the Tiger Demon Emperor's immortal cave, she would be an imperial concubine, the woman of the Azure Vault Demon Emperor. As for Fang Chen, he had a fiancée alongside many other maidens awaiting his return. It would be best if she spared him from any further emotional burdens. "What troubles you?" Fang Chen asked, noticing her hesitation to speak. Imperial concubine Yunxia shook her head gently. "It is nothing, let us depart." Fang Chen nodded and took the lead, stepping forward to leave. He did not behold the longing in Imperial concubine Yunxia's gaze as she cast one final look toward the valley, nor did he hear her mournful sigh carried away by the wind. The moment they emerged into the outside world, the thunderous clamor of a fierce battle assaulted their ears. Focusing his gaze, he realized it was the Crown Prince of the Western Sea and the Third Princess of the Eastern Sea engaged in open combat. As for Wang Chengxiao, who had been hunted by the masses, he had vanished without a trace. "You accursed fat pig! Had you not interfered, I would have slaughtered that bastard Wang Chengxi long ago." The Crown Prince of the Western Sea roared in unbridled fury. The Third Princess of the Eastern Sea shrieked in exasperation. "It is your own incompetence. Even with such an advantage, you failed to detain him." Elsewhere, King was being vehemently reprimanded by Venerable Xuanyang, unable to even lift his head in shame. "Not only did you fail to obtain the artifact, but you also lost the inherited incantation of Sanking Mountain. Expect a severe punishment upon your return." King's face was flushed with grievance. He had indeed lost the artifact, but Wang Chengxiao had successfully escaped right under Venerable Xuanyang's nose. How could the blame fall entirely upon him? Swoosh, at that moment, the Azure Vault Demon Emperor descended from the boundless sea. He was completely drenched, his hand firmly clutching the earth, Bane Dragon Pearl. His expression darkened slightly as he declared, "I know not from where that wretched brat obtained a water-repelling pearl." He plunged into the oceanic abyss and vanished. "I only managed to reclaim this single pearl." Fang Chen was mildly astonished. Even the Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor had failed to apprehend Wang Chengxiao. This individual truly possessed formidable capabilities. However, a vital revelation struck him: the water-repelling pearl. Without the water-repelling pearl, it seemed the demonic emperor's prowess within the vast ocean depths would be significantly curtailed. Could this not imply that should Fang Chen ever find a path to the sea, he too might seek refuge within its depths and evade pursuit? Fang Chen, yet, the Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor's first act upon his return was to scour the surroundings with his gaze, searching for Fang Chen. Only upon discerning his presence did a subtle breath of relief escape him, and he called the youth forth. With an unyielding composure, Fang Chen stepped forward and declared, reporting to the Demonic Emperor, "What are your esteemed commands?" The Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor's piercing gaze swept over Fang Chen. "What harvests did you reap?" Fang Chen clasped his fists, a note of feigned humility in his voice. "I found nothing of any utility, and was moreover thoroughly plundered by Wang Chengxiao." Now, the Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor harbored profound distrust for Fang Chen. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized him. Is that truly the case? A faint, ethereal violet light flickered within his eyes, revealing the very innate talent once mastered by Liolai, the penetrating gaze. Under that discerning gaze, Fang Chen's person held naught but a few spiritual elixirs. Truly, all other possessions were gone. "And your violet sword?" The Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor distinctly recalled Fang Chen possessing a long sword of unparalleled sharpness. Fang Chen let out a bitter laugh. "All my efforts merely served to adorn another in spoils." In truth, before departing the Immortal's Cave, Fang Chen had entrusted all his worldly possessions to the safekeeping of the young Qilin. Given the Demonic Emperor's profound distrust, he would never accept Fang Chen's solitary account. Fearing that Fang Chen had indeed reaped some unimaginable treasure within the Tiger Demonic Emperor's lair. Thus, a thorough personal inspection was an almost certain outcome. The Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor's brows unfurled, and a measure of relief settled within his heart. "Even this mere youth knows the taste of tribulation," he mused, "for without the departure of the old, the advent of the new cannot manifest." The Azure Firmament Demonic Emperor offered a perfunctory word of solace, his gaze then settling upon Fang Chen's dragon, binding chains. After a brief moment of deliberation, he commanded, "Yunxia, hand me the key." Concubine Yunxia, with a practiced hand, presented him with the genuine key. The azure firmament demonic emperor held it aloft, scrutinized its form, and then attempted to unlock the formidable chains. With a resounding click, the chains parted. The key was genuine. Only then did the azure firmament demonic emperor's vigilance recede, and he securely refastened the chains. Concubine Yunxia's heart hammered within her breast. Fang Chen's foresight was simply divine. It was precisely as he had prophesied. The azure firmament demonic emperor would indeed scrutinize the key's authenticity, and they had almost revealed their deception. She extended her hand, poised to reclaim the key. Yet, to her dismay, the azure firmament demonic emperor casually slipped the key into his own robes. He offered a faint, unsettling smile. "I shall assume stewardship of it myself." Concubine Yunxia's heart was instantly plunged into utter disarray. The dragon, binding chains were shackles of such formidable power that even a nascent soul realm cultivator could not hope to break free. Without the key, Fang Chen would forever be ensnared in its grip. Had Fang Chen withheld the true key, a calamity would have certainly befallen them. Yet, even with the true key surrendered, disaster still loomed ominously. A single key, a fatal dilemma whether granted or withheld. How could Fang Chen's predicament be so insurmountable? Little did she know, nestled serenely within the heavenly thunderstone, lay a key forged from the ethereal essence of memory's silver sand. Since the genuine key had been relinquished, how could Fang Chen, of all beings, fail to secure a strategic fallback? The azure firmament demonic emperor's heart settled into utter tranquility. Only then did he retrieve the Earth Kai dragon pearl, holding it aloft for all to witness, merely a rather unremarkable feng shui pearl, he declared. "If Venerable Xuanyang finds favor with it, then it is yours." Venerable Xuanyang scrutinized the pearl closely, his countenance clouding with disappointment. Evidently, even his profound discernment revealed that this was no genuine Earth Kai dragon pearl. As none claimed it, the azure firmament demonic emperor, amidst the collective gasps of the onlookers, crushed it into shimmering dust. Even Venerable Xuanyang was struck with astonishment. "Azure firmament demonic emperor," he exclaimed, "even if this is not the true Earth Kai dragon pearl, it remains an invaluable treasure. Why would you lay waste to it?" One must grasp that this was a treasure even the tiger demonic emperor's formidable lair could not fully subdue. Its inherent Earth Kai astonishingly potent, holding the profound potential to be refined into an embryonic spiritual artifact. Yet, in that very instant, Venerable Xuanyang comprehended the true intent of the azure firmament demonic emperor. Without this mystical pearl, there would be no further eruptions of Earth Kai. The tiger demonic emperor's legendary lair would thus be forever banished from this mortal realm. And with its destruction, the aspirations of the continent's demonic tribes to ascend to the revered demonic emperor realm were utterly and irrevocably extinguished. From this day forth, the demonic race of this continent shall forever have but one demonic emperor. Realization dawned in his heart as he spoke with profound meaning. "Kankyong demonic emperor, you are truly ruthless to your own kind." The Kankyong demonic emperor cast a frosty glance at him and declared, "You have finished your exploration of the tiger demonic emperor's cave dwelling. Be gone. You are not welcome here." Venerable Xuanyang scoffed coldly. "We have no lingering attachment to this barren wasteland either. Farewell." With that, he immediately led the forces of the great Taking province, setting sail and departing. The Crown Prince of the Western Sea and the Third Princess of the Eastern Sea cast complicated glances at Fang Chen. Naturally, they could see that Fang Chen's situation was extremely precarious. However, it was beyond his reach. The Crown Prince of the Western Sea was powerless to help. He sighed, "Brother, take care of yourself. If fate decrees it, we shall meet again in the Western Sea." Saying this, he let out a heavy sigh and returned to the ocean's depths. The Third Princess of the Eastern Sea wore a similarly sorrowful expression of pity. She sighed lamentably. Battered by the wind and rain, the flower withers. Before the fleeting dream concludes, the dreamer abruptly awakens. "The thorny flower is about to wither." With those words, she bowed her head and plunged into the sea, leaving Fang Chen standing there, utterly dumbfounded. "And here you are getting all sentimental." Finally, the Kankyong demonic emperor turned his gaze toward Muziyu, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "Are you still not leaving?" Muzi, you gazed deeply and complicatedly at Fang Chen, whispering, "Young Master Fang, take care." She sighed silently in her heart. What a brilliant heavens chosen of the human race, only to be crushed in the hands of a demonic emperor. Carrying her sorrowful sigh, she too returned to the sea. The Kankyong demonic emperor swept his gaze around before finally looking upon the tiger demonic emperor's cave dwelling that was about to sink into eternal oblivion. The hidden danger that had long plagued his heart could finally be eradicated. No one could ever replicate his path to becoming a demonic emperor again. The demonic race would forever have but one true emperor forever. Right at that moment, a blurred afterimage flickered at the entrance of the tiger demonic emperor's cave dwelling. A small, fluffy, brown beast dashed out in sheer panic. The demonic emperor's eyes narrowed. Frowning, he muttered, "A little spirit beast. Where did another living creature come from within the tiger demonic emperor's cave dwelling?" Fang Chen was also greatly alarmed, the Little Qilin. Why did it run out? Hadn't he told it to wait until everyone was gone before sneaking out? Running out right in front of the demonic emperor was a catastrophic disaster. "Master, that monster has broken out from the inner mansion." The utterly terrified voice of the Little Qilin instantly transmitted into his mind. What that infernal desolate beast has escaped? Could it be that by devouring a portion of Yandeon's soul, its strength had increased enough to finally break through its confinement? Before he could verify this, a low, guttural roar echoed from within the tiger demonic emperor's cave dwelling. The roar was brimming with a primordial, savage aura carrying a blood-curdling malice. It sounded as if it were a terrifying entity straight from the abyssal depths of hell. The Kankyong demonic emperor gasped sharply, crying out in utter horror, the infernal, desolate beast. Immediately afterward, realizing something, his gaze turned as sharp as a blade. Glaring with a murderous intent that seemed eager to devour flesh, he stared down Lingshu, Liulai, Imperial Concu, Bain Yunxia, and Fang Chen. "One of you ventured into the inner mansion. Who was it?" As a demonic emperor, and one who had previously entered the inner mansion, he knew better than anyone what was suppressed within its main hall. Furthermore, he knew that it was in a state of extreme weakness and could not possibly break free on its own, unless someone had entered and disrupted its weakened state. Who went in? Did they bring out the supreme treasure that threatened his status as the demonic emperor? That was his true, overriding concern. Imperial Concu, Bain Yunxia and her 7 companions were so violently shaken by the roar that their internal organs felt as if rivers and seas were overturning within them. Young Master Liulai clutched her stomach, a trace of agony flickering across her face. "Imperial father, your daughter never entered." Lingshu's face also turned pale. Enduring the pain racking her body, she said, "We remained in the outer mansion the entire time." Could it have been someone from the Western Sea, the Eastern Sea, or the extraterritorial divine sect? Imperial Concu, Bain Yunxia's mind was in a panicked tangle as she said, "Quell your anger, demonic emperor. Are there not 2 people still inside? That young girl from the Myriad Tribulations Sacred Hall and the man in the bamboo hat. It is highly likely they were the ones who entered the inner mansion." Monstrous killing intent surged violently within the Kankyong demonic emperor's eyes. His greatest taboo was for anyone to enter the inner palace and seize the fortuitous encounter needed to break through to the demon emperor realm. Yet someone had defied this and entered. Consort Yunxia's words did not quell his fury in the slightest. On the contrary, his monstrous rage surged to the heavens. His gaze fell upon Fang Chen. Though it was a mere look, it felt as if a colossal mountain had ruthlessly crushed down upon him. With a resounding crack, the immense pressure forced Fang Chen's feet to shatter the stone beneath him, causing both souls to sink deep into the earth. "You are the most suspicious." Demon Emperor Kankyong's eyes flickered with incomparably intense killing intent. "I wouldn't be surprised if anyone else possessed the Silver Pill Scroll, but you, a lowly human, have hidden yourself so deeply, you are more suspicious than anyone." Fang Chen gritted his teeth slightly, facing the wrath of a Demon Emperor Realm expert head on this coercive pressure was vastly more terrifying than he had imagined. He spoke with great difficulty. "If you are determined to condemn me, why bother finding a pretext? If the Demon Emperor wishes to kill me, then just do it. I have nothing left to say." He originally thought the Demon Emperor would be put in a difficult position by these words. Unexpectedly, the killing intent in his eyes only grew more chilling. "Good. I have long wanted to kill you, and now I shall permanently eliminate future troubles." At this moment, he no longer bothered to disguise his intentions and openly laid his cards on the table. Consort Yunxia was startled and hurriedly intervened. "Demon Emperor, please reconsider." "Do you truly wish for young Lord Liulai to bear the reputation of being defiled and impregnated? This will severely tarnish your own majestic reputation." The Demon Emperor cast a cold, sidelong glance at her. "Can you not see? The threat this boy poses is far graver than any damaged reputation."
What use is there in keeping him alive? All this time, the Demon Emperor had spared Fang Chen merely to maintain his own dignified facade. But Fang Chen's threat had grown too massive, so massive that he might have retrieved something that threatened his very throne as the Demon Emperor. At such a critical juncture, how could he still care about appearances? This hidden danger had to be obliterated on the spot. Suddenly, the Demon Emperor realized something was amiss. He narrowed his eyes, staring deeply at Consort Yuan. This isn't right. Have you not always hated Fang Chen to the bone? Why are you so anxious to defend him now that he is in peril? His gaze darted between the two, suspicion burning within his eyes. Could it be that something happened between you two that I am unaware of? Thump, thump, Consort Yuan's heart pounded wildly. Were it not for her extraordinary composure, terror would have already twisted her expression. She remained expressionless and replied, I am merely considering the Demon Emperor's reputation. Li also spoke up at this moment, pleading, Imperial Father, you cannot kill him simply out of suspicion. What will become of the child in my womb? Ling Shu also mustered her courage and begged, Demon Emperor, please wait until the investigation is clear before making a decision. Do not harm him unjustly. Hearing this, Fang Chen cursed inwardly. I'm doomed. Demon Emperor Kankyong was notoriously narrow-minded and intensely paranoid. The more united the people around him were, the deeper his suspicions would grow. With the three women unanimously pleading for Fang Chen's life, Demon Emperor Kankyong's paranoia only skyrocketed. As expected, Demon Emperor Kankyong swept his gaze over the three women with a wrathful sneer. Fang Chen, you truly are quite remarkable. My woman and the heavens chosen of my clan are actually all pleading for you, a mere human. I truly did not see it, so your charm is this immense. Had he not suddenly struck out to execute Fang Chen, he would never have realized that the hearts of those beside him had all been won over by this boy. At this thought, a trace of cold sweat inevitably broke out on his back. This Fang Chen could not be spared. He absolutely could not be spared. He had to die. A terrifying nascent soul aura erupted and surged violently from within his body. No one could dissuade him now. His killing intent was absolute. Even if the King of Heaven himself descended, he would still slay Fang Chen. Fang Chen also sensed this and simply dropped all pretense. Little Qilin. In the distance, the Little Qilin teleported, instantly appearing within his embrace. Clasped in its jaws was the heavenly thunderstone, which held all of his worldly possessions. With a mere thought, a key forged entirely of memory silver sand materialized in his palm. Right before the Demon Emperor's eyes, Fang Chen unlocked the dragon, binding chains. He smiled faintly and said, Very well. Since the Demon Emperor has laid his cards on the table, I shall no longer pretend. These dragon binding chains have never been able to hold me.
What?
Demon Emperor Kankyong pulled the genuine key from his sleeve. The dragon binding chains have two keys. No, wait, that one of yours is a replica. It's memory silver sand. You actually extracted the Tiger Demon Emperor's memory silver sand. He realized in an instant that he had been played by Fang Chen. Fang Chen clearly possessed the ability to refine memory silver sand, yet he had feigned ignorance, successfully deceiving him and ensuring the prize fell into his own hands. With the memory silver sand, Fang Chen could easily duplicate a silver scroll of alchemy and infiltrate the inner palace. You dare deceive me? The Sky Demon Emperor was consumed by shame and rage, feeling his very dignity had been trampled upon. Fang Chen laughed dismissively. Who told you to be so full of suspicion? Your thoughts are far too easy to read. It would be a disservice to your gullibility not to deceive you. The Sky Demon Emperor erupted in fury, roaring, You seek death. He swung a palm, a terrifying strike from a Demon Emperor carrying a might that could topple the heavens. Fang Chen chuckled, Kill me, you are not enough. With a grab of his hand, a lightning dragon howled from the depths of the world, carrying him as he vanished instantly toward the horizon where the sea met the sky. It was none other than the third layer of the shadow in the cloud's technique, capturing the heavenly thunder of the 9 heavens to form a dragon and teleporting beyond the reach of sight. The Sky Demon Emperor's palm struck empty air, crashing into the earth and blasting a terrifying beast claw print spanning 100 zhang. To actually escape from one of my strikes, the Sky Demon Emperor's rage burned even hotter. A mere human junior at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm had managed to flee unscathed from a strike by a Demon Emperor. What a profound humiliation. Boom, he stomped the earth and rocketed forth in an instant, the ground shaking and mountains trembling from the force of his tread. Consort Yuxia's face turned pale with dread, her heart filled with absolute despair. With a Demon Emperor personally hunting him down, how could Fang Chen possibly escape? She bit her lip and turned, saying, "Hai Mei, escort them away from here immediately. The hell-desolate beast is about to emerge." Hai Mei was equally fraught with worry. "And what of you?" Consort Yunxia replied with resolve, "Do not mind me." She leaped forward, not hesitating to expend her meager nascent soul essence to give chase. Upon the vast sea, a lightning dragon crossed a distance of dozens of li. Fang Chen dared not halt, summoning another lightning dragon for a second leap, instantly widening the gap between him and the Demon Emperor. Yet he did not relax in the slightest, for he could feel the Demon Emperor's heaven, shaking killing intent even from 100 li away. If there remained a single sliver of hope, it lay in only one path. Finally, as expected, after 5 teleports, the lightning energy within his body was completely depleted, leaving him with no strength left to flee. By now, he had ventured over 200 li into the vast sea, reaching the deep waters. Sensing the Demon Emperor's rapidly approaching aura, he decisively retrieved the water, evading Pearl. He swallowed it and plunged into the ocean. A massive volume of seawater rushed into his mouth and surged into his body. The water evading Pearl absorbed all the seawater entering his body, filtered out the air within, and expelled the water, repeating the cycle. The Pearl continuously extracted air to supply Fang Chen's entire body, allowing him to survive without breathing, immune to drowning. With no time to marvel at its wonder, Fang Chen decisively swam toward the deepest reaches of the sea. The ocean hundreds of zhang deep was pitch black, a void where one could not see their own hand. Most likely, Wang Chengxiao had managed to escape the Sky Demon Emperor's pursuit by utilizing the terrain of the seafloor. Gurgle, a minor complication, arose as something struggled within Fang Chen's robes. The Little Qilin was suffocating. Fang Chen cursed silently, having forgotten that the Little Qilin also needed to breathe. Just as Fang Chen prepared to take out the water, evading Pearl for them to use in turns, the Little Qilin grew quiet again. This gave Fang Chen a fright. Surely it hadn't drowned. Pulling open his robes to look inside, Fang Chen was struck with astonishment. He saw a faint golden glow emanating from the Little Qilin's belly, where a round bead could be seen faintly emitting gentle Buddhist light, warding off the surrounding water and creating a pocket of space. The Little Qilin blinked its large eyes and said, "Master, this bead glows." The divine bead of merit. Fang Chen's eyes shimmered with wonder. This bead can sense the host's peril and provide aid. It is truly miraculous. With this, no further doubts remained. Before long, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. Surrounded by towering shadows, he had likely fallen into a crevice within a coral reef. This was even safer. Naturally, as an extra precaution, Fang Chen donned the turtle breath cloak. He refused to believe the Demon Emperor could find him now. A thunderous boom exploded overhead. The Demon Emperor had arrived. But the vast sea was too deep. No matter how wildly he bombarded the ocean, his nascent soul power was absorbed by the water. Aside from whipping up monstrous waves, it had almost no effect on the seabed. Fang Chen felt completely at ease. He needed only to wait in silence for the Demon Emperor to give up, after which he could go ashore elsewhere and secretly return to the human territories. The water-repelling pearl truly rendered me immense aid, Fang Chen mused, his seemingly accidental salvation of Muzi, you having, in truth, also preserved his own life. Otherwise, had he fled across the terrestrial plains, the demonic emperor would have already apprehended him, crushing him to dust with a single, devastating palm strike. Fang Chen emerged. After relentlessly barraging the nearby oceanic expanse for the duration of a tea ceremony, with no trace of Fang Chen appearing, the azure firmament demonic emperor was consumed by uncontrollable wrath. At this moment, witnessing concubine Yunxia's hurried arrival, his fury surged tenfold. What purpose brings you here? Do you fear I shall slay him? Or do you harbor affection for him? The more he pondered, the more suspicion festered within him. Concubine Yunxia's starkly contrasting attitudes towards Fang Chen were one thing. But her conduct during this expedition to the Tiger Demonic Emperor's immortal cave was utterly anomalous. I demand an answer. You were constantly with Fang Chen. Would you not know if he entered the inner chambers? Or rather, did he lead you within, and you both conspired to deceive me? Concubine Yunxia did not deny it, stating, I harbored no intent to deceive you. I, too, sought to break through to the demonic emperor realm. Discovering that she had indeed entered with Fang Chen in secret, the azure firmament demonic emperor, his heart ablaze with wrath, seized concubine Yunxia's arms and shook her violently. What transpired between you within? Have you committed any transgression against me?
Concubine Yunxia gazed upon her husband before her, her expression serene. One had shattered her path to the nascent soul realm and dominated her. The other had willingly consumed potent venom for her sake, granting her a sliver of life. In stark contrast, the Azure Firmament demonic emperor was utterly unworthy of being compared to Fang Chen. She stated with cold indifference, "You may disparage me, but I implore you, do not disparage Fang Chen's character." The Azure Firmament demonic emperor erupted in fury, delivering a resounding slap across her face. "Shameless harlot, how dare you intercede on his behalf?" Concubine Yunxia's face burned with a stinging sensation, and a trickle of fresh blood escaped the corner of her lips. Her expression remained serene, mirroring the stagnant waters of her heart's regard for the Azure Firmament demonic emperor. If he truly desired to dominate my form, he would have done so countless times when I was his captive. Unlike you, demonic emperor, who yearns to dominate, yet shrinks from death. Concubine Yunxia spoke with serene calm, yet her words dripped with profound sarcasm. Only then did the demonic emperor regain a modicum of clarity. Concubine Yunxia possessed soul formation essence blood within her. He himself dared not force her. Had Fang Chen attempted coercion while she was his captive, he would have long since been annihilated. Furthermore, he had secretly observed Concubine Yunxia's character on numerous occasions, and he could affirm with certainty that she was not one to betray her husband's trust. Realizing his error in judgment, the Azure Firmament demonic emperor softened his voice. "I merely cared for you too deeply. Does it pain you?" He reached out to caress Concubine Yunxia's swollen cheek, but she averted his touch with an impassive countenance, stating plainly, "Demonic emperor, pray have some self-respect." The Azure Firmament demonic emperor's ire surged anew, and the accumulated grievances of countless past days erupted fully in that moment. "What is it you truly demand of me? 5 years have passed, yet you deny me even the touch of a single finger." Possessing the foremost beauty of the demonic race, he could not even touch her fingers, let alone her heart. Throughout these many years, Concubine Yunxia had never bestowed a single smile upon him, treating him as a stranger. He held not the slightest doubt that should he fall one day, Concubine Yunxia would remain impassive, not shedding a single tear for his demise. Concubine Yunxia's gaze was placid as she stated, "You commanded me to marry you, and I did. You demanded my unwavering fealty, and I have granted it. What further dissatisfaction do you harbor?" The Azure Firmament demonic emperor's chest tightened with frustration. Indeed, these aspects were flawless, but were they truly what his heart desired? He yearned for Concubine Yunxia to revel in his embrace, for her to venerate and adore him, not to be before his eyes, yet as distant as the celestial firmament. "I concede I once severed your path to the demonic emperor realm, but have I not elevated you to my concubine? Have I not shown you the greatest favor? Among my 36 concubines, who receives more indulgence than you, are these offerings still insufficient?" Deep beneath the waves, Fang Chen listened, his heart filled with silent contempt. "Severed your path to the demonic emperor realm." These words were uttered with such facile ease, yet the Azure Firmament demonic emperor himself, in his relentless pursuit of dominion, had not hesitated to wage war, draining the strength of powerful demonic beasts, and to fiercely guard the tiger demonic emperor's immortal cave to prevent other demonic races from replicating his own path. He feared Fang Chen might reveal the secret of breaking through to the demonic emperor realm, and thus sought his death at any cost. It could truly be said that for the demonic emperor's throne, he had descended into utter madness. Yet it was ludicrous how, when applied to another, such an act was lightly dismissed. Had anyone dared to sever his path to the demonic emperor realm, he would have long since slaughtered their entire clan and annihilated their lineage. What was even more reprehensible was that, despite his blatant coveting of Concubine Yunxia's beauty and his forceful coercion for her hand in marriage, in his own utterances, it transformed into a benevolent favor bestowed upon her. It was only due to Concubine Yunxia's tranquil disposition and lack of worldly desires. Any other woman would have harbored profound, bitter hatred for the Azure Firmament demonic emperor. By what audacity did he engage in such moral blackmail here? Fortunately, Concubine Yunxia was not swayed by such stratagems. Regardless of the Azure Firmament demonic emperor's impassioned pronouncements, she remained serene as still waters, stating calmly, "Demonic emperor, let us attend to matters of import. There are no private affairs between us worthy of discussion." Gazing upon the churning surface of the sea, devoid of Fang Chen's silhouette, she secretly rejoiced. It appeared the demonic emperor could not locate Fang Chen. Indeed, it was excellent, for he had survived. The azure firmament demonic emperor clenched his fists, gazing at concubine Yunxia, who regarded him as little more than empty air. He felt as though he struck a cotton cloud, his might dissipating without effect, as if no matter his actions, he could never truly capture her heart. In his vexation, he stomped his foot upon the boundless ocean, causing towering waves, dozens of zhang high, to surge skyward. Under the sun's illumination, they refracted into myriad golden glints, resplendent and dazzling. Golden glints. A spark of realization ignited in the azure firmament demonic emperor's mind as he cast a japing smile upon the Inkai Black Sea beneath his feet. Fang Chen, do you truly believe I cannot unearth your hiding place? Heh heh. From his robes, he withdrew a wooden carving the size of a human face. Upon it was etched the likeness of a Buddha, holding a flower and smiling serenely, its countenance radiating peaceful enlightenment. The divine aura of the sculpture was born of nature itself, as if a true Buddha were embedded within the wood. A sudden unease gripped concubine Yunxia. What manner of object is this? The azure firmament demonic emperor let out a soft chuckle. Not long ago, the Dharma Seal Vajra, from White Horse Temple, visited my demonic imperial court. Claiming to seek Fang Chen, intending to guide him into the Buddhist path, I refused. Concubine Yunxia's brow furrowed in secret concern. Such an event transpired. Fortunate indeed that Fang Chen was not present then, lest he be instantly inducted by White Horse Temple. But for what purpose did they leave behind this wooden Buddha? Clasping the wooden Buddha, the azure firmament demonic emperor spoke with a knowing half smile. That small spirit beast upon his person, it was the one that pilfered the divine merit pearl, was it not? Concubine Yunxia's heart gave a sudden lurch. She smoothed her flowing locks, concealing the turmoil within her, and uttered, could such a coincidence truly be? The azure firmament demonic emperor offered a slight smile. We shall ascertain the truth through trial. He cast the wooden Buddha into the boundless ocean, and from within it, a faint trace of golden Buddhist radiance emanated, spreading its ethereal light deep into the abyss of the sea. In the abyssal depths, Fang Chen, upon hearing these words, instantly sensed impending peril and swiftly cast his gaze toward his embrace. Under the influence of the wooden Buddha's sacred radiance, the divine merit pearl within him pulsed with ever-increasing brilliance. Its holy light too potent for even the turtle breath cloak to conceal. His heart gave a sudden throb, and without a moment's hesitation, he produced the heaven, monitoring divine mirror. At that very instant, a terrifying finger force pierced through the ocean, striking precisely towards their location. Fang Chen hastily activated the heaven, monitoring divine mirror. As the eye inscribed upon its surface rotated, the majority of the incoming finger force was reflected back just as it was about to descend. Yet a residual portion of its power still erupted. Rumble, the coral reefs of the seabed were raised to flat plains by the devastating aftershocks. Even Fang Chen, sheltering within a fissure, could not escape unscathed. The chainmail armor adorning his body emitted groaning, strained creaks, finally failing to fully withstand the impact. PFFT. Fang Chen was grievously wounded on the spot, his mouth spewing forth a torrent of crimson blood that stained the vast expanse of seawater. The small Qilin cried out in anxious alarm. Fang Chen, his heart heavy, declared, "You have been exposed. The demonic emperor initiated this war between our two races solely to capture you. Having finally discovered you, he will not release you easily again. Flee through the seabed." Fang Chen snatched the small Qilin from his embrace, casting it far into the distance, while he himself swam towards the ocean's surface. "Master, what about you?" The little Qilin froze in shock. Fang Chen turned his head and said, "I have no strength left to flee, and there is no escape for me. I will buy you some time. Run as far away as you possibly can." The little Qilin's eyes grew moist. It chased after him on its short little legs and leaped into his embrace. "No, I will stay with you, master." Fang Chen smiled helplessly, stroking its furry head with a sigh. "Be obedient. If one of us can escape, so be it. Your master's fated time has come, but you still have a chance. Go, do not let your master die in vain." Stealing his heart, Fang Chen threw it far away into the distance, shouting, "Hurry and leave. Go to a safe place. Remember not to eat things from strangers, or they will beat you and capture you. Also, when you look for your next master, find someone powerful. Don't end up constantly hiding and running like you did with me. Now go." Tears blurred the little Qilin's vision. It did not fully comprehend the complexities of emotion, yet it understood that at this very moment, its master was burning his own life force to ignite a glimmer of light for it in the darkness. "Master, sob, It left, driven away by the coral stones Fang Chen forcefully hurled at it and his harsh scolding, weeping as it went. Looking back with every few steps, it wasn't until darkness completely consumed its sight, and its master's figure was no longer visible, that its tears fell like rain. Plunging headlong into the shadows ahead, it ran endlessly toward the unknown. Fang Chen watched that receding beam of Buddhist light fade into the distance, a warm and tender smile gracing his face. "Best of luck, little one." He then raised his head toward the sea's surface, a fierce and piercing light erupting in his eyes. Clenching his palm, a broken hairpin materialized in his grasp. Boom! Water sprayed in all directions as Fang Chen burst out of the sea, locking his icy gaze upon the firmament demonic emperor. The latter stared back with a darkened visage, deadlocked onto him. His hair crown had fallen, letting his black hair cascade wildly, while freezing murderous intent surged within his eyes. To actually reflect a finger strike of the demonic emperor realm, you have hidden your depths well. Indeed, killing you is no mistake. Who would dare believe that a mere cultivator of the golden core realm could deflect an attack from the nascent soul realm? Had his reflexes not been so swift, he would have been injured just a moment ago. This deepened the firmament demonic emperor's killing intent even further. Raising his palm, a tempest of murderous aura raged around him as he declared, "The game is over. It is time to send you on your way." Consort Yunxia's face revealed a look of absolute resolve. Taking a step forward, she moved to shield Fang Chen with her own body. "Do not move." Fang Chen's voice echoed within her mind. "Pleading is useless. He will still kill me, and you will only arouse his eternal suspicion. Do not do anything foolish." Consort Yunxia's heart remained resolute. Hasn't he always desired to possess me? If I yield to him in exchange for your survival, he will agree. A profound tremor shook Fang Chen's very soul. Consort Yunxia was willing to serve the demonic emperor for his sake. Was it worth it? For a mere human, was it truly worth it? A gentle smile surfaced in Consort Yunxia's heart. "It is worth it. For you, everything is worth it. Fang Chen, I love you. A love willing to pledge a lifetime, a love yearning to accompany you until our hair turns white. For you, I am willing to do anything." The moment Fang Chen drank that lethal poison for her, her heart belonged entirely to him. From that point on, no second person could ever enter her heart again. Fang Chen's mind roared like thunder, leaving him utterly thunderstruck. Consort Yunxia loved him. This confession was far too sudden and far too resolute. He could almost guess her true intentions. Once he was free and safe beneath the vast sky, she would slit her own throat, absolutely refusing to let the demonic emperor touch her. A profound sense of being moved permeated the depths of Fang Chen's heart. He was not forged of iron, and his heart even less so. "Thank you. To have someone protect me so fiercely before my death. I can die content." A faint smile formed in Fang Chen's heart as he replied, "But don't be foolish. The demonic emperor is no fool. He will possess you first, and then slay me. You will lose everything." Consort Yunxia's heart wavered slightly. How could she not know that this was the most likely outcome? "But if I don't, at least try." Fang Chen cut her off. "Do not deceive yourself. Live on well, and do not let the demonic emperor harbor suspicion. Furthermore, when I perish, remember to take the heavenly thunder stone from my body. Inside, there is a gift left for you." "All right, it is time to say goodbye. I hope that for the rest of your life, you are treated with gentleness, just as gently as you have treated me. Farewell, I shall depart first." A mournful cry echoed within Consort Yunxia's heart. "What are you going to do? Do not do anything reckless. Don't." The closed mouth Zenbead had sealed off their telepathy. Gazing at the vicious palm strike descending from the demonic emperor, Fang Chen's eyes erupted with a resolute and unyielding killing intent. "Firmament demonic emperor, let us travel the road to the underworld together." He tightly gripped the hairpin, the soul within his body boiling over and madly pouring into the artifact. The firmament demonic emperor's gaze landed upon the hairpin in Fang Chen's hand, his pupils constricting slightly. With his vast experience, he naturally sensed the extreme extraordinariness of the hairpin. As Fang Chen channeled his soul power to activate it, an aura of peril, so profound it made even the Emperor's flesh crawl, surged forth from the hairpin. So terrifying was it that his descending palm came to an abrupt halt, not daring to act rashly. The mocking expression on his face vanished, replaced entirely by solemn gravity. "What are you doing? Put it down right now." Fang Chen smiled, a cold and chilling smile. "What, are you afraid? It's too late today. Either you die or I die." Boom, his entire soul power poured into the hairpin, not a single trace remaining. The bronze hairpin trembled, and an azure light in the shape of a tender sprout emerged from within it. It grew rapidly, evolving from a tender sprout into a 1-foot-tall sapling. From a sapling, it grew into a towering tree 10 zhang tall, its foliage dense and majestic. It was astonishingly a divine parasol tree. At this moment, something moved upon the tree. Looking closely, perched upon a branch was a bronze-colored phoenix. Its form was perfectly graceful, its gaze cold and arrogant as it looked down upon all living beings, like a divine bird atop the clouds. A phoenix. The firmament, demonic emperor's pupils contracted. Being stared at by this phoenix, his demonic emperor realm soul was actually trembling, as if he had encountered his absolute bane. What terrified him even more was that there was not just one phoenix on the tree. A cursory glance at the other branches revealed a full 9 of them. They all stared coldly at the firmament demonic emperor, causing his soul to weep in terror. The firmament demonic emperor's face instantly turned deathly pale, sweat poured from his body like a spring, and he shuddered uncontrollably. Even his voice trembled with uncharacteristic fear. Fang Chen, cease. I command you to cease this instant. Terror seized him, a fear so profound it chilled his soul. This divine phoenix possessed the power to end him with trivial ease. Never did he imagine Fang Chen wielded such a harrowing artifact. Fang Chen gazed upward at the parasol tree, his eyes fixed upon the 9 divine phoenixes perched atop its boughs, entrusting them with his final hope. Go. At his command, the phoenix upon the highest branch unfurled its wings, revealing a grace beyond compare. With a single beat of its pinions, it soared toward the Sky Demon Emperor. Stay back! The Sky Demon Emperor's countenance shifted violently as he recoiled in desperate haste. Though the phoenix moved with a slow and majestic elegance, the distance between them vanished in an instant, as if the Sky Demon Emperor were merely treading air. Then the phoenix effortlessly passed through the Sky Demon Emperor's form, emerging from his back without leaving a single physical scar. Yet its long, exquisite talons clutched a spectral form, the very soul of the Sky Demon Emperor. No, the Sky Demon Emperor shrieked in abject horror. His soul body clung desperately to its fleshly vessel, struggling against the inexorable pull. But his resistance was futile. Inch by agonizing inch, his soul was wrenched from his mortal coil. Dread, terror, and fury contorted the face of his soul as he fell into the depths of despair. Before this divine phoenix, his soul, though at the Demon Emperor realm, was utterly powerless to resist. Yet just as his soul was on the verge of being fully severed from his flesh, the bronze radiance emanating from the magical mirror suddenly flickered and waned. The parasol tree, along with the silhouettes of the 9 phoenixes, rapidly began to fade into obscurity. The phoenix that had ensnared the Emperor's soul dissolved into a streak of azure light, dissipating back into the magical mirror. As if granted a divine reprieve, the Sky Demon Emperor's soul instantly surged back into his physical form. Gasping for air, the Sky Demon Emperor collapsed to the ground, his breath coming in ragged heaves. His eyes were wide, filled with the lingering terror of one who had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. A hair's breadth, he had been, but a hair's breadth from demise. To perish at the hands of a mere human junior like Fang Chen. Fang Chen, the Sky Demon Emperor, bellowed in a fit of vengeful fury. With a roar of indignation, he unleashed a crushing strike upon Fang Chen. This was the devastating blow of a nascent soul realm expert. With a bitter smile, Fang Chen summoned the heaven, monitoring mirror, reflecting the majority of the impact's force. Yet the residual force struck him with unerring precision. Unlike their previous encounter beneath the sea, this was a strike delivered at point-blank range. His chainmail treasure armor was utterly incapable of shielding him. Crack, his body resounded like parched pottery being shattered by a heavy hammer. Every bone within his frame fractured and splintered. His internal organs were reduced to a pulp of mangled flesh. Had it not been for the protection of his treasure armor, he would have been reduced to a mist of blood in an instant. Still you cling to life, the Sky Demon Emperor roared, bringing a palm down toward Fang Chen's skull. Consort Yunxia could no longer restrain herself. She cried out, pleading for mercy. She could not bear to stand by and watch Fang Chen perish before her very eyes. The Sky Demon Emperor turned back with a cold, murderous gaze. You dare plead for his life? Did you not see? He nearly took my life. To think you would beg for the life of the very assassin who nearly slew your husband. He could scarcely believe it. His most cherished consort, pleading for the man who sought his end. This realization stoked the fires of his rage into an uncontrollable inferno. With a surge of energy, he reached out across the void and seized Consort Yunxia. Gripping her neck with a vice, like hold, he snarled, Tell me, what manner of bond do you share with this Fang Chen? Speak. Fang Chen let out a faint sigh. He had already warned Consort Yunxia against such reckless behavior. Blood flowed ceaselessly from his lips as he struggled to speak. If you wish for death, take my life. Why involve those who are innocent? His heart was heavy with regret. His soul power had ultimately been insufficient to unleash the true, devastating might of the Nine Phoenixes Dao-Mirror. Had it been enough, this conflict would have reached its final conclusion. Silence, the Demon Emperor commanded with a glacial glare, raising his palm to deliver the killing blow. But after a shift of his gaze, he withdrew his palm. He then set Consort Yunxia down, his voice chilling as he spoke. Yunxia,
I do not tolerate betrayal, not in heart and not in body.
now kill him with your own hands. Consort Yunxia's pupils constricted. To have her personally kill Fang Chen, how could she possibly do it? Strike, the firmament demon emperor narrowed his eyes, the suspicion toward Consort Yunxia deepening in his gaze. Consort Yunxia's red lips trembled as she struggled to drag her steps, arriving before Fang Chen.
Yet, no matter what, she could not bring herself to strike. Why do you hesitate? Could it be that you and Fang Chen truly have an illicit affair?
A dangerous glint sparked within the eyes of the firmament demon emperor. Consort Yunxia's delicate body trembled. She knew exactly how the firmament demon emperor treated women who betrayed him. He would annihilate their entire clan. But how could she bear to kill Fang Chen?
Still not, just as the firmament demon emperor was about to reprimand her.
Faintly, a pale Buddhist light flickered into view in the distance. He listened with a cold demeanor and sneered. Little beast, you actually haven't left yet. I intended to deal with you later, but now, don't even think about leaving. He leaped into the air, sweeping toward the direction of the Little Qilin. Before departing, he fixed a cold glare upon Consort Yunxia. Before I return, I expect to see Fang Chen's severed head. Do not disappoint me, Yunxia. With a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying force pierced straight through Fang Chen's abdomen. Crack, his golden core realm foundation shattered. Endless spiritual energy surged outward. To prevent Fang Chen from playing any tricks to escape, he had directly crippled his cultivation. Fang Chen let out a muffled groan and slumped to the ground, a trace of bitterness appearing on his face. Consort Yunxia, make your move. Fang Chen lowered his head, smiling tragically. Consort Yunxia watched the firmament demon emperor depart, tears already swirling in her eyes. Fang Chen, I will take you away. She supported Fang Chen's weight. Fang Chen waved his hand and let out a long sigh. There is no need. My cultivation is crippled. Going anywhere is meaningless now. Consort Yunxia felt as if her heart were being pierced by needles. Having lost his cultivation, Fang Chen lacked even the will to live, his heart reduced to dead ashes. Even if you are a cripple, I will take care of you for the rest of my life. We will find a secluded utopia, live as mortals together, grow old together, and share our twilight years. Consort Yunxia knelt before him, begging through her tears. I care nothing about what you have lost, as long as you are alive. I beg you, Fang Chen, please pull yourself together. Do not die, do not be foolish. Fang Chen's voice grew hoarse, and his eyes moistened. He was deeply moved by this foolish woman. If you take me away, what will happen to your clan? The firmament demon emperor will slaughter them all in retaliation. He chuckled softly, bringing out a beast horn and a whisk. The heavens have treated me well after all, granting me the chance to personally deliver these gifts to you. Consort Yunxia looked down. It was the heavenly demon's lingering dew and the serenity whisk. One could purge the vile Kai within her body, removing all obstacles from her cultivation. The other was an opportunity to help her attempt a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm once more. Under normal circumstances, either of these items would have brought her immense joy for a very long time. But now there was not a shred of joy in her heart, only profound sorrow. But I don't want you to die. Tears cascaded from Consort Yunxia's eyes. Fang Chen gently caressed her cheek with his fingers and said, Do not harbor any illusions. Even if I were willing to flee, could I truly escape the pursuit of the firmament demon emperor? It would be naught but a futile gesture, serving only to involve you and your kin in my ruin. Slay me to earn the demon emperor's trust, then find a sanctuary to secretly seek a break through to the demon emperor realm. In this way, my death shall have been worth it. He drew forth the purple sword. Gazing upon the familiar blade, a trace of reluctance and longing flickered in his eyes. This sword was obtained at the dawn of my cultivation path. Today, it shall be the instrument of my end. He thrust the purple sword into Consort Yunxia's hand. Use this blade and kill me.
Consort Yunxia shook her head incessantly, tears cascading down. You asked me to slay you. How could I possibly strike such a blow? Fang Chen grasped her shoulders, shaking them gently, and spoke in a weak voice, Listen to me. I have no path to survival. Dying by your hand grants me a swift end. Should the demon emperor return and find me yet alive, his wrath will fall upon me, and he will torture me until death. Is that a sight you wish to behold? Consort Yunxia's body trembled. She knew the firmament demon emperor all too well. He would surely vent his fury upon Fang Chen, tormenting him until he begged for the release of death. Slaying Fang Chen now was an act of mercy. And yet I am to personally strike down the one I love. Trembling, she gripped the purple sword and gazed at Fang Chen, who smiled as he slowly closed his eyes. It was as if a frigid blade had been plunged into her heart and twisted with force, the agony stifling her every breath. A seed of hatred began to sprout within her soul. The firmament demon emperor. She had never truly hated anyone. Even when the firmament demon emperor severed her path to the demon emperor realm, she felt no hate. Even when he forced her into marriage, she felt no hate. But in this moment, she loathed him with an unprecedented intensity. Gripping the purple sword tightly, her eyes burned with malice. You force me to slay my beloved with my own hands. Firmament demon emperor, I swear upon the heavens that I shall kill you. I shall ensure you are buried alongside Fang Chen. Then, raising the purple sword, she swung it toward Fang Chen through a veil of tears. Fang Chen, once I have slain the firmament demon emperor, I shall join you. The sword descended, and a cold radiance illuminated the surroundings. The ocean waves shimmered under the sun like fragments of shattered memory, each recounting tales from different eras. On the other side of the vast sea, the Little Qilin sprinted with all its might, struggling across the expanse of the ocean. Its fur was dull and lusterless, a fragment of its ear was missing, and fresh blood seeped from the wound. It glanced back frequently, its clear, large eyes filled with both hatred and despair. It had channeled its spatial talents to their limit in a desperate bid for survival. Yet it had still failed to escape the pursuit of the firmament demon emperor. Behind it, the silhouette of the firmament demon emperor was now visible to the naked eye. Master, I am sorry. Its master had bought it a chance to escape, yet it had not departed as he had commanded. Soon it would be overtaken and meet the same fate as its master. At the thought that its master might already be dead, tears blurred its vision as it ran forward with muffled whimpers. Suddenly, it collided with a pair of legs, its round body tumbling back several times. Looking up, it saw a middle-aged man in violet, blue robes with clear, handsome features. With a faint smile on his lips, he stood upon the sea with his hands behind his back. The water beneath his feet was as calm as a mirror. No matter how the sea breeze howled, not a single ripple could be seen. Alas, little one. The middle-aged man extended a hand, and an invisible force gently enveloped the Little Qilin, lifting it into his palm. His palm brushed lightly over the Qilin's body, and its dull fur regained its luster at a speed visible to the eye. The bleeding ear was instantly sealed, and the missing part regrew. The Little Qilin blinked. Instinct told it that the person before it was unfathomably powerful. Rumble, in the distance, waves crashed against the heavens. The figure of the firmament demon emperor streaked toward them with great speed. Upon noticing the Little Qilin in someone's embrace, his expression turned fierce, and he ruthlessly struck out with a palm across the void. The might of a nascent soul's strike was enough to sunder the heavens and extinguish the earth. In an instant, a boundless tsunami surged forth. Yet, what made the azure sky demon emperor's pupils shrink in shock was that the tsunami actually split in two, roaring past the figure on both sides, leaving him utterly untouched. A familiar voice then emanated from that shadowy figure. Azure Sky Demon Emperor, he is merely a junior. Is there truly a need for such aggression? The Azure Sky Demon Emperor was profoundly shocked. Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets, what brings you to this place? The Little Qilin's jaw dropped in astonishment. So, the middle-aged man before them, clad in violet, blue robes, was none other than the legendary Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets. To think he had actually traversed the entire continent to grace this place with his presence. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets smiled faintly. I heard that a junior of my human race is being held captive by your noble people. I have come to take him back now. I trust the Azure Sky Demon Emperor will grant me this small convenience. The Azure Sky Demon Emperor's face darkened. You came for Fang Chen. In that case, he must die all the more.
To think that the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets himself would journey thousands of miles to rescue him, it was clear how greatly Fang Chen was valued. Throughout all of history, never had it been heard that the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets would personally intervene to save someone. Fang Chen was the very first. The Pavilion Master gently set down the Little Qilin and smiled with serene composure. In that case, he is not yet dead. It seems my arrival was not too late. The Azure Sky Demon Emperor snorted coldly. That will depend on whether you possess the might to take him from my grasp. Instantly, Violet Kai erupted from his body and soared to the heavens, as the phantom of a colossal beast, bearing some resemblance to a Qilin, materialized behind him. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets gave a slight nod. Very well. Our last encounter was left unresolved. Boom, the vast seas were torn asunder, and the very heavens trembled. One, a demon emperor, the other, a nascent soul patriarch. They clashed ferociously above the great ocean. Elsewhere, the purple sword froze at Fang Chen's neck, its incomparably sharp sword Kai etching a thin, crimson line upon his skin. Tiny beads of blood slowly began to well up from the cut. Yet the blade could descend no further. Fang Chen opened his eyes and asked, bewildered, "Why have you stopped?" Consort Yunxia stared at her sword arm, where faint wisps of pink energy streamed from her abdomen, coiling tightly around her limb. My hand, I can no longer control it. Fang Chen studied the pink energy, a sense of familiarity dawning on him. Is this that entangling power from within your body? Consort Yunxia focused her senses for a moment before replying, yes, it is. After I consumed the soul, nourishing pill from Priestess Lingian, this power has lingered within me, impossible to dispel. Ordinarily, she would have been frantic. At this moment, however, her heart was filled with naught but dead ashes, and her face held only sorrow. But soon she finally sensed that something was amiss. An unusual, unbearable flush began to creep across her jade-like features. She tugged at the collar of her robes. Her breath grew shallow and quick. Fang Chen, why do I feel so hot? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he watched her breathing quicken. Her face flush a deep crimson, and her gaze grow hazy and unfocused. Seeing these symptoms, he could scarcely believe his own conclusion. Could it be that his 6 harmonies immortal elixir had somehow leaked? He hastily retrieved it, only to find the seal perfectly intact, showing no signs of having leaked. Haya, Consort Yunxia felt increasingly feverish, her rosy lips parting to release shallow, heated breaths. She summoned a spray of frigid seawater, splashing it over herself in a desperate attempt to cool her scorching body. But it was utterly useless. Her body was like a kettle boiled dry, not a single drop of water left within, yet still being roasted over a raging furnace until she was scalding hot, desperately needing water to be poured in to cool the heat. As her temperature climbed, a fine pinkish rash spread over her skin, and a deep crimson blush crept from behind her ears to engulf her entire face. Her hand, now limp and devoid of strength, could no longer hold the sword. Fang Chen, what is happening to me? She realized something was terribly wrong with her body. A strange expression crossed Fang Chen's face as he said hesitantly, "You've been afflicted by an aphrodisiac." The color drained from Consort Yunxia's beautiful face, an aphrodisiac. A wave of panic washed over her. Never had she imagined such a thing could happen to her. She was, after all, an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, one who had even attempted to ascend to the rank of a demon emperor. More importantly, she held the status of a consort to the demon emperor, who would dare subject her to such a substance. Yet, against all odds, she had truly fallen prey to the scheme. Recalling the pink energy coursing through her body, she said with suspicion, "It is Priestess Lingian. Within that soul nurturing pill, she added an aphrodisiac component." What does she intend to do? Fang Chen's expression turned peculiar, though he had surmised that the spirit pill was likely problematic. Who could have imagined it contained such a carnal catalyst? Fang Chen, you humans possess a deeper understanding of medicinal principles. Can you help me neutralize this? Consort Yunxia's heart was indeed in disarray. She refused to exhibit such a shameful state before Fang Chen. To do so would be a fate worse than death itself. Fang Chen nodded slightly. I can only examine you first. I cannot guarantee that I can dispel the medicinal properties. Certain low-grade aphrodisiacs could be forced out of the body using spiritual power, yet those with complex compositions were another matter entirely. Against something like the 6 harmonies immortal, which could ensnare even those of the nascent soul realm, he would be utterly powerless. As for the substance within Consort Yunxia, Fang Chen held little certainty. Given her profound cultivation, any drug capable of eliciting a reaction from her must be of an exceedingly high grade. Nonetheless, he would make an attempt. Extend your hand. I shall channel my spiritual power within to investigate the components of this drug. Consort Yunxia hurriedly extended her arm toward him. Her exposed snowy wrist was like a piece of fine jade, possessing an allure beyond compare. Fang Chen grasped her wrist and infused a wisp of spiritual power into it, intending to explore her internal state. Suddenly, Fang Chen jerked his hand back. Looking closely, a strand of pink mist emerged from Consort Yunxia's wrist, entwining itself around Fang Chen's hand and swiftly burrowing into his body. "You have been afflicted as well," Consort Yunxia cried out, her heart sinking as she realized the gravity of the situation.
If only one person were afflicted, the other might find a solution, but if both were ensnared, what hope remained? Startled, Fang Chen immediately circulated his spiritual power, attempting to expel the pink energy from his body. Eerily, this pink force ignored Fang Chen's spiritual power, boring deeper into the depths of his being. Slightly surprised, Fang Chen shifted to mobilizing the void stream lightning force, hoping to shatter it. To Fang Chen's growing concern, even the void stream lightning force was disregarded by the energy. Finally, Fang Chen directly summoned the power of his poison core. A terrifying toxicity surged through his entire body. No matter how bizarre the pink energy was, surely it could not withstand such a violent poison. To Fang Chen's mounting alarm, the poison only caused the pink energy to pause for a fleeting moment before it charged through his body with even greater speed. In an instant, Fang Chen's body began to manifest strange symptoms. A heat began to rise within him, like a kettle of boiling water emitting steam, demanding an outlet to release the pressure. Before long, an unnatural flush colored his face. Consort Yunxia covered her mouth and retreated a few steps, her voice trembling. Even you cannot purge it." Forcing himself to remain calm, Fang Chen said, "This does not seem to be a medicinal component. It is a type of power that is nearly impossible to obstruct." Feeling his body grow increasingly feverish, his consciousness began to drift into a haze. Sensing the impending danger, he looked at Consort Yunxia, who stood inches away. Her slender silhouette, her wasp-like waist that one could encircle with a single hand, and the graceful curves of her bosom, a powerful impulse surged within him. As he gazed upon her celestial countenance, which seemed painted by the gods, his breathing grew ragged. He decisively slapped his own cheeks, struggling to regain his composure. This pink power was far too potent. Fang Chen found it impossible to suppress the impulses rising in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he growled in a low voice, "Kill me quickly. I fear I am losing control of myself. I do not wish to harm you." Seeing Consort Yunxia hesitate, Fang Chen said solemnly, "I am destined for death anyway. Strike now." Consort Yunxia stumbled forward, raising her sword with the intent to pierce him. The moment the thought arose, an even greater surge of pink energy erupted from her abdomen, drowning the majority of her reason. With a loud clang, the purple sword slipped from her grasp and plunged into the vast sea. The clarity in her eyes was being ruthlessly devoured by a glazed, wandering haze. "Fang Chen, this pink energy seems to have appeared because of you. The moment I harbor intent to kill, it grows even stronger." Reflecting on how it flared up whenever she intended to strike Fang Chen, it was clear that the power Priestess Lingyan left within Consort Yunxia was triggered by murderous intent toward him. Fang Chen was shocked. For me, what? What is her objective? He had never even met Priestess Lingyan face to face. Why would she orchestrate such a scheme? Consort Yunxia's breathing grew ever more ragged, and the gaze she cast upon Fang Chen was brimming with a burning desire. Yet, the last vestiges of her clarity compelled her to stumble backward, step by step. "No, I cannot do this. I am the consort of the Demon Emperor, a wedded woman. I absolutely cannot." She was willing to surrender to Fang Chen, but never whilst bearing the identity of another man's wife. Otherwise, she would forever despise herself. And Fang Chen would despise her as well. If she were to give herself to him, it must be with a pure and unblemished status. Fang Chen similarly fought with all his might to suppress the surging impulses, forcing himself into a semblance of calm. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his purple sword from the depths of the sea, aiming its blade to pierce his own flesh. "So be it, I shall end this myself," he thought. If this persisted, the two of them would inevitably cross the point of no return. Should that happen, the furious Empyrean Demon Emperor would butcher Consort Yunxia and annihilate her entire clan. Witnessing Fang Chen seek his own demise, Consort Yunxia instinctively lunged forward, desperately seizing his arm.
That mere physical contact was akin to pouring boiling oil over a raging inferno. The insidious pink power erupted in its entirety, instantly shattering Fang Chen's remaining rationality. His eyes flooded with an insatiable, scorching desire. Unleashing a low, primal growl, he violently pinned Consort Yunxia beneath him. Consort Yunxia struggled to push him away, pleading desperately, "Fang Chen, do not do this. I refuse to give myself to you whilst bearing the title of the Demon Emperor's consort. In the next life, I will be entirely yours, all right." However, Fang Chen had already exhausted his soul power when he channeled the 9 Phoenixes, seeking the Dao cultivation method. His willpower was no longer as unshakable as before. Pinning her down with crushing weight, he showered frantic kisses upon her forehead, her cheeks, and her ears. Consort Yunxia shuddered as though struck by lightning, her delicate curves trembling incessantly. The hands that fought to push Fang Chen away gradually grew limp and devoid of strength. Realizing that an irreversible sin was now utterly unavoidable, 2 trails of crystalline tears slipped from her eyes. She sobbed, "High Priestess Yandeon, why must you do this? You are forcing Fang Chen to bear the vile infamy of usurping another man's wife." To her profound shock, the dreamlike and ethereal voice of High Priestess Yandeon suddenly echoed within her mind. "I require Fang Chen to remain alive for the time being. I do not wish for you to kill him." Startled, Consort Yunxia darted her gaze around, yet there was not a single trace of Yandeon to be found. And yet, her voice had effortlessly penetrated straight into the depths of her mind. You are completely unreasonable. How could you possibly know that I would be the one to strike at Fang Chen? Anyone could have done it. Do not tell me you intend to inflict this shameless power upon every single member of the demon race." She attempted to project her thoughts back through her spiritual consciousness. Yandeon's detached, dreamlike voice drifted into her mind once more. "The Demon Emperor will never tolerate his consort having ties with another man. You are the one who has interacted most profoundly with Fang Chen. It is as simple as that." Consort Yunxia opened her mouth, yet found herself rendered entirely speechless. Deep down, she knew full well that the Empyrean Demon Emperor had long harbored seeds of suspicion regarding her and Fang Chen. After all, she had been held captive by Fang Chen for so long. What man wouldn't harbor a sliver of resentment and doubt? Therefore, even without the events of today, the Empyrean Demon Emperor would have inevitably ordered her to personally execute Fang Chen. Only through such a blood sacrifice could he erase the festering paranoia within his heart. Having seen through the karmic threads of this outcome, High Priestess Yandeon had preemptively gifted them the soul-nourishing pill. The current predicament merely validated her divine foresight. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's actions upon her grew increasingly unbridled and audacious. Struggling vainly to parry his advances, Consort Yunxia projected with indignant shame, "But even so, there was no need to thwart my lethal strike in such a vile manner. You could have gravely wounded me, or even killed me. Why must you force Fang Chen to shoulder such a tarnished name?" High Priestess Yandeon replied with apathetic calm, "If the Empyrean Demon Emperor were to learn that you have consummated a union with Fang Chen, what do you suppose would become of your clansmen?" Consort Yunxia's pupils contracted sharply. The grisly outcome went without saying. In his boundless fury, the Empyrean Demon Emperor would slaughter the entire Silver Fox clan, leaving neither chicken nor dog alive. Yandeon, you are utterly shameless. Never in her wildest dreams did she anticipate that the soul-nourishing pill gifted by the High Priestess concealed such a devious scheme. Today's disgrace would become an ironclad blackmail over her and the entire Silver Fox clan. Should she ever dare defy the High Priestess's commands, the price would be the blood of her entire lineage. High Priestess Yandeon stated plainly, "I only require you to protect Fang Chen and ensure his survival. All other trivialities hold no interest to me." Suddenly, Consort Yunxia's countenance paled as Fang Chen's hand boldly slipped into her robes. Terrified, she hastily clamped her hands over his, pleading frantically, "Yandeon, put a halt to this madness at once. Do not let Fang Chen and I commit this sin. Even if nothing happens between us, I swear I would forsake my own life to protect him. There is no need for such excessive measures." High Priestess Yandeon's ethereal voice began to fade from the recesses of her mind. "I find blackmail to be a far more reliable guarantor of loyalty. Furthermore, I advise you to simply surrender yourself to Fang Chen. Your soul formation realm essence blood is capable of mending his shattered golden core. Relax and enjoy the moment. The Empyrean Demon Emperor is currently quite preoccupied and will not disturb you two." The final word echoed faintly from an impossibly distant void, as if the High Priestess had already departed to a faraway realm. Yet Consort Yunxia was left utterly stunned.
Could that singular drop of soul formation realm essence blood within her truly restore Fang Chen's crippled golden core? Gazing at Fang Chen's face mere inches from her own, she recalled the dead, ashen despair that had clouded his features the moment his cultivation was abolished. And a profound ache pierced her heart. In your eyes, the martial Tao outweighs even your own life, doesn't it? Consort Yunxia murmured softly. In that fleeting moment, the staunch resistance within her heart dissolved like mist into the wind. What did it matter if she was a wedded woman? To hell with the tenets of chastity and loyalty. As long as Fang Chen could rise from the ashes and find joy once more, what did it matter if she had to bear the crushing weight of sin for the rest of her mortal days? Staring deeply into his burning eyes, she revealed a bitter, helpless, yet deeply shy smile. Little nemesis, it seems that in the end, I can never escape the grasp of your palm. From the moment he had bound her captive, to the indignity of a strip search, to intruding upon her private bath, and finally to embracing her in a shared bed for an entire night. Each encounter had chipped away at her sanity more ruthlessly than the last. She had long suspected that Fang Chen was the karmic bane of her existence. Now, all doubts were laid to rest. Fang Chen was undeniably her fated bane, suppressing her at every conceivable turn. For his sake, she was now willingly discarding the very bedrock of chastity and loyalty that she had once sworn to defend to her dying breath. Slowly, she released the jade, like hands that had been guarding her bosom, entirely surrendering to Fang Chen's crude and forceful intrusion. The snowy, white silken garments rippled with chaotic creases. Beneath the soft, taut fabric, the aggressive movements of Fang Chen's 5 fingers writhed like a churning flood dragon. Like unbridled wild beasts, they conquered her flesh with dominant, unyielding power. Feeling the feral madness erupting within her embrace, Consort Yunxia was overwhelmed by an excruciating surge of bashfulness. Her hazy, intoxicated state utterly vanquished the last shreds of her lucidity. As Fang Chen let out a muffled groan, she took the initiative, wrapping her snowy arms tightly around his neck in total surrender. Meanwhile, amidst a heaven-shaking clash, the Empyrean Demon Emperor's heart suddenly palpitated. Anxious, he cast a wary glance over his shoulder. A stifling, phantom discomfort arose within his chest, filling him with a dreadful premonition. Could an unforeseen variable have disrupted Consort Yunxia's execution of Fang Chen? At this thought, he immediately halted his offensive. Cease, it is meaningless for us to continue this pointless struggle. Let us first behold the outcome. If Fang Chen is already dead, then fighting me until the heavens collapse will serve no purpose. If he is still drawing breath, you can attempt to snatch him from me then. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets gave a faint nod. Very well. The Empyrean Demon Emperor exhaled a breath of relief and immediately turned, preparing to tear through the void to return. The foreboding dread in his heart was intensifying by the second, warning him that a great tragedy was unfolding. He absolutely had to return and verify the situation. Yet the moment he turned his back, 2 blinding streaks of divine lightning pierced straight toward him. The Empyrean Demon Emperor whirled around with decisive speed, blasting forth with both fists to shatter the incoming lightning. What is the meaning of this? He roared in fury. Heavenly lightning crackled wildly within the eyes of the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets, though a faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips. Your frantic haste implies that the situation has slipped beyond your absolute control. Thus, it stands to reason that Fang Chen is safe at this very moment. Therefore, I cannot allow you to leave. Yan Tianju, do not provoke my wrath, bellowed the Empyrean Demon Emperor. The gaze of the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets plunged into glacial coldness. The faint smile vanished from his visage, replaced entirely by an aura of supreme indifference. Are you truly so easily provoked? When you sacrificed the lives of my human race to suppress the priest lineage and weaken the various tribes of the demon race, why did you never consider the feelings of the human race? Now, merely because I obstruct you for a moment, you are consumed by uncontrollable rage. The more anxious you are this day, the less I shall allow you to depart. 2 terrifying rays of thunderous light erupted from his eyes once more. The sky, dominating Demon Emperor, seethed with fury and anxiety, yet he was forced to meet the challenge. The one before him was the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, the sovereign who ruled half the continent, not some golden core realm junior he could manipulate at will. A single lapse in judgment, and he might very well fall in this place. At the source of his intense unease, upon the surging and vast sea, Consort Yunxia had been stripped until only a half-revealing silver bodice remained.
Upon it was embroidered an exquisite moon, white lotus. As her chest heaved, the lotus swayed as if dancing in the wind. Consort Yunxia shyly shielded her chest with both hands, attempting to block Fang Chen's scorching gaze that seemed poised to melt her soul.
Fang Chen, I am afraid.
At the final moment, a flicker of sobriety returned to her mind. Fang Chen roughly cast her hands aside and tore away the final silken covering.
The two faced one another in their most primal and honest forms.
As the heat within Fang Chen's eyes reached its zenith, he let out a low growl and, with a single stroke of his sword, forced open the heavenly gate. Consort Yunxia's beautiful eyes widened, and a long, trembling cry escaped her throat. In her fear, she gripped Fang Chen's arm, her nails carving bloody furrows into his skin from the sheer intensity of her tension. Then, guided by Fang Chen, she was swept up into the 10,000 zhang heights of the clouds. The clouds remained silent and still while the waves tumbled joyfully. Schools of fish swam to and fro, gazing curiously at the overlapping figures upon the sea. In the distance, the sky-dominating demon emperor felt a sudden, inexplicable pang in his heart. Something has happened, something calamitous. He repelled the master of the heavenly secret pavilion with a palm strike, and declared in a heavy voice, "Yan Tianju, I no longer care for Fang Chen.
Let us cease this battle here."
As members of the demon race, they were born with an acute sensitivity to all things. Significant events would trigger subtle, fated premonitions within them. The piercing pain in his heart was no longer subtle. It was a tolling bell of alarm.
Thus, he cast aside all thoughts of Fang Chen, determined to return and witness the truth at any cost.
Yan Tianju pondered for a brief moment before unleashing his thunderous light once more.
"My apologies, but I cannot allow you to leave."
The logic remained the same. The more desperate the demon emperor became, the safer Fang Chen would be.
Holding him back would buy Fang Chen more precious time. The sky-dominating demon emperor was driven to madness, counterattacking frantically in an attempt to force Yan Tianju back. But as the ruler of the human race, how could Yan Tianju be like the likes of perfected Xuanyong, whom he could easily suppress?
The two clashed together, locked in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. An hour later, the winds died down and the waves grew still. 9 snow-white foxtails merged to form a vast, furry blanket that floated quietly upon the ocean's surface. Languid marks remained upon Consort Yunxia's flawless snow-white skin. Fang Chen sat in a daze, his eyes vacant, unable to fathom what he had done to Consort Yunxia. He had been so primal, ravaging her like a wild beast without restraint. At that moment, a garment was draped over his back, and a gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Do not let the chill take you. Your golden core has only just been restored. Your body is still fragile." Turning his head, he saw that breathtakingly beautiful face, now filled with sweetness and profound tenderness.
Fang Chen spoke with a face full of remorse. "Consort Yunxia, I am sorry."
Consort Yunxia extended a slender jade-like finger to gently silence him, whispering, "Do you still call me consort?"
"I am already your woman."
"My woman." Fang Chen's body trembled slightly. A deep sense of guilt and an overwhelming weight of responsibility surged into his heart simultaneously. He changed his address, "Yan Yunxia." Consort Yunxia smiled softly, her jade hands encircling Fang Chen's waist from behind as her warm, tender body pressed against his back. Her chin rested on his shoulder, as if she wished to merge with him and never be parted. "Fang Lang," she murmured softly, "I know you have a fiancé. I will not fight her for status. I only hope that in the future, you will still remember me and not cast me from your heart." There was a faint note of pleading in her voice. Once Fang Chen returned to the human race, he would be like a drop in a vast sea of people, vanishing in an instant, perhaps never to be seen again in this lifetime. Fang Chen did not lack for women. Would he truly remember a married woman like herself? Fang Chen's heart stirred. Things had reached this point. Could he truly hope to escape his fate? He turned around and drew her into his embrace, whispering, "You are the first woman I have ever known. How could I ever forget you?" Consort Yunxia's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Leoli's belly is already so large. Fang Chen's lips twitched as he replied, "I never laid a finger on her. Her condition was merely abdominal swelling brought about by a potent poison." Even with Consort Yunxia's brilliant wit and icy intelligence, she remained dazed for a long moment. The sensational rumors of the demon emperor's daughter being pregnant had turned out to be nothing more than a colossal misunderstanding. Yet upon careful reflection, a sense of relief washed over her. I knew it. If you were truly a lecherous scoundrel who took advantage of others in their time of peril, you would not have spared me when I was first captured. One of the doubts in her heart finally cleared, and her eyes suddenly shimmered with an extraordinary light as her heart raced. Then am I truly your first woman? Fang Chen replied, truer than the finest pearls. Overjoyed, Consort Yunxia threw her arms around Fang Chen's waist and leaned deeply into his chest. Master Fang, I am truly enamored with you. Gazing upon her maidenly display of affection, Fang Chen could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Was this truly the same cold, aloof Consort Yunxia who once looked down upon the mortal world from on high? Her current tenderness toward him filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. He gently caressed her slightly haggard face, his heart overflowing with endearment. What virtue or merit do I possess to have earned the favor of such a gentle beauty? My thanks, Yunxia. Not only had he restored his golden core through the soul formation essence blood within Yunxia's body, but the core had also expanded significantly. His cultivation had surged from the 5th level to the 6th level of the golden core realm, and his injuries were completely healed. Consort Yunxia's gaze was fixed entirely on Fang Chen as she spoke softly. As long as my lord is happy, Yunxia is content. She knelt upon the ground, tenderly attending to Fang Chen as she helped him dress. Watching the radiant Fang Chen, his spirit fully restored, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Henceforth, no matter what fate awaited her, she would harbor no regrets. My lord, it is time for you to depart. Checking the hour, Consort Yunxia spoke with a tone of desolation. Fang Chen was taken aback as the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. He grasped Consort Yunxia's hand and said, "Return to the human race territories with me. As for the Silver Fox clan, I will find a way to migrate them to the human lands as well." Consort Yunxia shook her head gently. "Concern yourself not with us. You must leave." Migrating the Silver Fox clan was no simple feat. Even if the clansmen were willing, there was no longer any time. Once the sky-shattering demon emperor returned and learned that Fang Chen had escaped alive, he would never show mercy to her or the Silver Fox tribe. She was caught in an impossible dilemma, unable to stay yet unable to flee with him. At that moment, a furry silhouette emerged from the vast sea beneath them. Little Qilin, Fang Chen was startled. Did the sky-shattering demon emperor not go in pursuit of you? The demon emperor had been gone for so long that Fang Chen assumed he was hunting the Little Qilin. It seemed the sky-shattering demon emperor had been delayed by something else. Master, the Little Qilin pounced into Fang Chen's arms with tearful excitement. I thought I would never see you again. Fang Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart and comforted the creature for a moment. Only then did he learn from the creature that the master of the heavenly secret pavilion had come to his rescue. His eyes instantly lit up. Yunxia, tell the emperor that the people of the heavenly secret pavilion rescued me. He will not suspect you then. The pavilion master had indeed come to save Fang Chen. It was perfectly logical that several powerful experts would seize him from Consort Yunxia's hands. Consort Yunxia let out a long sigh of relief. The greatest worry in her heart finally lifted. She urged, "Then hasten your departure, my lord. The pavilion master has delayed him for a long time. Any further delay may bring unwanted complications." Fang Chen's expression turned solemn as he gazed upon Consort Yunxia's jade-like face, reluctant to part. After a moment's thought, he said, "First, cleanse the baleful aura to clear the path for your break through to the demon emperor realm. I shall refine a bod. I pill as soon as possible to increase your chances of ascension." Consort Yunxia said joyfully, "Can we truly meet again?" She was so overwhelmed that she even overlooked the significance of Fang Chen's ability to perform alchemy. Fang Chen nodded firmly. Hope and anticipation ignited in Consort Yunxia's eyes. "Good, very good. Go now, and we shall meet again in the future." Fang Chen took one last deep look at her before decisively taking the Little Qilin and departing using the shadow in the clouds technique. Consort Yunxia stared fixedly in the direction they had vanished, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Suddenly, monstrous waves surged at the edge of the horizon as the wounded sky-shattering demon emperor rushed back with haste. Seeing from a distance that Consort Yunxia was still there, the weight upon his heart finally lifted. He had thought Consort Yunxia had been captured, or perhaps even slain. "And where is Fang Chen?" the firmament demon emperor demanded at once. Consort Yunxia replied, "He was rescued by the experts from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets." She did not know if this excuse would truly convince the firmament demon emperor. To her surprise, the firmament demon emperor gave a slight nod, accepting her words with ease. No wonder Yuan Chen clung to me so relentlessly. I suspected he had dispatched men to rescue Fang Chen. Abruptly, the Firmament Demon Emperor's gaze fell upon a patch of crimson staining the tail behind Consort Yunxia. Consort Yunxia turned to look, and her face went deathly pale with fright. The stain of lost purity, how could I have forgotten? Her heart plunged into an abyss, for she could already envision the Demon Emperor's expression of boundless fury. You are wounded. It is not severe, I hope. Who could have known that the Demon Emperor had not recognized its true meaning? Consort Yunxia felt as though her heart would shatter from the sheer terror of the moment. She hastily withdrew her tail, pressing a hand to her wildly pounding heart and forcing a calm facade. I was stabbed. It is but a minor wound. The Firmament Demon Emperor paid it no mind, for the thought that Consort Yunxia would ever be unfaithful to him had never once crossed his mind. Consort Yunxia's character was well established. So long as she remained the Demon Emperor's consort, she would never yield her body to another man. Furthermore, she carried the essence blood of a soul formation realm expert within her. Even if one were to try and take her by force, they would only meet their doom at the hands of this potent bloodline. Thus he was utterly assured of her physical purity. What truly unsettled him was the possibility of her giving her heart to another. Did anything of note transpire in this place? The Firmament Demon Emperor asked, his brow furrowed. A moment ago, I was struck by a dark premonition, a sense that something truly malevolent has occurred. The anxiety in Consort Yunxia's heart, which had only just begun to settle, surged once more. She shook her head slightly, nothing, save for the clash with the experts from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. The Firmament Demon Emperor pondered. Such a trivial matter was hardly enough to trigger a premonition so potent it caused a pang in his chest. All at once, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar erupted from the distant continent. The Firmament Demon Emperor's expression changed drastically. How could I have forgotten about that creature? The hellish desolation beast. If it is unleashed upon this world, not only the continent, but the four seas themselves will be reduced to ruin. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets, having pursued the Firmament Demon Emperor to this very location, found his gaze turning solemn at the immense disturbance. This cannot be the same hellish desolation beast that your predecessor, the Tiger Demon Emperor, sealed away long ago, can it? The Firmament Demon Emperor snorted heavily, and who is to blame but your human Fang Chen? Had he not trespassed into the inner sanctum, none of this would have transpired. But Consort Yunxia interjected, Your Majesty, it was Yandeon from the first pavilion of rivers and mountains. He was the one who infiltrated the sanctum. What? The Firmament Demon Emperor was utterly astonished. He had feared even for a cultivator of the Golden Core realm. That a nascent soul realm expert had entered filled him with even greater dread. The man in the conical hat, the one who possesses the silver scrolls of alchemy. A glint flashed in the Firmament Demon Emperor's eyes as he instantly identified the culprit. Consort Yunxia nodded. He possesses numerous silver scrolls of alchemy and has seized a great many treasures. He even attempted to slay both Fang Chen and myself, but his fortune was foul, and he was devoured by the hellish desolation beast. Upon hearing the first part of her statement, the Firmament Demon Emperor's expression turned as dark and cold as the abyssal waters. Those supreme treasures were the very things he feared most would be exposed to the world. But upon learning that the man had been devoured, the weight upon his heart was largely lifted. And what of his possessions? Did you and Fang Chen not retrieve them? Without a blush on her cheek or a flutter in her heart, Consort Yunxia said, We were before the hellish desolation beast. Were you in our place, Your Majesty, would you have dared to snatch them from its maw? In the past, she would have been racked with guilt for deceiving the Firmament Demon Emperor. But now, she felt none. From the moment the Firmament Demon Emperor had tried to force her to kill Fang Chen, he had become her enemy. Hearing her words, the Firmament Demon Emperor considered for a moment and found her logic sound. No matter how many tricks Fang Chen possessed, he could not possibly snatch food from a tiger's jaws. Before the hellish desolation beast, forget Fang Chen, even he himself would be slain in an instant. At this thought, his worries were completely laid to rest. The only lingering trouble was the emergence of this hellish desolation beast. If it were to rampage throughout the demonic beast territories, the consequences would be... Beads of cold sweat began to form upon his brow. Perhaps he could escape the pursuit of the hell-desolate beast, but the rest of the demon race would surely become fodder for its maw. Upon hearing the sequence of events, Yuan Tian's expression became exceedingly grave. Though the held desolate beast remained within the territory of the demon race, if left unchecked, it would inevitably bring calamity to the human race. After a moment of contemplation, he called out from afar, "Kankyong Demon Emperor, with a great enemy before us, this meaningless war can be halted for a time. We must unite with the sea demon race to eradicate this beast together." The Kankyong Demon Emperor shared this exact sentiment. However, his magnanimity was not as vast as Yuan Tianju's, and he felt that being the first to propose it would be a loss of face. Now that Yuan Tianju had broached the subject, he simply followed the current and agreed. He declared, "Such is my intent as well. The hell desolate beast is not like an ancient giant. Slaying an ancient giant yields immense rewards. The powerhouses of the extraterrestrial divine sects would descend at the mere scent of profit without even being invited. But the hell desolate beast is perilous and offers no benefits upon its death. Even if we were to beg for their assistance, they would not spare us a single glance. We can only rely on ourselves." Yuan Tianju said, "Very well, let both our sides dispatch envoys immediately to contact the 4 great sea demon tribes. When the time comes, we shall gather all our might to slay this beast." Consort Yunxia was secretly thrilled. The human and demon races were finally about to declare a truce. Wonderful, this was tidings of the highest order. If the human and demon races formed an alliance, would her chances of meeting Fang Chen not be even greater? At this thought, her heart was filled with joyful anticipation. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had been chasing the stars and pursuing the moon. After half a month, he finally reached the Boundary Mountain, the junction between the human and demon territories. From a distance, Fang Chen could vaguely see figures moving upon the Boundary Mountain. They were elite disciples from various sects on patrol. His heart surged with excitement as he quickened his pace toward the mountain. Swoosh! Suddenly, a cold wind swept past as a pitch, black iron pellet hurtled toward him from an angle. With a slight shift of his shoulder, Fang Chen evaded it with ease. Boom! The iron pellet struck not far behind him, erupting in a violent explosion. Aoyong Jun's explosive hidden weapon. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. Why was he attacking one of his own? But looking down, he realized that to traverse the demon territory and avoid recognition, he had wrapped himself in a black robe. Not only his body, but even his face was strictly concealed. To any observer, such a bizarre figure emerging from the heart of the demon territory would undoubtedly be mistaken for a demon. He was about to remove his hood to clear the misunderstanding. Then, a mischievous thought occurred to him. He simply took out the Phantom House demon core and placed it in his mouth, simulating a demonic aura. Very well, he would test Aoyong Jun and see what progress he had made this past month. "HMPH, you hope to wound me with such trifles." Fang Chen lowered his voice, making it sound sinister and grim. From behind an ice sculpture, Aoyong Jun's expression turned solemn. "You can speak the human tongue. You are an elite of the demon race." Even as he spoke, he hurled several more hidden weapons. Fang Chen let out a cold laugh and struck out with both fists. Even without invoking the Brahma Saint True Spirit cultivation method, the might of his single punch was terrifying, directly detonating the hidden weapons in midair. Then, giving Aoyong Jun no chance to throw a second volley, he pushed off with both feet, tearing through space to strike. His speed was so immense that it generated a sonic boom. Aoyong Jun's face twitched in terror as he rolled to the side and roared, "Strike now." Clang! A 3-foot green blade lunged out from behind an iceberg without any warning. The sword technique was simple yet profound, carrying an artistic conception of returning to one's primordial truth. Fang Chen considered his own mastery of the sword Dao to be formidable, yet even he was struck with admiration. Could it be a master from the Myriad Sword sect taking action? However, upon seeing the wielder of the blade, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. She was merely 18 years of age. Clad in a perfectly tailored azure gown, her graceful figure was slender and exquisitely elegant. Her beauty was capable of toppling kingdoms and cities, exuding an ethereal perfection as if she had stepped right out of a divine painting. Her expression was utterly tranquil, as though nothing in this world could stir even a ripple of emotion within her. Even when engaged in mortal combat. Who else could this person be but Zia Zheaj? Fang Chen smiled faintly. She was exactly the same as before. This was the perfect opportunity to test the progress of her cultivation. With this thought in mind, he could not help but tease her with a wicked smirk. "Little beauty, you have quite the lovely face. I think I'll capture you and take you back today." Zia Zheaj's willow leaf brows twitched slightly. "You can speak the language of humanity, an elite of the demon race. Fang Chen chuckled slyly. "That's right, I am a noble of the demon race. Come back with me, and you shall enjoy endless luxuries and hold an exalted status. Why suffer as a mere sect disciple?" The tranquil visage Ziyajaj held but a moment ago was instantly veiled in a layer of chilling frost. The sword techniques executed from her hand immediately grew incomparably fierce. Then go to hell. Swoosh, her 3-foot azure blade trembled, unleashing several streaks of cyan sword phantoms that leaped forth. Encircling Fang Chen, they synchronized with the sword in Ziyajaj's hand, attacking from every conceivable angle with miraculous ingenuity. Fang Chen was secretly alarmed. After merely a month unseen, how had Ziyajaj mastered yet another entirely new and unseen technique? This level of power. I fear it has already reached the inferior Earth grade. He dared not be careless, and treated her with utmost seriousness. A torrential roar echoed within his body as his twin fists struck out, causing the very air to detonate and shattering the myriad sword phantoms surrounding him. He then unsheathed a massive 50-foot spiked club and swept it in a grand arc, its oppressive and colossal form crashing towards Ziyajaj, who stood merely 3 feet away. He initially assumed she would retreat, but unexpectedly. She casually slapped a talisman upon her body, granting her defense at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, and charged straight through the club's bombardment to thrust her sword at him. Fang Chen's eyelids twitched. Has she gone mad? This is a mutually assured destruction tactic. This isn't some ultimate duel, let alone a desperate battle to the death. There's no need to go this far, is there? Ziyajaj was never like this before. Where had her calmness gone? In just a single month apart, her combat aptitude had plummeted drastically. Harboring a sense of disappointment, Fang Chen decisively withdrew his spiked club. Forming a one-handed seal, he tapped the 5-magnet essence mountain, instantly erupting forth the 5-magnet divine light to enshroud a 3-yang radius. Utilizing a do-or-die combat style, Ziyajaj had no time to evade. She was enveloped by the divine light on the spot, stripped entirely of her spiritual energy and physical strength, causing her body to collapse limply to the ground. Fang Chen grabbed her by the throat and said, "Little beauty." Ziyajaj's gaze remained fierce. Suddenly, a cluster of mysterious light flashed within her palm, striking toward Fang Chen's chest without the slightest warning. Even Fang Chen was startled. This was the very first time he had encountered someone capable of striking back while suppressed by the 5-magnet divine light. This mysterious radiance was either the void flow, 5 energies, or a power completely beyond the comprehension of the 5 elements divine lord. Fortunately, Ziyajaj was currently devoid of strength. The palm strike she unleashed was slow and powerless, allowing Fang Chen to knock the light from her palm away with a mere flick of his sleeve. The light fluttered away, landing upon a distant iceberg. With a resounding boom, a violent explosion rivaling the 8th level of the Golden Core realm leveled the iceberg entirely, leaving behind a massive crater several zhang deep. Fang Chen was inwardly astonished. A mere flicker of light possessed such terrifying might. If it had struck his body just now, even with his chainmail artifact for protection, it would have been excruciating. Little beauty, you truly possess some skill. He seized both of Ziyajaj's hands, pulling her into his embrace while keeping his other hand clamped tightly around her neck. Ziyajaj attempted to raise her foot in defiance, but alas, her legs lacked strength. Held limply in Fang Chen's arms, a trace of indignant humiliation joined the fierceness in her eyes. Senior brother Yuan kill me, do not let him defile me. Realizing that neither of them was a match for this foe, and that she was highly likely to be captured and humiliated, Ziyajaj remained tranquil yet resolute. Fang Chen shook his head. Her performance was truly disappointing. Upon falling into peril, she had so easily sought her own demise. Aoyongjun frantically fired a signal flare into the sky, shouting, "Junior Sister Zia, do not panic. This is the Boundary Mountain. The supreme elders of the 9 sects are all standing guard here. He cannot escape." A conspicuous purple smoke flare shot into the heavens. Instantly, several mighty figures rapidly descended from the Boundary Mountain, surging toward their location. Naturally, the test ends here, otherwise a true misunderstanding will arise. If I were truly of the demon race, Aoyongjun would already be a corpse, without any chance to fire a signal flare, and Ziyajaj would have been spirited away without a trace. He restored his original voice. Aoyongjun's expression froze, staring at Fang Chen unblinkingly. You are. Fang Chen released Ziyajaj, removed his hood, and revealed his true visage, junior brother Fang. Aoyongjun was so utterly shocked that his jaw practically dropped. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he was seeing. Zia Zheoj was also stunned. The very instant that voice rang out, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her pupils violently contracted. "Are you truly Fang Chen?" She dared not turn back to look, terrified that the hope swelling within her heart would shatter. It was impossible for Fang Chen to still be alive. Given his actions at the Boundary Mountain, and the intense hatred the demon race harbored for him, there was not a single reason he would have survived as a captive. How could the person standing behind her possibly be Fang Chen? This couldn't be real, right? Fang Chen spun her around, smiling faintly. "Quite the nerve you have, daring to address your martial uncle by his full name. In the past, you respectfully called me martial uncle with every breath." The name Fang Chen was spoken from her lips for the very first time. Covering her rosy little mouth, Zia Zheoj's typically tranquil eyes were now wide as saucers as she exclaimed, "Martial uncle, you're not dead." Fang Chen smiled gently. "I had good luck and managed to reclaim my life." Overjoyed beyond measure, Zia Zheoj threw herself into his embrace. Holding him tightly, her eyes brimmed with a misty haze and her voice choked with emotion. "I thought you were dead. I thought I would never see you again." Fang Chen's countenance betrayed an unusual expression. He was no longer a youth ignorant of the ways of men and women. "Keoj, let us not cause misunderstandings." Fang Chen calmly pushed her away. As martial uncle and niece, there were certain sacred boundaries they could not transgress. Zia Keoj momentarily froze, only then realizing the impropriety of her actions. Her cool, pale skin swiftly flushed crimson. She hastily retreated several steps to maintain a respectful distance, apologizing. "Forgive me, martial uncle." Keoj was simply overjoyed. Aoyong Jun, standing nearby, smacked his lips and slyly added, "Then why have we never seen you embrace anyone else?" Zia Keoj turned her head to gaze at him, her eyes returning to a placid calm. "Do you truly excel in speech?" Aoyong Jun glanced at the verdant blade clutched within her palm, his lips trembling momentarily. He swiftly and wisely sealed his mouth. Throughout this past month, Zia Keoj had uncharacteristically engaged in skirmishes with many, and he had no desire to endure a similar chastisement. Swoosh, a figure streaked forth with blazing speed, none other than Yuan Chen, who had arrived in a frantic rush. The peril of his disciple naturally ignited a greater urgency within him than any other. "Keoj, are you unharmed?" Yuan Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing her safe and sound. The signal flare had heralded an enemy assault, and it had erupted within the very patrol zone of his disciple. Thus, his anxiety was boundless, yet he was grateful to have arrived in the nick of time. Only then did he cast a solemn gaze upon the foe. An adversary capable of challenging even Zia Keoj must surely possess immense power. Yet upon truly beholding the figure, he reacted as if witnessing a specter. "Junior brother, are you man or phantom?" Fang Chen's lips twitched. "What is the meaning of this? Did Grand Elderkin and the others not inform you?" Mid-sentence, Fang Chen realized that having mastered the cloud shadow technique, his speed might have surpassed even that of the Grand Elders, allowing him to arrive later but precede them. "I have survived a grave calamity, indeed having snatched back a life from the jaws of oblivion," Fang Chen chuckled. "Upon my return to Boundary Mountain, I fortuitously discovered senior brother Aoyong and Keoj on patrol here. I merely sought to test their progress in cultivation, little expecting to alarm you all." Yuan Shen's beard trembled with fervent emotion. "Assuredly, our venerable master in the heavens watches over you. That you could return alive from the demonic race is nothing short of a true miracle." Fang Chen, too, considered his return this time an immense stroke of heavenly fortune. Throughout his journey, he had encountered perils beyond measure. The demonic race, ancient giants, the monks of White Horse Temple, the Crimson Skirt, Venerable King, Yandeon, infernal wild beasts, and finally, the relentless pursuit of the Azure Demonic Emperor. Even in recollection, a chill coursed down his spine. Were he to face such a trial once more, he dared not guarantee his survival. Each and every one of these dangers was fraught with the gravest peril. Observing Fang Chen, weary from travel and bearing a touch of exhaustion on his countenance, Zia Keoj softly inquired, "Martial uncle must have endured immense hardship, did he not?" Fang Chen snapped back to awareness and cast a stern glance her way. His expression hardening, he spoke, "Do not assume that your concern for this martial uncle will shield you from my criticism." He then addressed Yuan Chen, "Senior brother Yuan, it is time you properly disciplined Keoj. After but a month's absence, her power has greatly receded. She has become both reckless and devoid of strategy. seeking only mutual destruction against a slightly stronger foe, and utterly lacking the will to survive if captured. The grand decisive war between the human and demonic races approaches, and with such conduct, she shall swiftly meet her demise. Xia Keoj's cool jade, like countenance gradually flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in shame. Soon after, a layer of mist began to gather in her eyes. Fang Chen frowned. Are you weeping now? Have I wronged you? Had I not intervened to test your prowess, I would not have known how drastically you have regressed. Aoyongjun raised a hand, hastily interjecting, Junior brother Fang, you have misunderstood. Fang Chen then glared at him, and you as well. If one chooses to employ concealed weapons, one must always retain additional contingencies. How can one simply cast a single strike and then stand motionless? Having engaged in skirmishes with the disciples of the divine sects from beyond the realms, and then comparing them to the disciples of the 9 great sects, lands, he profoundly sensed the colossal disparity between the two, not merely in terms of sheer power, but the gulf in combat experience was as vast as the heavens and earth. Fang Chen harbored no doubt that, given equal strength, the disciples of the 9 great sects would suffer utter defeat, finding it arduous to secure even a single victory out of 10 engagements. Aoyongjun found himself in an awkward predicament and sheepishly sealed his lips. Shangyuan Sheng stood momentarily dumbfounded. He could discern that Fang Chen must have encountered formidable peers. Otherwise, he would not have grown so stern with Xia Keoj and the others. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Aoyongjun is a disciple of the Thousand Refinements sect. It is not my place to pass judgment upon him. However, regarding Keoj, junior brother, I believe you have misunderstood her. Her transformation into this state is due to you. Fang Chen's brows arched because of me. Shangyuan Sheng sighed. Ever since returning from the mission involving concubine Yunxia and confirming your capture, her hatred for the demonic race has become profound, especially for their elites. Ordinarily, she maintains her rationality, but upon encountering the elite of the demonic race, she becomes utterly reckless. The root cause, I surmise, is her exceptional hatred for them on your behalf. Aoyongjun cautiously interjected a remark. Indeed, junior sister Xia's temper has been quite frayed of late. Can you even believe it? She actually laid hands on someone. For your sake, she has become someone she is not. After an eternity of waiting for your return, you greet her with a scolding. How utterly heartless. A current of warmth flowed through Fang Chen's heart. So this was how much Xia Jeoj cared for him. He said, Jeoj, my apologies, your martial uncle has misunderstood you. Xia Jeoj lowered her head, her voice thick with emotion. Not at all. Martial uncle is brilliant and mighty. How could you possibly misjudge me? So now she was throwing a petulant fit. He shot a helpless, pleading glance toward Shangyuan Sheng. Shangyuan Sheng's beard bristled as he glared. You made her cry. Why are you looking at me? He clasped his hands behind his back, washing his hands of the entire affair. Aoyongjun, too, wore an expression of undisguised glee at his predicament. Take your sweet time placating her. As he recalled, Xia Jeoj had never once cried, much less revealed such a grieved expression. But today, Fang Chen had driven her to tears. It was evident that he had truly wounded her heart. A headache of epic proportions descended upon Fang Chen. Placating women, he was truly inept at this. After a moment's thought, he could only produce a Bodhi seed which pulsed with a faint, hallowed light. Don't cry anymore. Your martial uncle will make it up to you with this. Xia Jeoj glanced over, her eyes still shimmering with a mist of tears, her voice thick with unshed sorrow. Fang Chen explained, this is a Bodhi seed. It can greatly enhance one's comprehension. I have but 10 in my possession. This one is for you.
Xia Jeoj turned her head away. So, it's to make me smarter. If martial uncle thinks I'm a dimwit, you can just say so. There's no need to be so indirect.
Thank you, but I don't want it. Fang Chen stared, dumbfounded, at the impossibly precious Bodhi seed in his hand. How on earth did she leap to that conclusion? No wonder. It was said that placating an angered woman was a trial more difficult than slaying a demonic dragon. She was proving impossibly difficult to appease. He, if no one wants it, then I suppose you can give it to me. Suddenly, a young woman's voice, as clear and pleasant as chiming silver bells, drifted through the air. It was none other than Yu Mingju, clad in a pink gown, her steps light upon the fallen snow. With an enigmatic smile playing on her lips, her gaze danced between Xia Jeoj and Fang Chen.
With a flick of her jade-like wrist, her hand darted out to snatch the bod, high seed. In a fluster, Ziyajoj swiftly snatched the bod, high seed for herself. She clutched it tightly to her chest, declaring, "Martial uncle gave this to me." Fang Chen breathed a soft sigh of relief.
It seemed you, Mingzhu, after all, truly understood the ways of a woman's heart.
With effortless grace, she had helped Fang Chen manage the intractable Ziyajoj. He gave a helpless smile and produced another bod high seed. "This one is for you."
You, Mingzhu, giggled with delight, cupping the treasure in both hands.
The faint hallowed light bathed her exquisite features, illuminating a face that was captivating in both joy and pique, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful.
"Is there more?" she asked with a sly grin, leaning closer. "I was utterly heartbroken for you. Surely my tears are worth more than a single bod, high seed."
Fang Chen had long since seen through to the core of Yu Mingzhu's nature. He knew that often the words she spoke with a smile held the deepest truth. During the month of his disappearance, her sorrow had been profound.
Fang Chen lowered his head, leaning in as if to place a kiss upon her cheek.
Startled, Yu Mingzhu immediately recoiled. She stammered, You're actually serious." Her gaze darted to the side, where Ziyajoj was staring with wide, unbelieving eyes. She stomped her foot in a fit of flustered indignation. She had only been teasing him. Based on her understanding of Fang Chen, she was certain he would never dare to kiss her before the eyes of the public. Yet, to her utter astonishment, he leaned in and kissed her without a shred of hesitation. This unexpected act left her completely bewildered, her mind rendered entirely blank. Her heart pounded wildly within her chest, racing like a frightened fawn. Fang Chen said with a playful smirk, so lacking in skill, yet so eager to play with fire.
Yu Mingzhu gritted her pearly white teeth, waving her delicate fists in indignation. "Who are you calling lacking? How utterly despicable."
To think she had actually been completely outmaneuvered and subdued by Fang Chen instead. At this very moment, surrounded by a throng of cultivators, two young maidens walked over briskly, one leading and the other following closely behind. The maiden in the lead wore a flowing white dress, her beauty capable of toppling empires. Even among the 9 sects, she ranked among the foremost beauties. Her steps were steady and her bearing deeply dignified. Though her cultivation base was not at the pinnacle, she exuded an utterly extraordinary aura. Half a step behind her was a tall maiden with a tranquil and serene disposition. Her adornments were exceedingly beautiful, and flashes of profound wisdom occasionally gleamed within her eyes. She too was a rare beauty of peerless visage and exceptional temperament. The two walked directly toward Fang Chen. The dignified maiden lightly swept her gaze over Yu Mingzhu and spoke with a chilling indifference. "Step aside."
Yu Mingzhu let out a cold laugh of pure indignation.
Where did this woman come from? Coming straight for Fang Chen was one thing, but to demand she step aside, how unprecedentedly arrogant. Just who did she think she was? "And who might you be?" Crossing her arms before her chest, she slightly raised her snow-white chin in a remarkably provocative stance. The dignified maiden replied indifferently, "I am Liu Ruxu, Fang Chen's fiancé."
Liu Ruxu. She is actually Liu Ruxu."
Yu Mingzhu had long since dispatched subordinates to investigate this sole, officially recognized woman of Fang Chen, and naturally knew her name. Her heart immediately skipped a beat. The hands crossed over her arms unconsciously dropped, and even her arrogantly raised neck lowered slightly. Resembling a petty thief caught red, handed by the master of the house, she stepped aside with a mildly panicked expression. Liu Ruxu cast a single glance at her before stepping before Fang Chen, silently gazing deeply into his eyes.
Fang Chen's heart was overwhelmed with profound guilt. He spoke softly, "Ruxu, I am sorry."
He truly did not know how to explain himself. In truth, there was nothing left to explain. Unfaithfulness was unfaithfulness, and to hold affection for many was simply that.
Any attempt at sophistry would only make him appear utterly hypocritical and shameless.
Liu Ruxu gently covered his mouth. The tears in her eyes suddenly cascaded down like pearls from a broken string.
"It is I who have wronged you. To think I was completely unaware of the myriad perils you endured." She rested her head upon Fang Chen's shoulder, her heart overflowing with deep remorse.
She and Chen's Xiling had been shielded entirely too well. Even until the conclusion of the great battle of the Boundary Mountain, they were still safely executing mere rank, 3 missions within the heartland of the 9 sects. By the time they learned of the desperate life and death struggles Fang Chen had faced at the Boundary Mountain, he had already sunk deep into the treacherous quagmire of the demon race. She felt she could not even compare to Liu Qingxian. Rumor had it that for Fang Chen's sake, Little Qilin had nearly perished on her journey to the Boundary Mountain. This caused her to severely doubt herself, questioning whether she was truly worthy of the title of his fiancée. Fang Chen's heart softened, and he tenderly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. He whispered softly, "It should be I apologizing to you and Xiling. I have caused you far too much worry." Chen Xiling's eyes turned red, and she too threw herself into Fang Chen's embrace. "Husband, elder sister, and I truly believed we would never see you again. We had already prepared to return to Lone Boat City to guard your cenotaph for the rest of our days." As she spoke, her crystalline tears began to fall. Profoundly moved, Fang Chen pulled her into his embrace as well. "I have caused you needless grief, but please, rest assured from now on. Your husband may lack in other areas, but my life-preserving arts are absolutely first-rate. Even if faced directly by an expert of the nascent soul realm, I now possess enough skill to barely escape with my life." The two maidens wept for a long while. It was only when the surrounding crowd began to swell that a blush of embarrassment crept upon their faces. Wiping away their tears, they finally parted from Fang Chen's embrace. From the corner of her eye, Liu Ruxu caught sight of Yu Mingju amidst the crowd. It was nearly impossible for her to ignore this devastatingly beautiful 18-year-old maiden, whose connection to Fang Chen seemed highly unusual. Glancing at the bod, high seed clutched in her hand, Liu Ruxu asked coolly, "That was a gift from my husband, I presume?" Yu Mingju tightened her grip around the bod, high seed. As a sect master, she was historically the one imposing her overbearing presence upon others, yet now, Liu Ruxu was exuding an immense, suffocating pressure upon her. Her confidence wavering, she retorted defensively, "He did gift it to me. Is there a problem?" Liu Ruxu replied with unyielding indifference, "I do not consent to this. Return it." "What? On what grounds? This was a gift from Fang Chen to me. What right did Liu Ruxu have to demand it back?" She lightly bit her ruby red lip with her pearly white teeth. She had always been an unorthodox and rebellious soul who pursued absolute freedom. How could she possibly be willing to bow her head now? "Fang Chen gave this to me. If you are so capable, make Fang Chen ask for it back himself." Liu Ruxu cast a sidelong glance at Fang Chen, but chose not to embarrass him in public, merely stating, "Let this be the last time. Without my explicit permission, I do not wish for other women to take the liberty of accepting my fiancé's gifts. Have I made myself clear to all?" Liu Ruxu was asserting her sovereign domain over him. One could hardly blame her. As Fang Chen's renowned sword, far too many female disciples sought to capture his attention. It would be one thing if they admired him with sincerity, but among them were many with crooked intentions. Serving them a warning in advance was no bad thing. It merely left Yu Mingju fuming, having been made the sacrificial lamb to warn the others. When had Yu Mingju ever suffered such an indignity? Finally, she understood. Why Liu Qilin and Liu Ruxu could never see eye to eye, who with even a shred of pride could endure Liu Ruxu's overbearing nature. Yet she was the primary consort, none could hope to challenge her position. Suddenly, she noticed Gong Kei hiding behind the crowd, her face a mask of guilt. Yu Mingju was incensed. "You were there when it was time to share the spoils, yet I am the only one forced to bear the brunt of the punishment." Her eyes darted with a sudden idea as she called out, "Sect leader Gong, do not tell me you have no desire for a bod, high seed. Surely one of those 10 belongs to you." Gong Kei's heart hammered against her ribs as she stomped her feet in anxiety. Why must you mention me? She had been desperate to avoid Liu Ruxu, yet the wretched Yu Mingju had dragged her into the light. Alas, Liu Ruxu's gaze had already shifted toward her, and with the eyes of the crowd upon her, there was no escape. She could only steel herself and step forward, saying, "Lady Liu, pray do not misunderstand. Fang Chen and I are merely somewhat well acquainted." After a moment's thought, she produced a small spirit beast and said, "This is our first meeting. Please accept this humble token as a gift." Liu Ruxu was adept at reading people. How could she fail to see Gong Kei's guilty conscience? Without a doubt, she was another woman who harbored affections for Fang Chen, much like Yu Mingju. She let out a soft sigh within her heart. Fang Chen's charisma is truly boundless. First it was the daughters of the 9 sect leaders, and now, even a sect leader herself looked upon him with admiration. While she naturally felt some reservations about Fang Chen having other women, she did not truly oppose it. With Fang Chen's ever-rising status, he would inevitably attract even more exceptional women. This was not something that would vanish simply because she forbade it.
Rather than being a useless, jealous shrew, it was better to manage them on Fang Chen's behalf, only if they remained stable and harmonious. Could Fang Chen pursue his path without any concerns for his hearth? The Gong Kei before her was gentle and cordial, unlike the defiant Yu Mingzhu. Naturally, she would not treat her with coldness. She smiled and accepted the gift, saying, Sect leader Gong showed my fiancé much care when he first entered the Qingyun sect. I, Ruxu, hold this gratitude in my heart. Husband, bestow a seed upon her as well. Fang Chen naturally complied, immediately producing a bod, high seed. Gong Kei was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. She had feared Liu Ruxu would target her and leave her humiliated like Yu Mingzhu, yet she had been treated with such grace. This infuriated Yu Mingzhu to no end. Liu Ruxu's intention was written plainly upon her face. Those who submitted to her would be accepted. Those who did not would be barred from the gates. But her nature was not one of submission. She stomped her foot and departed in a fit of pique. Liu Ruxu's gaze swept over the others once more. When it landed on Xia Keoj, the girl's heart skipped a beat. In a panic, she opened her palm and explained hurriedly, Martial Uncle, I do not want it anymore. I shall return it to you. Liu Ruxu smiled faintly. Since it was a gift for a niece of the sect, simply hold onto it with a calm heart. She felt a flicker of confusion. Why was this girl so flustered? She was dealing with the women around Fang Chen. What did that have to do with a junior of a younger generation? Based on her understanding of Fang Chen, no matter how muddled he might be, he would not act recklessly in such matters. Giving her a bod, I seed likely meant he viewed her as a cherished junior. Xia Keoj's face flushed as she murmured to herself, Truly, why am I so nervous? I am but a niece of the sect. My martial uncle's words weren't even directed at me. Only then did she tuck the bod. I seed away, her heart finally at peace. Fang Chen gave a helpless smile and said, You certainly made quite an imposing display of authority. Liu Ruxu gave him a look of playful resentment. Do you think I enjoy playing the villain? It is all for your sake. Chen Xiling wrinkled her nose. Husband, you have no idea how sought after you are. From the rumors I have heard alone, there are several sect elders who intend to introduce their female disciples to you. As for those I do not know of, they must be as vast as the sea. If elder sister did not establish her authority, you would be plagued by endless disturbances. At that moment, Yi Kengyuan's thunderous voice echoed from atop the boundary mountain. Fang Chen, come to the camp immediately. The pavilion master has a decree to read to you. Fang Chen held the master of the pavilion of heavenly secrets in the highest regard. Had it not been for the pavilion master traveling 10,000 miles to save him, his life would surely have ended. This was a debt that must be repaid. If the decree now called for a mission, he would carry it out without a moment's hesitation, even if it meant braving mountains of blades or seas of fire. He embraced the two graceful figures in his arms and said, I must attend to these matters first. I shall find time to properly reunite with you both later. Liu Ruxu nodded hastily. Husband, pray go. The pavilion master's decree must not be neglected. Fang Chen gave a slight nod, set the two women down, and moved toward the boundary mountain. The onlookers crowded around Fang Chen, and many sect elders took the initiative to strike up a conversation, including several supreme elders. Gazing at him surrounded by the crowd like stars around the moon, Liu Ruxu's eyes brimmed with pride, sighing without us realizing it. Our husband has already become a titan of the realm. Chen Xiling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, for the pavilion master to personally issue a decree to a disciple among the 9 sects, our husband is the only one to receive such honor. She recalled when they first arrived at the Azure Cloud sect. When people learned she was Fang Chen's concubine, they all looked on with pity, as if she had lowered her status and wronged herself. But now, who would dare to look down upon her? Did they not see that even Gong Kei, the master of the 9 sects, admired Fang Chen, yet did not even possess a formal title? Meanwhile, she was the concubine, personally accepted by Fang Chen and recognized by Liu Ruxu. Those women who yearned to approach Fang Chen could only watch her with boundless envy. Surrounded by the multitude, Fang Chen ascended the boundary mountain once more. The summit was even more crowded, with the sect masters of the 9 sects, supreme elders, and elite disciples, all in attendance. Over 1,000 people stood in a dense mass, representing nearly the entire strength of the 9 sects, a truly magnificent spectacle. Just as Fang Chen arrived, a furious roar thundered out. The countenances of the crowd shifted slightly as they parted to make way. Fang Chen's return should have been a cause for universal celebration. The only sect displeased, and even enraged, that he had returned alive was the giant sect. Kong Yuanba led a line of giant sect elders blocking Fang Chen's path.
Behind them, the silhouettes of several supreme elders flickered, their gazes toward Fang Chen filled with varying degrees of wrath.
Kong Yuanba's face was grim. You still have the audacity to return. After slaying Fang Teiji, the magnitude of the giant sect's loss is beyond words.
Fang Chen naturally knew the source of the giant sect's rage.
With his hands behind his back, he spoke calmly. I have purged a scourge for the human race and sought justice for the elders of various sects who died in vain. Why should I lack the audacity to return? On the contrary, your giant sect produced such a shameless and despicable traitor to humanity. How do you have the face to speak so loudly?
It is truly an absolute outrage against the natural order.
These words struck a chord with several supreme elders from other sects, all of whom were incensed.
When Fang Teiji slew the elders of my Heavenly Sound sect, you claimed it had nothing to do with the giant sect.
Yet the moment Fang Chen returns, you storm out in a rage to avenge Fang Teiji. You hide when accountability is needed, but leap out when it's time for revenge. Since Sect Master Kong has stood up for Fang Teiji, then give my 1,000 refinement sect an explanation for the elders he murdered.
It was not that they were particularly protective of Fang Chen, but rather that the giant sect's bottomless lack of integrity had provoked their fury.
Seeing that the onlookers far outnumbered the members of the giant sect, the aggressive momentum they had just displayed suddenly faltered. Against a single sect, the giant sect could naturally be overbearing and tyrannical, but facing the collective wrath of the other 8 sects, they dared not act recklessly.
Kong Yuanba glared at his surroundings and barked. This is a private grudge between my giant sect and Fang Chen. If Fang Teiji killed your elders, go find Fang Teiji. Why are you pestering my giant sect with such nonsense? This shameless response incited a chorus of angry rebukes from the crowd.
Fang Chen was moved to laughter by the sheer absurdity. What grudge, pray, do tell.
Kong Yuanba snarled. Naturally, it is Fang. He glanced at the crowd and was forced to change his tune. It is the fact that you injured my disciple, Zhu Wanzhang.
Does that not count as a private grudge?
Fang Chen smiled. They wished to avenge Fang Teiji, but could find no suitable pretext, so they resorted to dredging up ancient, trivial matters.
He spoke unhurriedly. Very well, I shall set aside the origins of that matter and grant that a grudge exists.
When I was captured and taken to the demon imperial court, the demons also wished to kill me. However, they felt it beneath the dignity of their powerhouses to slay a human junior like myself, so they sent their own juniors to face me.
Despite the immense enmity between us, even they were too ashamed to bully the weak, yet your giant sect
is quite content to send out a host of powerhouses to trouble me over a petty squabble between juniors. Let me see. Those old fellows at the very back, they appear to be supreme elders, do they not? Your giant sect, from the old to the young, truly has discarded every shred of dignity.
His words elicited thunderous laughter and applause from the entire assembly.
Well said. And they call themselves one of the top 3 of the 9 sects. They are more shameless than those uncultured demonic beasts.
It is a disgrace for my sect to be ranked alongside the likes of the giant sect. Henceforth, let us be known as the 8 sects. The giant sect should strike out on its own. Being associated with you truly lowers our standing.
The widespread ridicule caused the faces of the giant sect members to burn with shame. They had never expected to be subjected to such humiliation.
Kong Yuanba clenched his fists in humiliated rage. Little beast,
you ruin the reputation of my giant sect. I shall not show you mercy.
Fang Chen took 2 steps back and gripped the 5 magnetic meta-mountain behind him, declaring fearlessly, "If you are bold enough to do it, am I not bold enough to speak of it?
Furthermore, you alone lack the power to do anything to me." During his journey to the demon realm, Fang Chen's strength had undergone a world-shaking transformation. Kong Yuanba's physical constitution was roughly equivalent to the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm. As a sect master, he possessed more techniques than an ordinary cultivator of that level, but his strength likely did not exceed the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. He might not be able to overcome Fang Chen.
Kong Yuanba laughed from sheer fury. As the master of one of the 9 sects, he was actually being held in contempt by a mere junior like Fang Chen. Arrogant child, this sect master shall discipline you today on behalf of your elders. He channeled a terrifying power, condensing it within his fist, and prepared to strike a devastating blow upon Fang Chen. With the full might behind this strike, Fang Chen might not perish, but he would undoubtedly be gravely wounded.
Yet at that critical moment, a sharp and fierce sword Kai slashed towards his ribs from an angle. Kong Yuanba's fist, originally destined for Fang Chen, was forced to redirect and collide with the incoming sword Kai. With a muffled thud, the sword Kai shattered into pieces.
Who goes there?
Kong Yuanba glared with tiger-like eyes, incensed that someone dared to launch a sneak attack against him. However, upon seeing the interloper, his expression shifted slightly. It was none other than Elder Lai Qingfeng of the Azure Cloud sect. He held his sword, his countenance cloaked in a chilling frost. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "Kong Yuanba, you take advantage of the fact that my Azure Cloud sect's main force is absent from Boundary Mountain to bully our disciple. Do you think I will not lay hands on your own disciples in turn?" He cast a frigid gaze toward the elite disciples of the giant sect. Petrified, they recoiled and scrambled to hide behind their elders. Kong Yuanba was filled with resentment, yet he began to hesitate. It was not that he feared Lai Qingfeng. A mere cultivator at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm could not possibly stir up waves before the gathered powerhouses of the giant sect. Rather, he worried that if Lai Qingfeng were to descend into a frenzy, it would ignite utter chaos. The watching experts from other sects had long harbored grudges against the giant sect. Who could guarantee they wouldn't exploit the turmoil to strike at the giant sect's elders and disciples in the shadows? Once such a precedent was set, there was no telling if it would devolve into a full-scale siege of the giant sect by the other 8 sects. This was a price that the giant sect simply could not afford to bear. Yet if he did not slay Fang Chen, what of the vengeance for Fang Teiji? The giant sect could not suffer such a loss, especially not a blood feud of this magnitude. Just then, the indifferent voice of Yi Kangyuan drifted from a nearby tent. "Sect Master Kong, I have summoned Fang Chen, yet you bar his way. Do you deem the words of this Vice Pavilion Master to be of no consequence?" These words, majestic and grim, tinged with a hint of wrath, echoed throughout the area. Kong Yuanba trembled slightly. After a flash of indignation and struggle crossed his eyes, he dissipated the power gathered in his palm. He cupped his fists and said, "This humble one would not dare." He shot a frigid glare at Fang Chen and a fierce look at Lai Qingfeng before begrudgingly stepping aside to yield the path. Behind him, the elders also gave way with great reluctance, clearing the path they had obstructed. Fang Chen chuckled coldly, "My thanks, a good dog does not block the way." The members of the giant sect glared at him with burning fury. Bolstered by Yi Kangyuan's backing, this little bastard was acting with utter lawlessness. Lai Qingfeng laughed heartily, "Well said." Facing the combined might of the giant sect's powerhouses, Fang Chen still possessed such fearless courage. Amongst the 9 sects, which other could boast such a junior? Sheathing his sword, he stepped forward, firmly grasping Fang Chen's arm and giving it a sturdy squeeze. He said, "You have grown stronger, but your face is leaner. You must have endured many hardships, have you not?" As he spoke, his aged eyes grew misty, and his voice began to tremble slightly. Fang Chen's disappearance had undoubtedly been the most grievous blow to the Azure Cloud sect, who could accept the sudden fall of such a rising star. It was Lai Qingfeng himself who had escorted Fang Chen from solitary Boat City to the Azure Cloud sect. It could be said that he had witnessed Fang Chen's entire journey from a dependent orphan to his current stature. His emotions were easy to imagine. Fang Chen said apologetically, "I have caused Elder Lai much worry. I am truly sorry." Lai Qingfeng hastily brushed away his tears. "What nonsense are you speaking? It was we who failed to protect you. Why are you the one apologizing?" He scanned Fang Chen from head to toe, and upon confirming that he was unharmed, a joy he could no longer suppress flooded his face. "The heavens have blessed us, allowing you to return from the lands of the demon race alive. I was tending to Elder Zhao at the foot of the mountain when I heard reports of your return. I thought it was but a cruel deception. I never expected that it would truly be you." As he spoke, the aged tears that had welled up in his eyes once more began to fall. With Fang Chen missing and presumed dead, the once ascendant Azure Cloud sect fell from its pedestal, inevitably drawing the ridicule of those envious of their success. They had heard countless rumors of Fang Chen's return, which had lured them to Boundary Mount, in time and again to wait in vain, only to be mocked for their foolishness. Mocking them for their delusions, for still clinging to the hope that Fang Chen would return alive. Lai Qingfeng had still expected to be deceived, coming only with a sliver of hope. What if it truly were Fang Chen? To his astonishment, he had truly found him.
Fang Chen had been subjected to the giant sect's provocations for a long time before he finally snapped back to his senses. A warm current surged through Fang Chen's heart. I have not only returned, but I have also brought a few surprises for everyone. Where is the sect master and the others? Why was Lai Qingfeng the only one to be seen? Lai Qingfeng wiped away his old tears with his sleeve and spoke. The sect master, the grand elders, the elders, and the elite disciples of the sect have spent this past month scouring the demon race's borders, searching for any trace of you. Only I, Liu Ruyan, and Elder Zhao remain here. Fang Chen's heart tightened. Could they have encountered some dire peril? This was the very moment the demon emperor was marching his armies southward, but upon further thought, his heart settled. If the demon race had truly slain so many powerhouses of the Qingyun sect, it would be impossible for there to be no word of it. After a brief pause, Fang Chen asked in astonishment, "You just mentioned taking care of Elder Zhao. Why is that? Were Elder Zhao's injuries not healed by consort Yunxia? Back then, Zhao Wuji's fatal wounds were mended by her nine tails. How could he still be unwell after all this time?" Lai Qingfeng sighed. "He has fallen ill from self-reproach, believing that it was he who hindered you." Fang Chen let out a silent sigh and said, "Elder Zhao worries too much. I shall first meet with Vice Pavilion Master Yi, and then I will accompany you to see him." Lai Qingfeng nodded, his face brimming with joy. Upon seeing Fang Chen's return, Zhao Wuji's ailment might very well vanish instantly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chen stepped into the command tent. Yi Kangyuan sat before the desk, a faint smile appearing on his stern face. "That you still live is truly a miracle. Had the Pavilion Master not sent word personally, I would never have believed you could survive for so long." Fang Chen chuckled softly. "It was merely my fortune to have a tenacious life." His gaze shifted slightly as he asked, "May I ask Vice Pavilion Master Yi? Who was it that informed the heavenly secret Pavilion Master that I was alive and had appeared in the northernmost reaches of the demon race?" Fang Chen had originally assumed it was Qin Wangxuan and the other Grand Elders who had sent word, but they were still on their journey back. It clearly was not them. "Could it be Ling Yin, the demon priestess?" Fang Chen asked tentatively. That woman, perhaps to protect her daughter Yao Yu from being implicated by Fang Chen's death, had not hesitated to set a trap for consort Yunxia just to ensure he remained alive. The possibility of her notifying the heavenly secret Pavilion Master to save him was high. How could that be possible? Yi Kangyuan denied flatly. Would our Pavilion Master have any dealings with a demon priestess? The informant is a hidden expert within the demon race. As for who it is, do not ask further. Fang Chen frowned. Who within the demon race would aid the human race? Though they were dissatisfied with the Sky Demon Emperor, they would never defect to the side of humanity. However, hearing the secrecy in Yi Kangyuan's tone, he did not press further. Cupping his hands, he said, "What decree does the Pavilion Master have for me?" "This junior shall do his utmost to execute it." Yi Kangyuan smiled faintly. "There is no need for tension. The Pavilion Master merely requires your assistance in translating a certain document." He produced a strange bronze artifact, a statue of an unknown, malevolent beast. Its maw was wide, filled with dense rows of fangs, and its eyes held an unparalleled ferocity. Its entire body was covered in scales, each adorned with grim barbs, and its 4 hooves were wreathed in blood, red clouds of flame. Even as a mere bronze statue, at first glance, it instilled a sense of profound trepidation in Fang Chen. "What is this thing?" Yi Kangyuan spoke solemnly, "A hellish, desolate beast." What? Fang Chen's pupils constricted. The hellish, desolate beast sealed within the Tiger Demon Emperor's cave. Is this its true form? What he had seen back then was merely a single, protruding claw. "What exactly is a hellish, desolate beast?" Fang Chen asked, his eyes filled with doubt. Yi Kangyuan's expression grew heavy as he explained, "The historical records are scarce. The last record of its appearance dates back before the ancient era. It seemed to appear on the continent out of thin air, with no traceable origin. Yet shortly after its appearance, the ancient giants mysteriously descended. When the War of the Ancient Giants concluded, people discovered that the hellish, desolate beast had vanished as well." Pausing for a moment, a trace of fear flickered in Yi Kangyuan's eyes, but after thousands of years, it has appeared once more. Fang Chen recognized the fear in Yi Kangyuan's gaze and gasped, "Is Vice Pavilion Master Yi suggesting that the hellish, desolate beast is a harbinger of the ancient giant's descent?" Fang Chen had seen an ancient giant with his own eyes, one that was heavily wounded and barely clinging to life within a giant egg. Even so, a casual strike from it could destroy heaven and earth. Under the siege of numerous nascent soul realm experts from the extraterrestrial god sects, it still unleashed infinite combat power, shattering countless spiritual tools and divine talismans. Many nascent soul experts were wounded in that battle. It was impossible to imagine what kind of divine might a complete ancient giant would possess. In the records of history, nascent soul realm experts were nothing more than food for the ancient giants. Fang Chen fully believed that this was no alarmist exaggeration, but the bloody truth. If the ancient giants were to sweep across the world once again, the mere thought of it made Fang Chen shudder with cold dread. Yi Kangyuan also felt a chill down his spine, his body trembling slightly. This is merely the pavilion master's conjecture. As for how the ancient giants descended, even the great sages of old could not discern it. We dare not jump to conclusions. He pushed the bronze artifact of the hellish desolate beast forward. This is a bronze relic left from the ancient era, depicting the hellish desolate beast. It bears inscriptions that may record information about the creature. However, even the pavilion master does not recognize the script upon it, so he has asked you to translate it. Fang Chen was taken aback. Did even the pavilion master, far away in the heavenly secret pavilion, know of his proficiency in the demon race's script? It seemed he hadn't displayed that skill before many people. With his doubts, he gazed closely at the bronze artifact and found it covered in dense inscriptions, each no larger than a grain of rice. He shook his head slightly and said, "This is neither the script of the human race nor the demon race. I am powerless to help." The bronze artifact was likely not a creation of the human race, but perhaps a work from one of the myriad tribes from 1,000 years ago, which had somehow fallen into human hands. Yi Kangyuan was unsurprised. The pavilion master said that if you cannot yet recognize it, you should keep this bronze artifact for now. One day, when you have deciphered the script upon its surface, you are to inform him. Fang Chen was puzzled. Did the master of the heavenly secret pavilion truly have such faith that he could decipher the script on the bronze artifact? After a moment of thought, Fang Chen accepted the bronze artifact and declared, "I will do my best to find time to peruse those scrolls on the myriad languages. If I discover a corresponding script, I shall translate it to repay the pavilion master for the grace of saving my life." Yi Kangyuan gave a slight nod. "Regarding the matter between you and the giant spirit sect, does it require this old one to mediate?" Fang Chen's voice was grave. "There is no need. It would be best if the giant spirit sect refrains from provoking me further. For the sake of our shared status among the 9 sects, I cannot be bothered to seek trouble with them. However, should they cross my line, they can only blame me for being utterly ruthless." Yi Kangyuan was taken aback. His intention had been to ask if Fang Chen required protection, lest the giant spirit sect bring him harm. Yet from Fang Chen's lips, it sounded as if he could effortlessly crush the giant spirit sect at will. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Very well. It is best that you know your own measure. Come with me. I have 2 matters to announce to the 9 sects." His curiosity piqued. Fang Chen followed him outside the grand tent. At that moment, save for the Azure Cloud sect, the core members of every other sect were present. With Yi Kangyuan's appearance, a profound silence immediately descended upon the assembly. "By the decree of the master of the heavenly secret pavilion, I announce 2 momentous matters to the lands of the 9 sects. The human and demonic races shall enter a truce." Fang Chen was utterly astonished. The demonic emperor had just been leading his legions southward. Why this sudden armistice? In a flash, Fang Chen recalled the infernal desolate beasts, and understanding dawned in his heart. The infernal desolate beasts were a common foe to both races, one that demanded a united front. Thus, they could no longer afford to be embroiled in internal war. Fang Chen's thoughts turned to his brethren who had perished on the boundary mountain. The war was over, just like that, yet their blood had not been avenged. Yao Yu, who commanded the Grand Army, and the firmament demonic emperor, who had ignited this war, which of them had paid any price? A sliver of agony crept through his heart, yet he understood with even greater clarity that continuing this war would only sacrifice more humans, and more members of the demonic race forced to fight against their will. Ultimately, it would only play into the hands of the firmament demonic emperor, allowing him to succeed in his scheme to weaken the power of the demonic tribes that opposed him. "This debt I will one day settle personally." Vast ripples of unrest surged through the members of the 9 sects. They had mustered all their might and resources for a battle to the death, only for the war to end so abruptly. Some were immensely relieved, others burned with unwilling resentment at being denied vengeance, and still others seethed with fury. Their chance for glory and renown snatched away. With the looming threat of the infernal desolate beasts, an alliance between the 2 races was an inexorable tide of fate.
The sentiments of individuals were but dust in the wind. The 9 sects may determine their own time of departure and withdraw from the boundary mountain in an orderly manner. However, you are to remain in a state of combat readiness. Before long, the heavenly secret pavilion shall issue a battle command of even greater import. Yi Kangyuan made no mention of the infernal desolate beasts. For now, this knowledge was to be suppressed to prevent needless panic from spreading. The second matter, the heavenly secret pavilion will now formally recruit disciples from the 9 sects. Based on their performance in the Great War at the Boundary Mountain and the execution of prior missions, the Pavilion Master has chosen the following candidates. A wave of excitement electrified the members of the 9 sects. To enter the heavenly secret pavilion was to be a carp leaping over the dragon gate, a complete transformation. The ultimate dream of every disciple of the 9 sects was to enter the heavenly secret pavilion through their own merit, to stand upon the same stage as the legendary, heaven-defying prodigies of myth. Should they journey even further on that path, they might earn the chance to step into the vast incontinent and witness a martial world of truly boundless horizons. Even if they could not venture further, the skills they honed would be sufficient to allow them to return to the 9 sects, and one day assume the mantle of leadership. Among the upper 3 of the 9 sects, many sect masters throughout history had the distinction of having trained within the heavenly secret pavilion, which was precisely why they surpassed the leaders of the other 6 sects. After a long 5 years, the heavenly secret pavilion was recruiting disciples once more, who among them could remain unmoved. If a disciple from one's own sect was fortunate enough to be chosen, it signified the return of a supreme powerhouse to their ranks in the years to come. The most agitated with anticipation were, of course, the Supreme Ether sect, the Myriad Sword Gate, and the Giant Spirit sect. This was because the vast majority of disciples selected in each recruitment hailed from the upper 3 sects. It was exceedingly rare for the other 6 great sects to be granted such an honor. Yet it was not guaranteed that even the upper 3 sects would have a disciple chosen, for the standards of the heavenly secret pavilion were so demanding as to be utterly terrifying. There were times when more than a decade would pass without a single disciple being deemed worthy of entering the heavenly secret pavilion. Even in the most fortuitous of times, the greatest outcome was merely that all 3 upper sects had a disciple selected at once. Therefore, who might be chosen to enter the heavenly secret pavilion this time was truly impossible to predict. Perhaps all 3 sects would be blessed with a selection, or perhaps only 1 or 2. As for the other 6 sects, though their hopes were faint, they still harbored a fervent prayer that one of their own disciples could defy the heavens and rewrite their fate. Beneath a sea of expectant gazes, Yi Kangyuan produced a scroll, personally inscribed by the Pavilion Master, and his voice rang out slowly from the Supreme Ether sect. Zia Kyoj. The instant his voice faded, the members of the Supreme Ether sect erupted in cries of jubilation. From the Grand Elder to the Sect Master and the other elders, every face was wreathed in ecstatic joy. Shangyuan Sheng cried out in elation, Kyoj, you have been chosen. Zia Kyoj's gaze remained tranquil as she offered a faint, perfunctory smile, my thanks to Master and the sect for the many years of guidance. Immediately after, her gaze shot towards Fang Chen, a subtle glimmer of anticipation veiled within her eyes. In stark contrast to the jubilant celebration of the Supreme Ether sect were the tense figures of the Myriad Sword Gate and the Giant Spirit sect. Their eyes were locked on Yi Kangyuan, a dreadful thought rising in their minds. Could it be that this time only a disciple from the Supreme Ether sect had been chosen? Fortunately, Yi Kangyuan's lips parted once more, intoning, Myriad Sword Sect, Liang Feiyan. No sooner had the words descended than the disciples of the Myriad Sword sect erupted into cries of joyous disbelief. Ha 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 ha, our Myriad Sword sect has also been chosen. Liang Feiyan, congratulations. Zhu Qingyong's smile was boundless, and the heavy stone that had weighed upon his heart finally lifted. His sword art had long faced the peril of discontinuation. Now, with Liang Feiyan's journey to the heavenly Dao Pavilion, she would accrue myriad fortuitous encounters, ensuring at the very least a great hope of mastering the superior verses of the sword control art, thus averting the dire fate of the sword art becoming lost to time. A palpable tension gripped the disciples of the Colossus sect, with 2 of the 3 supreme sects already selected. Their own Colossus sect, facing rejection, would undoubtedly be a monumental disgrace. Kong Yuanba's fists clenched imperceptibly. He thought, it is surely so. If even Liang Feiyan has been chosen, my disciple Jin Zhongming, who far surpasses her, has every right to be selected. To his elation, Yi Kangyuan indeed spoke forth, announcing yet another sect disciple chosen. However, the very name he proclaimed sent a chill through Kang Yuanba's heart, severing his hopes by half. Yi Kangyuan, a faint smile gracing his lips, declared in a resonant voice, Azure Cloud Sect, Fang Chen. It was not the Colossus Sect. Traditionally, the names from the 3 supreme sects were announced first, followed by those from the other 6 sects. The Azure Cloud Sect's placement after the Grand Elder Sect and the Myriad Sword Sect clearly indicated that the list adhered to this very tradition. The absence of the Colossus Sect, with the announcement directly preceding to the Azure Cloud Sect, could only signify one undeniable truth. The Colossus Sect had been forsaken. Kang Yuanba found this utterly unacceptable, declaring, "This is an injustice. If Liang Feiyin can be chosen, then by what right is Jin Zhongming of our Colossus Sect rejected?" Several Grand Elders and Elders also displayed expressions of profound dissatisfaction. Had Liang Feiyin not been selected, they would have had no cause for complaint. Yet, with her acceptance and Jin Zhongming's rejection, the outcome was utterly unfathomable. The other sects, too, descended into deep contemplation. Though the Colossus Sect was widely disliked, one could not deny that Jin Zhongming, as the paramount leader among their contemporary juniors, possessed formidable power. Second only to Xia Keoj herself. Compared to Liang Feiyin, he undeniably held greater qualification to enter the heavenly Dao Pavilion. Such an outcome was truly beyond all comprehension. Yi Kangyuan cast a cold, sidelong glance at Kang Yuanba, whose face was etched with defiance, and at the many disciples of the Colossus Sect. He snorted deeply, then spoke, "The Pavilion Master has an edict. I had intended to inform you privately, to preserve your dignity. However, since you now publicly question the fairness of the list, I shall announce it publicly as well. The Pavilion Master decrees, a Grand Elder of the Colossus Sect has betrayed humanity, mercilessly slaughtering kin. This heinous crime has wrought profoundly detrimental consequences. Effective today, the Colossus Sect is commanded to rectify its conduct and discipline for a period of 10 years. During this time, no disciple of the Colossus Sect shall possess the opportunity to enter the heavenly Dao Pavilion." Kang Yuanba was struck as if by divine lightning. So, Jin Zhongming's exclusion was not merely a rejection, but the result of a divine edict, a profound ban. And for a full decade hence, no disciple of the Colossus Sect, no matter how prodigiously talented, would qualify to enter the heavenly Dao Pavilion. What a devastating blow this truly was. In stark contrast, the remaining 8 sects were invigorated. They erupted into thunderous applause and acclamations, crying out, "Divine retribution." Did the Colossus Sect truly believe that by feigning ignorance, by claiming Fang Teiji's deeds bore no relation to their sect, they could escape culpability? The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion is wise and discerning. Such a sect, laden with grievous transgressions, ought to be severely punished without mercy. Let us see if the Colossus Sect dares to continue their tyrannical and reckless ways, unless they wish their disciples to be barred from the heavenly Dao Pavilion for eternity. Fang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. His heart eased considerably. Such clear distinction between reward and punishment was imperative, lest the Colossus Sect believe themselves beyond reproach. Lai King Feng too burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "A double blessing has descended upon us." He clapped Fang Chen's shoulder, chuckling, "Some villains have received their just punishment, and our Azure Cloud Sect has successfully been chosen." Breaking a 50-year record, on such a glorious day, how could I not celebrate with at least 10 gourds of wine? None present were surprised by Fang Chen's selection. Given his performance at Mount Jai and the formidable combat prowess he subsequently displayed, if he were deemed unworthy to enter the heavenly Dao Pavilion, then Xia Keoj and Liang Feiyin would be even less so. His inclusion was thus an undeniable truth, a matter of course. As everyone prepared to step forward with their congratulations, Yi Kangyuan interjected, "I have not yet finished." The spirits of the crowd were instantly roused. Could it be that more disciples from other sects had also been chosen? When Yi Kangyuan finally concluded the announcement of the list, the entire plaza plunged into a deathly silence. Azure Cloud Sect, Fang Chen, Liu Qingxian, Liu Ruxu, Chen Xiling. These are the names designated by the Pavilion Master. On the 9th day of the 10th month, you all must report to the heavenly Dao Pavilion without fail. The assembly no longer paid heed to the latter 2 sentences. Their minds were utterly captivated by the 3 additional names that had been pronounced. Did I mishear? The Azure Cloud Sect had 4 disciples chosen simultaneously. Has the heavenly Dao Pavilion ever accepted disciples in such a manner? Never before. For a single sect to have even 1 disciple selected is a monumental cause for celebration.
For 4 to enter the Heavenly Dao Pavilion simultaneously, this is simply too astounding. The clamor of discussion that erupted across the scene was in no way lesser than the uproar that had followed the declaration of the two races' truce. Kong Yuanba's inability to accept this outcome intensified. Clenching his fists, he demanded, Deputy Pavilion Master Yi, speak with a clear conscience. Is the Azure Cloud sex list appropriate?
I have no quarrel with Fang Chen's selection, but what of those 3 women?
In terms of cultivation strength, performance at Mount Jai, or even past mission achievements, by what measure do they qualify to enter the Heavenly Dao Pavilion? Indeed, this sentiment echoed in the hearts of all present. While Little Qilin had forged a fearsome reputation with a single sword stroke in her battle against Zhu Wanzhang, she was arguably not the equal of Liang Feiyan. Furthermore, she had been absent during the Great War of Mount Jai. From any perspective, her qualifications seemed insufficient, making her selection genuinely difficult to accept. Yet Little Qilin's case merely incited mild dissent. The latter 2 names, however, plunged everyone into utter absurdity.
Liu Ruxu and Chen Xiling, 2 women who had not even reached the Golden Core realm, could not even rank among the top 200 disciples of the 9 sects.
They had not participated in the Great War of Mount Jai, nor had they ever appeared on any meritorious list for pre-war assignments. That 2 individuals of mediocre strength, utterly devoid of any significant meritorious contributions, should brazenly surpass countless other disciples to be chosen for the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, stirred both profound absurdity and seething indignation within many sects. If the Heavenly Dao Pavilion truly lacked candidates, why did they not consider the young master of our 1000 Refinement sect? He personally participated in the Great War of Mount Jai, and his strength far exceeds that of these 2 female disciples. If your 1000 Refinement sect feels wronged, does my Joyous Harmony sect not feel wronged as well? What deficiency does our chief disciple, Zai Liushu, possess? Did he not also participate in the Great War of Mount Jai? Yet in the end, he is deemed inferior to 2 female disciples merely in the foundation, establishment realm. Where can we possibly seek justice? The waves of indignant questioning became utterly overwhelming, engulfing the very heavens and earth. Liu Ruxu and Chen Xiling, caught amidst this maelstrom of censure, felt their cheeks burn. They subtly shifted their feet half, hiding their bodies behind Fang Chen. They themselves had never anticipated being chosen for the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. This turn of events left them both overwhelmed with unexpected favor and deeply ashamed, feeling unworthy of such an honor. So many prodigious talents who had valiantly fought and bled at Mount Jai had been rejected, yet they, who had merely lingered in the rear doing menial tasks, were chosen. Husband, please ask Deputy Pavilion Master Yi to revoke our qualifications. Xiling and I cannot bear such an immense honor. Liu Ruxu could no longer endure the myriad gazes fixed upon them. Fang Chen was also greatly surprised. After a brief moment of contemplation, he cupped his hands toward Yi Kangyuan and asked, Vice Pavilion Master Yi, the Pavilion Master has designated these 3. Is there an explanation for this? Hearing this, Yi Kangyuan swept a cold gaze across the crowd. Under his chilling stare, the gathered masses instantly fell silent. Whom our Pavilion Master chooses requires no explanation to anyone, let alone justification. However, since Fang Chen has requested it, I shall make an exception and clarify this for you all, lest you maliciously slander these 3 female disciples. He put away the handwritten missive of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stating, according to the rules, the 3 maidens, Liu Qilin, Liu Ruxu, and Chen Xiling, are indeed unqualified to enter the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The reason they were selected is that the Pavilion Master wishes for Fang Chen to cultivate within the pavilion without any lingering worldly concerns. Thus, they have been exceptionally recruited into the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Is that understood? To think that the sole reason these 3 maidens could enter the Heavenly Secret Pavilion was simply because they were Fang Chen's women. Liu Ruxu and Chen Xiling went without saying. They were his publicly acknowledged fiancée and concubine. As for Liu Qilin, she was the soulmate Fang Chen had openly recognized upon Boundary Mountain. Yi Kangyuan coldly snorted, if anyone remains dissatisfied, then you are welcome to become Fang Chen's woman as well. The crowd was utterly astounded. If this was the reason, they truly had no words of rebuttal. It was their first time hearing of someone entering the Heavenly Secret Pavilion and bringing their kin along. This was the living embodiment of the ancient proverb, when a man achieves the Tao, even his poultry and dogs ascend to the heavens. The prestige of being Fang Chen's woman continued to skyrocket. Alas, I am a man. Is there still hope to become Fang Chen's woman? I suggest you leap off Boundary Mountain. Perhaps in 18 years after your reincarnation, you might stand a chance. Liu Ruxu and Chen Xiling were overflowing with excitement. Standing on his left and right, they gratefully clung to Fang Chen's arms, merely by holding the title of Fang Chen's companions. They had reached an absolute zenith that even the most blessed daughters of heaven across the 9 sects' vast lands could never hope to attain. Chen Xiling covered her mouth, giggling endlessly in secret delight. Facts had proven once again just how unfathomably fortunate she was to have boarded Fang Chen's ship so early on. Suddenly, she noticed a female disciple in the crowd, eyes brimming with tears, silently retreating backward. A complex expression involuntarily crossed her face.
It was Liu Ruyan. The opportunity to enter the heavenly secret pavilion had originally belonged exclusively to her. But now, Chen Xiling averted her gaze, pretending not to see.
She could well comprehend Liu Ruyan's state of mind at this moment.
She also knew that right now, Liu Ruyan was most terrified of being noticed by others, because the glaring disparity would render her the target of universal mockery, leaving her with no place to hide her shame.
Suddenly, a soft thud echoed. It was the retreating Liu Ruyan, who had carelessly stepped on someone's foot, lost her balance, and collapsed to the ground. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of the onlookers.
Liu Ruyan of the Azure Cloud sect.
I seem to have heard that Liu Ruyan was actually Fang Chen's contractually bound fiancé. However, she despised him and had her elder sister take her place instead. Originally, only a sparse few had noticed her, but upon hearing this bizarre tale, who wouldn't cast curious glances? One after another, they began to scrutinize her. So much so that the surrounding crowd parted, forming a semicircle that placed her squarely under the blazing focus of 10,000 eyes. Her beauty is quite exceptional, a true stunning maiden. Her talent is also superb. With such outstanding personal qualifications, it is no wonder she was picky, only her judgment in people is severely lacking.
To surrender such a heaven-sent opportunity to her sister, this is perhaps the most erroneous decision she will ever make in her mortal life.
Remove the perhaps, it is undoubtedly her greatest mistake. The one destined for the heavenly secret pavilion was supposed to be her, yet now she has been replaced by her elder sister.
The destinies of the two sisters have reached a monumental watershed starting today.
One remains stranded within the 9 sects, while the other rests upon the divine parasol tree of the heavenly secret pavilion like a soaring phoenix. When they meet again in the future, the younger sister may very well have to respectfully address the elder as senior.
The twisting currents of fate are truly altered in but a single fleeting thought.
Female disciples of our sect, etch Liu Ruyan's lesson deeply into your minds. Never look down upon anyone, lest you suffer a lifetime of insurmountable regret.
Liu Ruyan scrambled to her feet in utter wretchedness. The day, she feared, most had finally descended. She had been thoroughly eclipsed by Liu Ruxu, reduced to an object of ridicule for all under the heavens.
Only the situation today was far more humiliating than she had ever imagined. Before the entirety of the 9 sects, not only was she mocked, but she had become a cautionary tale, a negative example used by the elders of various sects to lecture their own female disciples.
This made Liu Ruyan wish desperately to vanish from the spot and never appear within the 9 sects ever again.
With tear-blurred eyes, she cast one last look at Fang Chen, then turned around wretchedly amidst the endless laughter, trudging down toward the foot of the mountain.
Liu Ruxu tugged at Fang Chen's arm and pleaded anxiously, "Husband, please help her enter the heavenly secret pavilion as well."
They were, after all, sisters born of the same father. How could she bear to watch Liu Ruyan fall into such destitution?
Fang Chen replied helplessly, "How could I possibly sway the decision of the pavilion master of the heavenly secret pavilion?
Moreover, for the pavilion master to willingly make an exception and recruit the 3 of you is already a monumental grace bestowed upon me. Am I to show no gratitude and instead complain it is not enough?" It went without saying, if he truly went to demand a spot, how would the pavilion master of heavenly secrets view him?
At the very least, he would leave an impression of being insatiably greedy and utterly ungrateful. Liu Ruxu knew she was already asking the impossible, and ceased her entreaties.
Yet, watching Liu Ruyan's limping figure recede into the distance, her eyes could not help but redden.
I shouldn't have let her act so recklessly back then.
If I hadn't agreed to marry in her stead, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Seeing that her mood was heavily affected, Fang Chen had no choice but to brace himself and give chase.
Ruyan. When Fang Chen caught up, he discovered that Liu Ruyan's face was already bathed in tears. She turned her head to look at Fang Chen, smiling miserably. You can finally hold your head high, can't you? This is the very scene you have been yearning for, isn't it? Fang Chen let out a low sigh. You misunderstand. I have said it many times, I have never blamed you for anything. I agreed the moment you decided to break off the engagement. The Liu family taking care of me for so many years was already enough. There was no need to fulfill the marriage pact. It was your mother who wanted to marry Liu Ruxu to a mute like me, and because I could not bear to see her harmed, I finally agreed. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a matter of an older sister taking your place. You never needed to take it to heart. For some unknown reason, her smile became even more miserable. Without looking back, she limped away in silence, descending the mountain. Fang Chen sighed. Coaxing women had never been his forte, let alone an unfathomable woman like her, making it all the more difficult. Lai Qingfeng's eyes also revealed a hint of pity. He stepped forward and said, Fang Chen, leave it be, let me go and counsel her. He felt deeply sorrowful in his heart. Because, after this ordeal, Liu Ruyan was ruined. Given her temperament, it was highly likely she would seek her own demise. Even if she were successfully counseled and survived, her Dao heart would be damaged, making it exceedingly difficult for her to achieve any major breakthroughs in the martial Dao ever again. Fang Chen nodded and returned to Liu Ruxu's side. Chen Xiling, possessing a sharper mind, sighed. Husband truly does not understand women. What she wanted was not an explanation, but your attitude. A single embrace from you would have surpassed 10,000 words of persuasion. Fang Chen was rendered speechless. I dare to hug her. She hates me so much. Wouldn't she impale me to death with a single sword strike? Chen Xiling shook her head. You truly are a block of wood. I'm not speaking to you anymore. Even if I did, you wouldn't understand. Could it be that even now, Fang Chen still could not see that Liu Ruyan's heart had long ceased to hate him? She was simply suffering from a desire she could not obtain. However, whatever was said now would be too late. Fang Chen scratched his head and said, let it be. With Elder Lai around, she will be fine. At this moment, from within the territory of the demon race, 8 figures came speeding over. Their formidable auras triggered an immediate state of high alert up and down Boundary Mountain. Hadn't a truce been agreed upon? When the approaching figures drew near, apart from a few sect masters and supreme elders who remained composed, everyone else cried out in astonishment. Is that not the supreme elder of our Heiyuan sect? The supreme elder of our Jinglei sect is also there. They were none other than the 9, now 8 supreme elders, who had ventured into the inner estate of the Tiger Demon Emperor to execute a secret mission. They had departed in absolute silence. Their return was equally low profile. After merely holding a secret discussion with Yi Kangyuan for a while, they each returned to the ranks of their respective sects. The crowd was puzzled, but did not take it too much to heart. Junior brother Fang, come. Junior brother Aoyong, junior brother Zai, and I have prepared a welcoming banquet to wash away the dust of your journey. Liang Feiyan, Aoyong Jun, and Zai Liushu hurried over with beaming smiles. In truth, this banquet had been initiated by Aoyong Jun and Zai Liushu. Imagine being a legendary demon emperor, guarding a sacred sanctum for millennia, only for a fluffy Qilin to phase through your seals and treat your million-year treasures like a midnight snack. Absolute cinema. While the entire demon race is out here fighting for their lives, our little beast is literally throwing a spirit artifact into a drainage ditch because it wasn't tasty. Bro, that's not a pet, that's a walking financial disaster. But the real MVP move. Fang Chen serving poisoned marrow to a nascent soul expert and gaslighting him into a literal meltdown. That's not just cultivation, that's peak psychological warfare. Now, the human sects are crying about fairness, while Fang Chen's entire squad just got a VIP pass to the heavenly secret pavilion. If you were the demon emperor and found out your life's work was used as Qilin kibble, would you go into seclusion or just delete your own soul in shame?